Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're back here for day number, 4, is it not, Stoop, for the main event. Yesterday we had some insane games. Is there anything that really sticks out in your mind? The huge moments that happened yesterday?
Yes, welcome everyone. I do think the Peach Blossom Spring game that we had yesterday with Recon and Ravel, that's got to be a highlight for me. Not just from yesterday, it's got to be a highlight from the tournament in particular. What a sick game that was.
And whenever you've got like two players that can just kind of go at it for so long in such a strange, different strategic map, that's what makes these strategy games so cool, is it not?
Yes. Well, and the cool part is they had already played a 40-50 minute game on Alfheim that didn't amount to anything.
Yeah.
It had to be cancelled in the end. But then on top of that, they played one other game than that, and then that was the third game that they actually played. And they just throw it out like that. So these two very close players battling it out on a new map, all new things that has to be discovered. This is why we love tournaments like this.
I'm a big fan of all of these new maps. We also got to see some games on Arena the other for a couple of games, and it was really kind of exciting to see the very different way in which Age of Mythology can be played if you just start with a little bit more defenses and the things that can kind of happen in those sort of different environments, so to speak. But so today we're going to be watching the losers bracket. These guys, they've lost their first life, lose one more series, and they're out here. So this is where pressure is at its absolute peak. I believe our first game today is going to be Magic versus Nullus.
Yes. So we're covering
a prediction.
We're covering Magic versus Nullus, and Tunis and Moscow will be playing simultaneously. But my prediction for that round, Magic versus Nullus, is going to be so close. I think it's going to be close. Magic, he lost 0-3 yesterday, so this is not peak Magic, I think. And Nullus has found his way into the second round of the losers bracket, so he's got some tricks up his sleeve. I think on paper, this should favor Magic, but yeah, I think it's going to be really close. I think it's going to be an amazing series.
I think so too, but we're not going to have to wait around anymore. We're moving straight in onto game number 1 here. As in the left-hand side of the map, playing in the blue color, it is Magic, and he's going to be showing us some Thor today. His opponent is Nullus as the red Loki. And yes, it is Ghost Lake. Stoop, walk me through this one. I need some help here. You're the Norse expert.
Yes, this is funny because we had this matchup yesterday, Rebel versus Recon, the exact same matchup, and not only that, with double gold mine as well. And I really believe this matchup in particular, Thor versus other Norse, it comes down a whole lot to whether there is one or two gold mines. And we do see Nullus already now looking to spy a dwarf here. I don't know what he's maybe aiming for. Either way, double gold mine is available for Magic, and he will be extremely happy for that. Our player will have additional villagers. He's going to have like 3, 4, 5 additional abilities. What is it? 5 minutes into the game. So having access to 2 gold mines on top of that just means that Magic will be very safe in his base, and Nullus will find it incredibly difficult to actually punish the Thor player here.
Yeah, so it's the innate bonus from Loki that just has that extra damage, like almost cancels out the armory advantage which Thor starts with. So any sort of fighting that the Loki player gets to do early on is like they're happy to do that, and the Thor player is just trying to kind of catch up and let their economy sort of work and give them the lead through that way, right?
Yeah. So I mentioned yesterday when I was covering the Rebel versus Recon game, when you play Loki here, I'm a Loki main at heart. Whenever I play this matchup versus Thor, I want to strangle the Thor player away from resources. So I want him to stay in his base, not have access to any hunt outside of his base, and I want him to fight a lot over the secondary gold. But this is Ghost Lake. There's so many goats. We see already like 9, 10 goats secured for Magic here. And there's 2 gold mines, like we said, 10 goats here. There's berries, there's chicken, there's 3 additional boars already here. And it's just, what do you even strangle the Thor player from? Because there's so many resources here, right?
Yeah, the other thing is it's kind of wild. isn't it normally the case that the Thor player is the one who kind of gets strangled for the goats? Because he's got to sit in his main base, get an armory up, and the Loki player is going to be scouting off of that early stage. It kind of looked like Alice missed nearly all the goats. And I just got 13
He's
and
got
get and
15,
going for more.
16.
They just keep coming.
Oh my
Did Magic
god.
did Magic even did you go berserk or is he just literally just a goat? What's happening?
I think he just went for a single berserk. And Knowles, he went directly to Magic Space and he took a round around Magic Space. And I guess he didn't find, yes, you see the scouting pattern here. He went on
Yeah.
top of the ice, probably didn't find any gold, maybe just two, and then he took the round back. So he hasn't actually been scouting the map very much at all.
Well, I mean, this is never good. If you're playing Loki and your opponent's playing Thor and he's got all the resources in his main base, he can just sit there, turtle up. He can basically just throw down as many Herser as he wants, get that upgrade to boost the Herser favor gather rate, and all of a sudden have infinite gold in his main base, infinite food in his main base, and you're just like, well, how do I punish this? I can never catch up. And all of a sudden, the Thor player is going to have, heroic age, heavy upgrades, bronze upgrades, the whole works, and be able to just kind of break out, right?
Yep, this is a very, very, very fast advance from Knowles. 415 on a Ghost Lake map. This is out of the ordinary because I don't think he's going to be able to find much value with this early advance. So while Magic is booming, he's getting those additional villagers out, he's getting all the armory upgrades, obviously. While Magic is doing that, Knowles is advancing super early. He's not getting any eco upgrades, and all he's got to his name right now is a Great Hall and a Temple. And even if he gets a good, nice early army, what even is he going to do with it? Everything is just centered inside of Magic Space here. And a good
Yeah,
defense with the armory and the walls, right?
it's it's almost like the best play here for Nellis maybe should have been to just drop a town center because there's like you get the faster advance and maybe just throwing down a town center and trying to hold against any sort of crazy pressure that the Thor player is going to throw onto him. But I don't know. Sometimes you can find these little bits of pressure into a Thor base if they just miss one little angle of a wall, one misplaced building. The chickens here, technically speaking, they're out in the open if you can get in. There is a troll waiting there, so we might be able to get a little bit of pressure onto those. The berries are forward, so that's an angle of weakness in the Thor player's base. But realistically speaking, one mistake here, or tiny mistake, which might end up biting Magic in the bum here moving forward, is he went on his bat gold mine first. So
Yeah.
he's going to run out of that gold mine in probably about 2 minutes, and Nullis
Yep.
can just hound this forward gold mine nonstop, and Magic might find himself in some trouble.
He does have obviously that Dwarven gold mine, which is an additional 1,000 gold that he can place directly under his town center, which is totally safe. But other than that, you're absolutely right. Magic's kind of putting himself into a position where he may have to fight over his second gold, which really isn't necessary for him at all. But yeah, I'm interested in seeing what Knowles is doing from here. He's down 4 villagers. Magic's still not getting that dwarven breastplate that he has access to from Frasetti. When he gets that, he'll be down 5 villagers. So there's so much pressure on Knowles here to do something, but I just don't see anything happening really. It's kind of like he's just amassing an army, waiting for a big skirmish to happen. But I worry that about the time when there will be a big fight, Magic will have had that economic lead for so long that, yeah, that Magic's army will simply just be stronger than Loki's.
Yeah, I guess the one angle that Nullis kind of has is playing Loki. Once he gets medium infantry, gets his 2 armory upgrades, copper weapons, copper mail, all of a sudden his army is going to be like actual DPS wise, it will be higher than the Thor players,
Yeah.
but he's going to be behind on population, so he's going to have to take really nice fights and find his way in. But a good raid to come through here for Nullus is Magic not paying attention here. He's going to be losing some dwarves.
It's 1 dwarf down. It's really good. Well, 1 dwarf and some idle time. He'll take that happily.
Yeah.
Good stuff here from Knowles. Down 3 villagers at the moment. Like, if you can get 1 villager here, 1 villager there, it's honestly really good when you're Loki versus Thor. Because also keep in mind, Nolus is hunting on the map, and Magic's on berries, as we saw. Berries is only 80% as efficient as hunting is. So even though Magic's up in villagers, him being on berries with that worse gather rate, it does mean that the villager discrepancy doesn't amount to as much as it may appear.
Yeah, and we are seeing. Oh, Noel's not paying attention. You're gonna actually lose a raiding cavalry here. Killing off the house is nice, but you don't want to lose anything for that. And I mean, now we are seeing Nullus going up through Bragi, so we will have a little bit of something here to use in the next coming minute or so. But would you expect Magic here to just say go through Skadi just for the frost, or does he want to go through Bragi as well?
Yeah, it could be either. He could do either, actually. I think for now, Magic will be perfectly fine just staying in the classical age. One way that you can counter flaming weapons, obviously, with your own flaming weapons or frost, but another is by simply having the higher military count, which I think is what Magic is counting on right now. He's got himself all the upgrades that he needs. He is maybe inching towards getting heroic age himself. But either way, dude, Magic, he's hunting at the moment. He's on that secondary gold. I think Nolus needs to make something happen here. This is a big power spike. There's a big moment in the game where Nolus is actually ahead, where he can make something happen.
Yeah, I think things can go very wrong here for both players. We've seen it many times in the Norse mirrors. It's a very volatile matchup. Magic knows that this is a big moment here. He actually brings his villagers early back off of that hunt, and he's just going to go over onto the chickens, and he's going to try and get to the next age. Sit in his base, turtle up, and Nullus is going to be poking for just little bits of damage here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get in there. We also see Watchtowers pre-queued as a little bit of a deterrent. Skadi now has been the god of choice to come through. And Magic, I love this little move from him. He's got those berserks over there. But Nullus recognizes what's going on, does pull back. His army now looking to get little bits of damage into the main base, but heroic age is in. You can just retreat back and you've got yourself access to that dwarven mine. No need to force it on this gold mine.
He doesn't want to use it now because he's about to hit heroic. So if you can get that additional 2,000 gold in the dwarven mine, he will happily take that.
Yeah.
So good little move here from Nolus. I wish you kind of would have stayed there, because like it is now. Now is your opening, Nolus. You need to make something happen now. He's like Magic is pulling ahead right here, I think.
Is there like a mythic age angle here for the Loki though? Like, you know, Thor has Tyr, which is obviously always going to be something that hurts the economy, but you know, the Nidhogg comes through from Loki. That could be the next sort of big move that Nullus is going for. If he can't actually go for a big attack now, he just pulls back, says, great, no worries. You have to hold on to Frost. I'll hold on to flaming weapons, and I'll try and get myself to the Mythic Age, click Nidhogg, and all of a sudden you've got, you know, another huge power spike that maybe Thor doesn't have.
It could be, but just keep in mind, Thor can make Goldie. You do have Magic in the heroic age, but wait, there's a big fight here. One troll already looking to go down, almost.
Great control from Magic there. He pulls that one back, keeping it alive. There are heavy throwing axemen here, though, for Nullus. These are going to be really, really strong. But as the raiding cavalry come through, he's got to pull out of here. And he's going to be losing a troll, losing another throwing axeman on the way back. The game is still relatively equal here. It's a one villager difference, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things, that's not really anything to write home about. The military difference slightly in favor of Magic, but you know, resources are in the bank, units are coming out. For Nullus, he's going to catch up there as well. I think this game is going to be one of those games that we're going to get past this like volatile moment, and we're going to see some very, very crazy things happening.
Yeah, and this does beg the question: how is flaming weapons going to be used here? Because if Nullus just goes in with a big army on, say, Magic's gold mine, with a big army, then that army is just going to get frosted, and that's going to be awful for Nullus. He doesn't want that to happen. What he can do instead is he can split his army, he can go raiding, and then he can have the rest of his army in another spot, and then use flaming weapons.
What is this dwarven mine? He's just like, let me just put that out in the middle of nowhere, give you somewhere to raid.
It's a bit.
Sometimes you have to laugh at things like that. Like he wants to put it down in a position where he can immediately move onto it. But yeah.
he saves himself something like 40-50 resources, but then he has to now retreat whenever he's getting raided. So that's really silly from Magic.
Yep. Now we
Hey,
do have the big advantage right now for Nullus is he has himself heavy cav and heavy infantry. So right now he needs to take a fight.
yeah, this is looking like it could be a good fight for Nolus. I think Magic will be forced to retreat. He's got his trolls here, so he can't really flaming weapons use, and this does open up the possibility for Frost. What do you think?
Okay.
Do you like the flaming
I,
weapons there? This kind of gave Magic the retreat that he wanted, I think.
yeah. Look, I'm not really sure, to be honest. Like, one thing that I'm not exactly sure just yet, but I know Magic's on bronze armor.
Hmm.
Nullus, I don't even know if he's on copper armor at the moment. Can we see the armory for Nullus? Okay, he's got
It's got
copper.
that.
So there is a tiny. Actually, so I don't even think it is an advantage because you've got the what's it called, the bonus damage from Loki. So I
Yeah, the
think the
damage
fight would have
multiplier.
actually gone. Yeah, I think the fight probably would have gone relatively equal there. So in just trading Frost for flaming weapons, maybe that's totally fine.
Dude, I like that position for Nolus. I think that was about as good a fight as you could hope for. He had sort of caught one troll off guard, already killed it, and the other two were close to Hearses, I believe. And that's such a good position to be in, because if those trolls are in the back, protected by a throwing axeman, then you're gonna have such a hard time killing them. But here's another very interesting looking fight. A lot of throwing axemen getting caught by raiding cavalry here on the side of Magic.
Those trolls to come in, they're driving straight in onto that back line, not quite getting that special to hit all of them at the same time, but still excluding them from the fight from a very, very long time here. The differential in population is about equal, and Nullus during this fight got through his bronze mail, but as his front line falls, he's got to retreat back. There's too many raiding cavalry here. Magic is inching his advantage forward in this game, and he can now think about dropping a town center, getting his hill fort up. He's got the favor for another dwarven mine here, so that's another huge economic advantage for him to grab. Nullus, on the other hand, what's he going to do? Make Herman? That's a good idea.
Yeah, that fight that we just saw, big defender's advantage for Magic. Whenever he replenished units, they were there immediately to assist him. So even though it looked like kind of a close fight, the immediate reinforcement coming in from Magic just won him that fight. And now a new Dwarven gold mine.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, the Dwarven Mine, when you're using it in the Heroic Age, Classical Age, Mythic Age, it does give you not only more gold inside of the mine, but it also gives you a mining boost. So the Dwarves here for Magic are gathering faster right now on that Dwarven Mine than the Dwarves would be gathering for Nullus on a regular gold mine. So he does get a fairly hefty advantage there as the dwarves are just doing a sneaky, but Magic will spot that. A huge raid
Oh,
now for Magic. This is absolutely brutal.
that's so brutal. And Nolus does have an army nearby, but it's just not close enough. All Magic needed there was like 5 or 10 seconds alone with these dwarves, and now the damage is dealt. Nolus down to how many dwarves at this stage? Like 10 in total on goal right now. That's not enough. 16 minutes in the Norse Mirror, you need way more than that.
This is going to be very tough. Down 10 villages total.
Yeah.
Economy through the roof for Magic. I'm sure he's thinking about a Mythic Age. I don't know if he's got the hill fort started or not, but his resources are starting to skyrocket. Food through the roof. One huge advantage we talked about earlier on right now is taking effect, is that Magic doesn't need to build farms. He's still eating goats. Nullus, he's already got farms started in the main base.
Oof,
So
yeah.
you're like, all right, what? Well, that's just a huge advantage for Magic.
Yeah, and the frost giants are actually soaking up a lot of damage, and not only that, they're also sort of Magic takes it.
Yeah, that was such a well executed game from Magic. Just from the very get go, he somehow finds the goats. He gets the defense. He doesn't really lose that many villages. A great trade on the frost and the flaming weapons. Just playing it really nice. A fantastic raid, and yeah, Nellis just couldn't find the angle to find any sort of a advantage there.
Yeah, it's the two goldmine ghosts. Like I think it really favors Thor in the Norse Mirror. But then on top of that, when you secure yourself 20 goats versus 4, hello, Magic is in such a dominant position, and Nolus really needed a miracle. He needed a miraculous raid. He needed a big skirmish one or something, and he just couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's just the way that these things go sometimes with the goats. It is a little bit of a roll of the dice, but you know, if you know the maps really well, you can sort of have the idea of where to go and grab them up nice and early. Now let's use that early game to kind of go and get a spy in the main base of Magic instead of maybe grabbing all the goats. In fact, it seems like it's so important in the Norse mirror that it might even be worth it to go double berserk here as Loki. What do you think?
No, I like that idea. It's a double gold mine. You have all the food available, especially if you go for the double berserk. So even though you sacrifice your early economy by going double berserk, like you're saying, it'll pay for itself over time.
Yeah.
And imagine as Loki against Thor who's building his dwarven armory early on. If you just go double berserk and you go on either side of the Thor base, you can secure, basically all the goats on the map if you play it really well.
Yeah, some pretty good fights
Let's
here, though. I
see
maybe
this.
I just maybe just no flaming weapons here from Magic. It was a
Yeah,
great engagement,
yeah.
and he had defender's advantage as well. That's the fight you kind of want to take in a way. Uh, Maybe that was the actual big mistake that Ellis made in this game.
I think so. I'm not even sure he would have won it, but I don't think he could ask for a better fight than that. And now
Yeah,
instead of taking a fight where he has defender's advantage, like you're saying, look at Magic here. It's just getting reinforcements immediately from his base. And there's no way that Knowles can sustain this attack. It's also throwing X-Men hiding behind buildings, making it very difficult to get to them.
yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Like throwing axemen raiding cavalry. Like you want the raiding cavalry there on your opponent's throwing axemen, right? But then if you do that, then your opponent will be able to do the same to you. So it's like, do you want to just frontline the raiding cavalry? Do you want to frontline or do you want to try and flank with the raiding cavalry onto the throwing axemen? It's kind of a difficult decision to make. So
Yeah, it's hard, and it's like a mirror matchup. They're always sketchy, always difficult to really, know how to approach it properly. But I do think like you got to find your openings, and when you find them, you got to really utilize them. And I think
yeah,
Nullis
yeah.
mistook this game by using flaming weapons and forcing out that frost. So
Well, it's over. It's 1-0 for Magic now. So we're moving into the next one. It's going to be on Anatolia, the nice hybrid water map. We're going to see Frey. As you say, Frey. Let's go with Frey.
yes,
Frey versus Zeus.
on Anatolia,
What do you
dude.
think
I
on Anatolia?
I
Yeah.
really like this matchup, and I think it's very interesting. I was mentioning
Yep.
yesterday that I think a lot of people will just say, sort of by almost routine, that Zeus is S plus tier on Anatolia. Zeus has got the Scylla, he's got the hoplites. That's all you need when you're playing on a water map, right? But then you see
Yep.
this
Yep.
god Frey, and you see the skill,
Mm.
the options available to him. He can get the dock upgrades almost for free, well, 50% off. That means he can
Yeah.
get the heroic, the anti-myth unit archer boats for cheap. He can get the heavy boats for cheap, and he's got access to that Nidhogg in the Mythic Age. I think Frey is well positioned to beat. Well, I don't know, beat Zeus, but he can definitely go head to head with Zeus here.
I'm with you, Soup. I don't. Well, for one, we have seen some nerfs to the Greek Skylar that make it a little bit more challenging. Well, not even more challenging. It just kind of brings that unit back into line with what some of the other heroic age myth units on the water are doing. So it doesn't feel as like, oh, I just build this unit and I win. But on top of that, while the hoplites are nice, when you've got things like Golem Bursty to defend, you've got Tempest to defend, you've got the Asgardian Bastion to place down so that you can't just do these kind of town center hoplite raids. All of a sudden, you're not looking for that Zeus advantage of just beat your opponent into a bloody pulp. The way to win this one for Zeus is to play a lot more tactically, and try and get to that late game unkillable Greek army. But even when you get to that, then you're asking the question of Frey. He's got his own late game unkillable army, and it's a big fat micro mission and a lot of fun to come.
Well, you're mentioning late game, dude. I don't even think we're gonna get to that stage. This is a game of power spikes. Zeus wants
Yeah.
either the classical age power spike or he wants the fast heroic power spike. Dude, even the hero power spike, there's just steps that you want to take, and then you want to really utilize them. Same with Frey. You want to get to that Tempest, like you mentioned, make a good use of Golden Bursty, and then Nidhogg finally. go and get into the game, see what it's about.
Yes, we will be doing so. So we are going to be seeing Magic in the bottom. He will be our Frey player, and Nullus at the top will be our Zeus player. And to take a quick look at exactly what's happening here to kick the game off, already it looks like, from what I'm seeing on the minimap, both players going for the same side. Does this mean anything to you, Soup?
Yeah, it's always a bit more of a chaotic game when this happens, because both players will be competing over this side, maybe even in the arcade gates. And not only that, especially with Zeus there, you're very likely to see some early hoplites, and you can really threaten the docks there. And obviously, when you go to the heroic age, both the Scylla and the Kraken are going to spawn on the same side. So yeah, what this generally says to me, what this tells me, is there's going to be more chaos than if it was on both sides or on either side, because then there tends to be a bit of a gentleman's agreement that we'll just fish and we'll call that a day, okay?
Yeah, I wanna bring this up because I think it's really, really cool. What Nullus is doing on his dock here is, for those who don't know, the dock is a food drop site, which means the villager here, he can drop food in just like the fishing ship can. So it's a really great way of limiting walking time in the early game for Greek, and it really, really helps out that Greek the difficulty of the Greek build order. Uh, yeah, and if Nullus is gonna, for the instance where maybe there isn't a dock on the same side, he can then move forward and put a dock forward. On the instance there is a villager there or a dock here for Magic, he can kind of say, no worries, I'll put my second dock behind me later in the game and send a villager down to the bottom. It's just a really, really nice way to open for Greek.
Yeah, I love this. I like this a lot. And look at this. Who's competing for this? It's Nolus being a nuisance here. He can even send one of the other
Yeah.
fishing boats there, but it does look like Magic's getting that. Either way, this is a big win for Nolus. He's going to be able to secure himself 10 fishing boats versus 8. And this kind of puts Magic behind from the get-go. So small victories that you can get with a simple play like that. Very nice to see from Nolus.
Yeah, but Magic is being, this is really risky.
Yeah.
I've tried this myself, and I've been shanked many times by very angry Greek villagers.
Let's see the dock actually. Let's see the shanking maybe occur down the bottom right, or in the new dock.
It's the red dots are coming. The red dots are coming on the very bottom of the map there. Let's have a quick look at it on top of the map. There you go. There's the shanking. It looks like the dog's going to get up. Magic. Close.
That's
nice timing for Magic. Unlucky for Nullus.
The villager not actually dealing that much damage to the Berserk here. So, yeah. This is Magic will be very happy about that. Even forcing some idle time on the villager. Magic doesn't care too much that this Berserk is half HP. He'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm really liking what Nullus is doing with this forward temple as well. This is going to mean that the Minotaur is going to be in the action, or I assume he's going to go through Athena. He might go through Hermes. Pretty rare to see that on this map.
It'll be Athena, trust me.
Yeah, Athena is the stock standard, so the Minotaur is going to be right in onto the action to be able to start taking down Magic's docks. And now, I don't know if Magic's built 2 Berserks or not out yet. I think he might only have the 1, which does mean he's going to be struggling to get these docks up. And there is a gigantic weakness here to just units being on his side of the fish super early. So we'll see.
Yeah, he's gonna
Magic can defend or not.
I think Magic, realistically speaking, is gonna need at least 2, definitely 3, and he would love to have 4 docks over on the left side. Right now, he's got just the 1. Because Nolus has got himself the temple there for the Minotaur, like you mentioned. He'll have Jason and Heracles over on the left side really quickly too. And I'm sure that Nolus is going to build a military barracks, and he'll be sending hoplites over there as well. And there's Bolt available. I can see Bolt being used maybe on a Herser trying to build a second dock. That would be really brutal for Magic. Yeah. So yeah, very.
In a way, I think you're like ideal Bolt for Greek in this matchup is on a rock giant. But if you get to win the water outright, then you're just gonna take that with that early Bolt there.
Yeah, but wait, maybe Nullus should send his villager here. Would have been a really good play. Send the villager to take care of the Berserk and bolt the Herser otherwise. I think that would have been the play, but easy to say as observers.
He gets his dock up. That's nice. He can come back and put a third dock behind all of this. Nullus is going to try and chase this berserk down. One special ability on that probably would be the end of its life.
Yeah, and that
But
Berserk is building a third dock now, and Norris is kind of allowing it to happen.
yeah, he's got a barracks up now, or military academy up, so he will get some hoplites. He will be able to put more pressure onto this position, but realistically, you want to try and just deny everything if you can.
Ooh.
A Juggernaut out and a Longbow. This is a great little start.
Yeah, good start from both.
Nullus.
Good start from both players. The longbow to take care of the land army, and the Nullus predicting it and countering it with the siege boat. So very nice to see here. With the siege boat there, the hoplite and the Minotaur will be able to go to town because they're taking so much damage. There's a hammer boat too. Magic's doing a good job getting more boats out here in the early game.
Yeah, I think the dock here does end up getting finished up. Great control here from Magic. He's managed to snipe the Juggernaut. But, you know, if your longboats get too close to the shore, that Heracles,
yeah,
people talk some mad smack about Heracles, but he does pack a punch when he actually gets onto the unit.
Have you seen that club? It's a big club he's carrying.
It's a big club. It's a big club.
4 hoplites and a Minotaur, 2 heroes. Those docks aren't gonna last very long here, and I think Magic may have to just sack the left side here, honestly. This is great news for Knowles, because over on the right side, there's going to be even more fighting occurring. And that's kind of Magic now trying to do the same thing that happened to him over on the right side now.
This is always like... It's not exactly what you want to have happen when you're playing against Zeus. You don't want to be trying to trade here. Either you want to like get that heroic age in and be ready to just say no worries, have all the water, and we're just going to deal with it with our own like powerful like get our town centers and things like that. Or you want to somehow defend this, because otherwise you're going to get caught out here. I think that at any point here, Nullus can just come back onto this bottom side and drop docks again and make the Skylar. This is going to be very, very dangerous for Magic moving forward.
Yeah, and also just notice Knowles already now building a forward dock on the left side. Really, really well played. That means that he'll be able to secure himself 9 additional fishing spots with docks nearby. And that's definitely the play. When you win one side this early, you gotta utilize on it, and you gotta grab those fishing spots that are now available to you. And Knowles is doing that, and that is going to pay him dividends throughout the game.
One thing that I am liking from Magic is that forward Asgardian Bastion. It secures that town center, and the town center does have a gold mine that's relatively close, which will allow him to use Ghoul and Bursty, Tempest to defend, say, a huge bronze push that's most likely going to be coming from Nullus. So I think this makes a lot of sense here for Magic. I don't think that the loss of this water is a huge deal for the immediate future, but if Nullus can get himself to the heroic gauge, get himself per scene, have all the fishing spots on the top, have some on the bottom, or even all of the fishing spots on the bottom, then all of a sudden Nullus is going to be able to start creeping ahead with tech and military numbers, and maybe it's not even going to matter with a Ghoul and Bursty Tempest. He's just going to be able to flood.
Yeah, well, Magic is stuck in the classical age now. Like, he's on 400 food. He's not looking to go heroic anytime soon, not within the next 30 seconds or so at least. And dude, I don't think that's good for Magic. I think at this stage you really want to be hitting heroic age on a map like Anatolia, so that you can start getting those technologies like you mentioned. And there's a big fight.
The big important one. He is going for the main base. This is very, very dangerous. Those hoplites are scary. There are a good amount of throwing axe in there, and Magic noticed that and says, okay, let's pull back. But yeah, the big important technology when you're losing water, when you lose water, is Feasts of Renown. It comes from Aegir, and it gives you that 1 food a second on every one of your big buildings, the hill forts, the town centers, and that, while it's not at all going to be able to level the playing field in terms of the food income you get from fish, it does help soften the blow.
Yeah, it does. And remember, this is Anatolia, so he's already got himself that second TC. He's got himself that Asgardian Bastion. That's already 3 food per second if he gets there.
Yeah.
And just spamming out hill forts, never a bad idea on Anatolia, because securing the middle is so good. Such high value. And nice little trade, getting 2 hoplites almost for free there for Magic.
I actually do like what Magic's doing though. Like, he obviously knows that Nullus really, really wants a heroic age. And this means that Nullus isn't going to be spending resources on military units. Nullus is forced to with this. So Magic is, while it's not, I don't know if it's going to quite be able to force Nullus to stay in the classical age, because the food is ticking up. He is going to get some good value here with this attack, and pushing off this gold mine will hurt Nullus a bit. I think Nullus has made the same mistake that Magic made last game in going onto his back gold mine first.
Ah, true. Do you see the danger here for Magic, though? If you look at his army, it's throwing axemen and it's infantry. And the moment Nullus gets to the heroic age, he's going to start spamming out Hypaspists. And he's going to add to the mix maybe just 5 Peltas to take care of the throwing axemen. And then Nullus is going to steamroll Magic. There's no way that the classical Norse army will compete with the even bronze on top of everything, right?
Nullus is going crazy here.
Yeah.
He's just sending his villagers straight in underneath that Asgardian bastion. He's sending villagers off to the bottom side or the top side of the map as well. A couple of villagers will, without a doubt, go down here. And we do indeed see Aegir coming through for Magic. So he will have an answer to Hypaspis to come through. And that answer is Rock Giants. He can get that taunt in onto the counter infantry units, then all of a sudden the throwing axe can get all the time in the world to snipe them off, and you're kind of good. But there's so many Minotaur here for Nullus. The bronze is going to come through. This is going to hurt Magic quite a lot. And he's not going to want to click Ghoul and Bursty. He might have to just sack maybe the Asgardian Bastion, waiting for Aegir, and then Tempest Ghoul and Bursty in the last moment.
I think that we may be able to see a real fireworks of Ghoul and Bursty, Tempest versus Restoration, Bolt, Bronze, 5 God power simultaneously. And I gotta say, I really favor the Zeus player here. Having 4 Minotaurs on the field already, plus the Hydra, and this full population Greek army very, very soon, with Restoration and Bronze, bruh, it's very, very hard to defend, even with Ghoul and Bursty and Tempest. Probably should use Bronze here, I think.
Yeah, well, there's the bronze coming through. There's the Tempest, the Ghoul and Bursty coming through as those units are getting sent packing. The Restoration going to be preventing that damage from actually having any significant impact. And now Nullus has to retreat back, but he's going to get a couple of units that are frozen here. All the God powers off the table.
Huh.
I don't know who comes out in front right now.
Dude, this is going... For Magic will be very happy with how this turned out. For Bronze and Restoration, it's like the best combination of god powers in Age of Mythology. It used to be Ancestors Eclipse, but nowadays, if you can get Bronze Restoration on an army like this, it's so good. But Nullus doesn't really take much advantage of it. He's just using it to survive the initial impact of Tempest and Ghoul and Bursty, and then he uses it to retreat, you know? Magic's now rebuilding his Asgardian Bastion. He's got a Kraken over on the right side. Just need to make use of it, and he'll be able to get maybe even control of the entire right side. If he sends his military.
Looks like he wants to go to the Mythic Age right now. He's got he's got the resources for it, no? Oh, he got hit with that bug. This is the first time I've actually seen it in a proper game. If you don't have an Asgardian Bastion in the Heroic Age, you can't go to the Mythic Age.
Oh, interesting.
Even though he's built it in the game already, it just the check happens in the Heroic Age for some reason. So he had to rebuild that one there. So his Mythic Age has been delayed a little bit more than it probably should have then.
Well, that's very dangerous for Nullus. Like Nidhogg on Anatolia against Greek. Greek has only got access to 3 heroes as we speak. And that Nidhogg is going to be so good against this Zeus army.
But Magic there's a huge timing here for Nullus to hit. Nullus is spamming units. He's not thinking about the next age. He needs some Peltast here to deal with these thrown action. The Toxotes are great. They should win this fight, technically speaking, but the Peltast are the unit that is scary for a Norse player when they're building Throw an Axeman, because it just erases the Throw an Axeman line.
I'm a bit surprised.
The
Peltast is so good. They also take care of Godi, remember? So if you can get Hypaspist, Peltast, and Hydra or whatever, plus the 2 or 3 heroes, there's no way that the Norse player will be able to compete against it. But yeah, Nullus just going for Hoplites Toxotes. I don't know if this is an old Voobly legacy habit of his.
Maybe, but you also, I mean, you also seeing the Berserks coming through. I can kind of see that he's going, well, if I just build Toxotes, at least I counter everything, so to speak. But
Yeah.
the big problem here is that, yeah, this Nidhogg is coming, and how do you deal with it if you're Nullus? So answer number one is get your fortresses up on gold mines so that you can garrison villages. Answer two is if you can get to restoration, the Nidhogg flies through, the restoration holds your army alive while your Toxotes can actually fire back and get some significant damage down. But Nullus is very far away from that 100 favor, and this Nidhogg is in on top of the Toxotes and ready to swoop in here.
What's happening? Oh, didn't get to see the special. Nice little split
We
here from
cancelled it.
Nolus. Oh, and the Nidhogg's already taking
Beautiful
so much damage. Nidhogg not getting the value that he really wanted, but I don't know if Magic even needs all that damage from the Nidhogg. He seems to be well in the driver's seat here. He's getting Feast of Renown. He's getting Salt Amphora plus Champion Infantry as well. He's got so many good things coming in for him.
Yeah, Magic now moving up. He's found the gold of Nullus, and this is often where the game can just go into the unwinnable sort of portions. But Hera is coming through. That's Lightning Storm. That's a big amount of units that could potentially get picked off here. Nullus has got to be careful. He can bring his villagers back. He can wait this out. He's got a little bit of gold in his main base. He's so far behind on villages, though, Soup, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And yeah, so like you're mentioning, Lightning Storm with Hera, it's a big, maybe ticket back to the game, but also the Bellerophon going to be huge to have access to. Are we looking, how many hill forts has Magic got on himself now? I think he's doing exactly what you said. Just get Feast of Renown and use that for your food income. Let's get 2 there.
Yeah, you don't realistically with Frey, you don't need to have any villages on gold. Sorry, on food. You can just get 3 town centers, 3 hill forts, 6 hill forts, 10 hill forts, and that's your food income sorted. He does have all the fishing ships as well, but nonetheless.
New Asgardian Bastion coming in. It's so good when you can just use your favor like this to not only secure parts of the map but to also boost your economy. Yeah, it just feels really good. There's a lot of Hypaspis here for Nullus, and I think that is going to mean a lot in a fight like this.
Yeah, I think Magic has maybe overestimated his position here. He hasn't managed to kill the fortress off.
Yeah.
I think that these units here with the Hydra, he's going to be able to take out that rock giant. And I don't know about you, Soup, but when I play Norse, I always feel like I've got tons of resources. But I'm like, I can't kill this Greek army. This moment is still possibly going to occur. There's going to be fire giants that's going to get taken out by the Bellerophon. There's going to be Peltas to kill off those Stone Axemen. Hypaspis to kill everything else off. Lightning Storm to come through as well. I'm not sure where this Lightning Storm's being cast.
Looking
but
like
he's
looking like a really good lightning
storm.
storm. Gives so much value.
Yeah.
This
does buy Nullus some time, but Nullus has there's just no villages left for him. I don't know if he can get to that point where his army is just good. Like he needs to spend so many resources on technologies to get there.
He's so far from it. He needs, okay, in late game you don't always need 100 villagers, but at this stage he needs, like you said, he needs so many more technologies. Optimally he would have 100 vills now, but he's got 38. Magic's got 91. It's such, like Nullus will have to win these battles that are coming now so ridiculously hard in order to keep up in economy. Nidhogg is in a bit of trouble here with Odysseus.
Yeah, Nullus is doing a good job dealing with this. Like he's actually taken it out. He did lose I think he lost a couple of fishing ships on the shore. Magic losing that unit, it's not the end of the world. He's got such a huge advantage. And he's getting all his upgrades in. He's getting all the position. Nullus still has 1 town center. And I guess he's just waiting for him to get himself all of those upgrades. He's not really wanting to take a fight right now, but I think he definitely can.
Think Magic can take a fight?
Yeah, I think he should be taking a fight right now. Look at those fire giants to come through. Those things are disgusting.
There's no Bellerophon out on the field for Nullus, and that's because he's struggling so hard for gold. And yeah, doesn't want to be there anymore. Magic takes it.
And it was a great game played by Magic. I think Nullus, actually, to be honest, I think Nullus was in the driver's seat. He did what he wanted, but he threw I think he threw the position when he sent those gold villagers to the center of the map.
Yeah, that was so
I don't think
unnecessary.
he needed. Yeah, he didn't need to. He could have just pulled back, waited for a little bit, and then he would have been totally fine.
Yeah, and then the big moment was, I'm sure we'll see that during the replays. But then the big moment was the 5 god powers used simultaneously, or 4, whatever, however many it was. When you use bronze restoration to retreat from a battle, that's not a good use of your Zeus powers like in the heroic age.
Yeah, you don't want to. I think he was like he might have used it thinking there was no. Maybe the timing was just that tiny bit off. You know, when you use your god power like a second before your opponent hits the heroic age. Like there wasn't a reason really to attack there. He could have gone and just secured the rest of the map and just said, "No worries, we'll just call it a day. We'll wait it out. You can use Tempest away from a town center, please, so there's no Ghoul and Bursty to have to deal with as well."
Yeah.
But yeah, this move here was Nullus. He's already behind on villagers because he doesn't have the town center, and losing this just hurts because he needs all the villages he can get, and this slows down his mythic age and slows down everything else. He does manage to kill the Asgardian Bastion, but here the bronze hits just as magic at the heroic age there.
And I think that shockwave, that the initial burst of the Ghouling Bursty is divine damage, so having bronze does not help you there at all. And see, like, yeah,
Thracian kind of counteracted that damage, so to speak, but the displacement of the army, that's why all those units on the back fell, because they were all
yeah.
displaced and couldn't get out of there.
Either way, if you ask me, this is where Nullus really started to fall behind. When you don't get
Yep.
the value from the bronze restoration versus Norse, you're in a rough spot. And here, Nullus is trying his best to make something happen. This is where magic is going up through hell, so he's taking the nice fight here. He's using Bald on a rock giant. No Peltas to take care of the backline. A bit underwhelming, the Toxote damage here, unfortunately.
Yeah, right here he actually probably should have just pulled he does do it, but maybe a little bit too late. You have to pull those infantry away. You don't want them to be close to the thrown axeman. I've done it many times, and I'm slowly, slowly starting to work out that, you know what, thrown axemen, they do some damage, so let's keep our infantry away from them if at all possible.
Some
But yeah, if you get caught out, you just lose them all.
Yeah, something about the heavy throwing X-Men just seems so much more menacing than the medium throwing X-Men.
Mm,
The
for
silver
sure.
armor.
Yeah, that's right. It's literally just the color. The color just puts fear into your eyes.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
then
now
I guess the final nail in the coffin in this game, right, was Lightning Storm not really getting that like a race of an army that like you sometimes see.
Yeah, the thing about Lightning Storm is if you're in a dominant position, then you can make Lightning Storm do so much work. You can hit your opponent's army, hit their villagers simultaneously, and maybe even, yeah, well, that's optimal use. But if you're on your back foot, you're forced to use Lightning Storm something like here, a bit out in the open, giving Magic enough time to retreat with his army, maybe garrison his villagers or pull them away from the point of impact. So yeah, you see here, like Magic is just he doesn't have to do much. He's got such a sick economy at this stage, more than
Yeah,
2,000 food and gold, so he'll easily replenish his army here.
yeah. When you've got 4,000 resources in the bank, you know you're in a pretty good spot in a game. But so we're going to be moving into the next game. It looks like Alfheim is going to be the pick, and Magic, he's been pretty consistent throughout the tournament so far that I've seen him playing. He sees Alfheim, he picks Kronos. What do you
Dude,
think about this?
so I'm excited to see this matchup. These are probably my two most played gods in the last many months. Like, I love playing Kronos, I love playing Hades,
Yeah,
and from my experience, I will say that this is probably Kronos' favored. I always struggle when I play Hades versus someone like Chemo, who plays a 2-town center Kronos extremely well. I have come up with some gameplay solutions that can really threaten an Atlantean player. You gotta think outside of the box. I don't think you can just go for a straight Athena 2 TC boom and then hope for the best. I think if you do that, then Kronos is going to outboom you, and he's going to come up with some really good stuff.
Yeah, you got to
So
keep those strategies to yourself, Soup. We got to see you executing them and taking the dubs.
come watch
But
my stream.
yeah, we did actually see one. We're actually going to be jumping into it, so I don't think we're going to be able to talk. Well, let's discuss it during the game here because we've got on the right hand corner of the map, we've got Magic playing Kronos, and on the left hand corner of the map, we're going to be seeing that Hades from Nellis. Uh, I do want to. I'm just like a little kid in a candy shop because I just get to chat with you for the next I don't know how many hours watching Age of Mythology games in your brain. Uh, um, I watched one game in this tournament, and I believe it was. I want to say I might get the players wrong, so forgive me. I think it was Mosca against. No, it was El Matador against Eric, and it was a similar matchup. It was Zeus versus no, yes, it was Zeus versus Kronos. And what El Matador did was he sort of mind gamed Eric into thinking that it's not going to be a far second town center. It's going to be this aggressive sort of Zeus, and then he went into like quick 3 town centers and sort of prevented the line of sight from coming through. Is that an option there for Hades at all, or is this something that is only going to be really accessed for one of those powerhouse like aggressive gods like Zeus?
Yeah, so someone like if you're playing Zeus, this will definitely be easier to fake than if you're playing Hades, because with Zeus, you've got access to Bolt. It's not the greatest versus early Atlantean, but you've got access to that. You've got the superior hoplites, more mobility, and the damage against buildings. Whereas if you're playing Hades, you've got, Sentinels. You don't have any particular bonuses for your hoplites. So faking it like that with Athena, I don't think it's going to be as much of an option. Instead, what you could do is go for Ares, and you can do some early shenanigans with the 2 heroes and the Cyclops, and then you can even use an early Pestilence as well to really throw off your opponent. And what you do behind that is honestly up to you. You can go heroic with Underworld Passage, you can do, like you mentioned, 3 TC Boom, or you can even just stay in classical and go for Hippaspists with that sort of Deimos
Ooh.
and add
Ooh.
to them the Hippias. It's a very, very good
Technologies we've never seen before. You're not allowed to use that technology, okay, Soup?
I think versus Atlantean, it's one you really gotta consider, because what do you do? Imagine you're Atlantean and your opponent
Mm,
is building 50% Hippaspist, 50% Hippias, and then he's adding heroes and Cyclops to the mix. What do you do?
yep. Well, I guess what we're going to do is we're going to build mass automaton Soup because we're seeing Leto of all
Damn, I
gods.
didn't.
Normally we see Prometheus here for Kronos, right?
Yeah, yeah, dude.
What does Leto got?
I don't think I never expected this. Well, Lido has obviously the automata, which only costs 6 favor. So, we might see Magic going for some form of automaton spam.
Mm.
There's also access to that technology. I forgot what the name of it is, but it basically gives minus 15% pierce vulnerability to every single unit, including the automata. And versus Hades, who generally tends to often rely on Toxotes, it's going to be a nice little technology to have, right?
Yeah, I think so. And the other thing, I guess, is with these myth units, they've got really high pierce armor. They heal themselves, so I don't care so much about running through this main base of Hades. I don't care at all. I'm just gonna
Nope.
come poke you down, and then I'll run away, and then I'll heal myself back up, and then I'll go back in, and then we'll keep repeating, rinse and repeat, no problems.
Yeah, and like the automata are taking some damage here, but at the same time they're forcing idle time on 5-6 villagers here. Ajax is now in. He deals very little damage in the K gauge, but he's in nevertheless, and he will be able to repent this attack.
Yeah, no, the Ajax, he's a speedy boy, but I could be wrong. I think the Automaton have got 4.5 speed, so they should be able to get away from there. As Magic gets an extra one into the main base, getting even more idle time caused. So after all is said and done, I think he gets what he wants out of this early game. He's also dropped a town center, so he is going for that second town center on the back here, and then the game starts to go on from here. But the big problem that I think Nellis is going to have to figure out how to deal with is mass automaton with 2 heroes, 3 heroes. It's going to be difficult. I think Nellis might even have to start thinking about how he's going to get to the Mythic Age, which sounds a little bit crazy when you're playing against Kronos, but how you can get to the Mythic Age and get out Perseus to deal with these mass automaton. Maybe I'm crazy though.
Dude, I don't even think it's necessarily automaton spam in for Magic. I think, like you said, he dealt so much damage. He got his 2 automata for free, and he built a third one himself for cheap. 6 favor, 90
Yep.
gold, I believe is the cost. And he dealt so much damage with them. He forced Nullis to have a lot of idle time. He forced Nullis to miss macro a bit. Like, I don't even know what Nullis was going for, but you see right now, it's a 5 minute and 30-second town center. This is
Yeah.
because of the early damage from the automata that this is so delayed.
Yeah, very, very late. But when you go for a second town center, a quick one, as a Kronos, that allows the player who goes for the later town center to actually just take their pick of the map. And this town center that Nullus grabs, there's deer on the front, there's deer on the back. If he comes in and just pushes those close to his town center, he's going to have a lot of very, very easy to hunt food.
Yeah.
But no sentinels here, so it's a little bit of a dangerous position, and you might find yourself getting beaten up by a very powerful rear sort of timing attack.
I think, actually, now that you mention it, I think Null should start praying so that he can have a second sentinel on his forward town center, because it's such massive value to have that extra line of sight.
When you said praying, I was like, hang on, in the literal sense? No.
No. Pray at his temple with his villagers.
Yep.
Like here, can you imagine just the sentinels, how much value that would give him?
Yeah, for sure.
Bit greedy going for the forward hunt here.
Yeah, there's he didn't need to put a granary up at all. He could have just sent a village, like his villagers, and then shot them back close to the town center.
True.
It's one of the most important parts of two town center play to kind of like if you got an almost amazing town center, you do this thing and now it just becomes like, well, now I can't do anything. He's got food underneath this town center.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. I think Magic actually didn't kill off all of the deer there, which may be a little bit of a mistake.
He killed off some of them.
Yeah, he's being kind.
What you mentioned about Magic's second TC is actually really, really bad, like you said. And right now he's got 2 farms set up. He's going to set up multiple farms soon enough. And he's going to delay his heroic age timing by quite a bit. Nulls is going to be able to hunt. He's going to be able to go to berries. He's still got plenty of cows. And I think that's a really good sign for Nulls here. He'll be going into the mid to late game a lot more smoothly due to having access to so much food.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little surprised from like what Magic's doing. Like, why go for farms? You can come up to the top. Maybe it's dangerous. But there's food up the top of the map. It's not that far from the town center. I guess Magic is just like I'm going to take my advantage of the faster town center. I'm going to invest into, like, I guess, villager security, so to speak, so that he's never going to get raided. And he's just going to say, well, that was my advantage, and I'm just going to now look for trying to poke and prod you and get you out of position to some degree.
I think you're right. Once again, observers, we have omniscience. It's very easy for us to say. But if you look at that top corner, there's 3 gold mines, and there's plenty of food. All you need to invest into is something like 30 golds worth of walls, and you can secure all of that for yourself. We do see Magic making his move up there now, so we'll see if he gets the walls down. It's such a nice, secure area with so many resources there. Nice
snipe on the villager. Yeah, it is. There is like this still the tiniest bit of legacy bias, so to speak. Age of Mythology. The Titans, the citizens with 3 population, and you didn't need walls because you could just build a manor and it was totally fine. But now 2 population citizen, and we are seeing Magic dropping those walls, so he is well and truly adapted, and he's going to be completely fine in that top position. Now, I guess the other thing that's a little bit scary, Soup, would be if Magic can't get access to this forward town center at some point in this game, then all of a sudden, Nullus is going to have full access to that top side of the map. Even with the walls, he's just going to break them down. He's going to be able to get a huge gold star going. There is rarely you see on Alfheim, there's like serious gold star potential. But in this one, you control the middle of the map, you control everything.
Well, you do see there's a gold mine over by Null's the second TC. He's got a Null's on the top side of his front of his home TC. So you're talking like mid to late game at this stage. Yeah.
Yeah, mid to late game. The lose condition, so to speak, for the Kronos is if you don't get that map control and start pushing forward, I guess.
Yeah. Also keep in mind, Knowles is playing Hades, so he's got the Vault of Erebus. So
Yeah.
realistically speaking, Hades, all you need is really 2 large gold mines. But once again, Magic doing a lot of damage. He's getting the snipe off here. He's gotten the better boom off. So even though not much has happened this game, all in all, I do think Magic is pulling ahead. We do see Rhea coming in very shortly for Magic as well.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see Rhea coming in. Like we've been seeing Hyperion after Hyperion after Hyperion, but this god is really strong now. You get the double behemoths, which are actually quite useful. You get the Murmillo or infantry technology as well, with Mail of Orichalco, so they're really strong. And yeah, there's a lot of really good options here for Magic to build a really powerful army.
Yeah, dude. I think the double behemoths, plus we do see a third one being produced already from Magic. It just represents such a cool power spike that you can really throw off even like a Hades player off guard. Because when you're playing Hades, you're thinking to yourself, I'm walled up, I've got my town center, I've got my Toxotes. But then all of a sudden there's 3 giant dinosaurs poking at your base, and you don't have the defense to defend against this.
We are seeing Apollo coming through, which means there's no Aphrodite to hold. And the big thing here that Nullus is missing, he does get the Sentinels down.
Yeah,
the big thing that Nullus is missing is those archers. He's now making some Toxotes, but what he needs, like in the last game, is Peltast.
Yeah, probably right. We'll see if he gets them when he gets Apollo here. Also, maybe a second Manticore would be huge for defense. He's not quite there in terms of favor, but something to keep in mind. Although, dude, Trader is available against the Manticore. If he manages to snatch the Manticore before it uses its special attack, he will be. Then it's going to Magic who's going to be able to use it, and he can use it on either the hoplites who are massed, or he can use it on a mass of archers, insofar as Nullus decides to get a mass of archers.
Yeah, and we see the restoration coming through. I would actually almost consider just deleting my Manticore here as it's running in. I'm sure Magic's got his eyes on that. Trader to come through immediately, and there goes that special huge damage onto the hoplites as Magic does just pull back. His arcs are going to be really helpful here with the front line of behemoths, but those heroes are actually doing really well here soon.
The issue with these behemoths is they're slow as hell, and when you hit the behemoths from behind, they take a lot of damage. They kind of rely on that armor they have where when units hit them from the front, they barely take any damage. But once they hit them from behind, not only are they slow as hell to get out of there, they also take, a lot of damage. And we saw that there, 3 behemoths going down very easily. And Magic's building 2 new ones. Hello.
Yeah, he's really enjoying these. He's not really going to be building any units, any melee units yet. He does pre-queue Mail of Orichalcos. He does get himself the medium infantry technology as well. The thing is here is like, what is your army composition actually going to be looking like here? One thing that's always been powerful for the Atlanteans against Greeks, against Egyptians, and against the Atlanteans as well is Destroyer Arcus. I wonder if that's what he's actually thinking about. He's building some Murmillo, but he wants to go for Destroyer Arcus. He's got to get a hefty amount of palace through to start building them.
I don't think you can do that versus Greeks nowadays, because Greeks has got access to Peltasts and Hypaspists. And the pure counter units are just so much better than they were in Legacy. I think that's the reason why we don't see Arcus Destroyers as much. It's because both of those units have really heavy counters, and a well-microed opponent is going to be able to take advantage of that. And once again, dude, 3 behemoths. This is an Arcus Behemoth combination of units. Very rare that we get to see that, but the bonus 5, wait, how much is it? 20 range, and the Arcus is actually really paying off for Magic here.
Yeah, he's got that ability to sort of space the enemy army, and Magic's got the control to do that really well. This behemoth thing here is so interesting to me, because it's like, it's literally just, the idea is that's his front line. He's now making some some counter units, or not counter units, some front line with Murmillos, I should say, and
Yeah.
he's making some Caraballister as well. But the front line of the Behemoth, these things, they do actually pack a punch. If you put them onto like some Peltas to start getting damage done, they actually have quite a bit of hack damage.
Yeah, I'm sure. And I think for Nolus, what is he sitting at now? 8 Peltas. It's not quite enough. If he gets to even just 16, it's gonna be very difficult for Magic because, like you said, he's building Caraballists as well. Those are also getting hard countered by Peltasts.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, what's the unit that you're gonna need to build to beat those Peltas then? As we see in Underworld, we're not going to be talking about this anymore. It's Underworld to come through. Nullus is ready to get in onto this back gold mine and start causing some serious pressure onto Magic. I think this is maybe in the wrong spot. He should be up at the top side of the map to kind of block those top 3 gold mines, but nonetheless, getting some good damage done. There's another trader onto that Manticore at the top.
I think we just missed it, but once again, like you trader the Manticore, it's right on top of those Peltas. You use that special attack, and then you get the hell out of there. It's looking very, very good here. And now I think this combination of units is working out for Magic here. It's got the Behemoths, like you said, tanking in front, and then just a big Archibald in the back.
These Metropolis also in. This is kind of wild. He hasn't been able to get any like decent position there. He didn't have time to set up any walls, and that both Metropolis ended up falling to the Behemoth. The Behemoth also going down very quickly as Nullus, he's playing around that directional plating of the Behemoth beautifully by attacking at the backside. He gets max damage from the Achilles.
Yeah, and Nullus is kind of looking all right here. He's got some Peltasts remaining here. I think Magic's done a good job of actually sniping them with Arcus, but so many hoplites remaining. These are Athena hoplites with the Aegis shield. They have the heavy infantry upgrade as well. And Atlas is coming in for Magic, though. Yeah. It's looking good for Nullus. But
Atlas on the way will mean that these units can get deleted. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Implode prevents garrisoning. I could be getting confused.
No,
with
you're right. You're right.
So you're not able to run away from it through the Underworld.
I don't think it prevents garrisoning, but if you do garrison into a fortress, they're just going to get sucked out again.
True.
But with the
something else, I know there's some god power that prevents garrisoning. Might be one of the Chinese ones, but anyways, Magic
you're not going to
drop that.
Point is, you cannot retreat through the Underworld passage. That's just you cannot do that during Implode.
Yeah. All right. Well, Nullus still trying to hit this position here. Implode obviously going to get a huge amount of value. There he goes. Going to take down all those Peltas and the villagers there as well.
And that, he cannot use the Underworld passage. That's such a good move here for Magic. And Nullus has no time to react. He's almost losing that Underworld passage. Sure, he can use it if the Argus just micros.
Turn the Argus to smack it.
Disaster for Nullus.
The population for might seem like it. Nullus is still in the lead on population here for the time being.
Oh, yeah.
He's got himself his entirety of the map set up. I don't think he needs to finish the game right now. He just needs to get back to full population, get to that huge Greek power army, and just keep doing what Nullus does best, which is just defend and make really good decisions.
True. I think I saw. Yeah, he's queued up 1 Petropolis, and he's already got 2 out at the moment. And like you said, he's got the military advantage on top of it. He's now sieging down the forward town center instead. So, okay, he gets repealed from the one place, and now he's just attacking on another. This is like relentless from Nullus.
Yeah, well, the Argus to start pushing. You got to be careful. You can't sit on that goop there. The damage is gigantic when it pops. You also see another trader. I imagine that was on a Petropolis. Is my guess. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
there it is.
Good micro targeting the Petropolis onto the other Petropolis of Nullus, and now Nullus has lost 2 in the process.
But Nullus's population is still standing pretty solid at the 170 here. He's getting his units out. He's going to be able to clean up this other Argus with his Ajax. Maybe not quite completely, but get a huge amount of damage done before he gets sniped down. And the walls to get set up. We already mentioned it, but if this town center in the middle of the map falls, Magic's position does start to get very, very difficult to defend.
Yeah, and Yeah, Magic seemingly did a good job with that implode, but right now he's just not finding the resources to get a population advantage over Nolus. It seems like he just doesn't have the military numbers that Nolus got. The Peltasks are
Yep.
killing the Arcus, the Mamillos are not finding their targets.
He needs, like, I don't know, he needs some sort of a unit here. My guess is he needs Contarius to start to actually break through this. Like, get the Contarius. The Contarius are going to be able to counter the Pacifist and the Peltast and the Toxotes. Obviously, Hoplites are going to be an option to come through. But Magic can't even get to population here. His economy, while he's at 100 villages, is looking really, really lackluster.
Yep. I think one thing, and I'm not sure if this is true because I'm theorizing a bit here, but I think one thing that Kronos can do in the late game that requires a lot of economy, though, is to have a palace unit composition consisting of fanatics, destroyers, and then probably Arcus in the back. It's an extremely expensive army composition to set up because you need a lot of palaces, you need a lot of upgrades. But I think if you do establish it, I think it can maybe compete with this type of army that we're seeing here.
Yeah, those palace armies. I mean, you're right. Late game, if you can get there, especially, or not, maybe not with Leto because you don't have that super economy, but the town center, not to get into it too much, the town center falling here.
Oh, yeah.
This is really, really bad news for Magic. He's got this score lead, but I don't know why at this point because Nullis, it seems like he's just winning all of these fights. He's got his third town center up. He's the one on the attack. He's getting all of his economic upgrades. I'm not sure where Magic's sitting economic upgrade wise, but it feels like he's not even close to like fully upgraded economy, and he can't compete with this army of Nullis at the moment.
Yeah, there's so many Peltas here right now. One could even argue a bit one too many Peltas, but it doesn't matter. Like, being able to target down the Arcus in the back here, that's all that Nullis really cares about. And you see Magic's army, it's like 90% Arcus, right? So why not have a lot of Peltas? Resto for good measure.
Yeah, he just says, hello, I have extreme amounts of economy,
Yeah.
and you don't. That's what that was. It was just
Yeah.
like, Magic, come on. Let's see what happens here.
Magic's ahead in score, and the unwritten rule is you cannot resign a game if you're ahead in score, so that may be what we're waiting for here.
Yeah, the other thing that's really, really scary when you're in this position as the Kronos player, you're saying it's bad to have this many Peltas, but when Artemis comes through and it's now pre-queued and you get Shafts of Plague, all of a sudden those Peltas start killing things that they maybe feel like they shouldn't be killing. You get that bonus, that poison damage, getting I think it's 1.5 divine damage per attack over a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's over 6
yeah,
seconds, but yeah, it does add
yeah.
up to 1.5, yeah.
You get a lot of firepower when you get there, and Artemis is going to be on the way. That's beautiful there. Sentinels to come through, and an earthquake on the main base of Magic. That's going to be very, very painful.
Oh yeah, it is. Deconstruct used just to take down this fortress, but it's just going to be rebuilt. Magic does not have the military presence to stop it from being rebuilt.
I mean, well, the one saving grace right now is that Magic does have himself fortified town centers. Nullis doesn't. So population-wise, Magic is actually in front in terms of max pop. But even if he gets to max pop here, I don't even see how he beats this army. Pure Peltas versus pure Arcus, it's just not gonna break. And we're starting to see a transition into Contarius.
Oh, really? Are we? Heavy Contarius being researched. The thing is, you know, he's paying 600 for heavy wait, is it how much? 450 for heavy Contarius, yeah. And then 900 for champion Contarius if he wants to. It's an expensive transition that he's making here. And even if he gets there, you know, Nullis, he's got the perfect counter. Just makes hoplites and even Toxotes in the back.
And he's already got them queued up. Like he doesn't even think. That's just second nature. Oh, you're building cavalry, no worries.
Yeah.
We've got the answer.
Yeah.
But like Magic has to try something, right?
Yeah, for sure. Also, the mobility of Contarius who knows? There's so many walls for Nullis. He's playing the Alfheim game very beautifully here. So the mobility of Contarius is not going to be of much use, unfortunately, for Magic.
It's vintage Nullis. He's always been like known for this. Like he's fundamentally speaking is one of the best to ever do it.
It's like
The earthquake.
you and I, we
Yeah.
both know building walls is good, making side builds that's good. But Nollis, he just does it, and while he does it, he macros perfectly, and he's fighting all the fights well, and he's microing
Yeah.
all of it. It's very impressive to see.
I think Magic does luck out a little bit with that earthquake. I don't know if you agree or not, but doesn't really kill any houses. Maybe he did actually. Maybe I'm wrong. He dropped down to 145 pop. Okay, maybe it was a great earthquake. I take it all back.
Well, Nollis did use it on the second TC rather than the home TC, so you know. It's still a good town center. He's forcing idle time on these farmers. He's obviously killed a bunch of buildings in the process, and it's not even like Nollis needs the power spike from the earthquake. He'll take anything, and yeah, sure. It's just gonna make it that much easier for him.
Oh, chaos
New
onto the
trailer.
Chimera, but those Peltast have got their poison arrows already, so if that Chimera goes down.
Did you see that? The Chimera used a special attack, and then it got traitored, and it used a special attack again. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so it's basically just resets the unit.
Ah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Now
So you don't even have.
and it's Soup's brain getting even bigger than, than it already is.
So you don't have to. You don't even have to traitor the unit before it uses its special.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what other angle Magic has here. Realistically, here, Nullis, if he just walks to the south of the map, that's the final little bit of gold
Yeah.
which Magic has. Magic, he's got 1,000 in the bank right now. He's trying to get out champion Ontarius, but you know, at a certain point, if the numbers are there, it doesn't matter if you've got the counter unit. Like,
No.
there's 118 pop, probably going to be something like 70, 80 pop max of Clontaris. It's just not going to be able to break through these archers.
And look at Nollis' Q. It's literally just hoplites and Helepolis.
Yeah, we don't really normally see those siege units all too often, but you know, when you're this far in front, it's good to just break through the buildings and then force your opponent out of the game. Magic does tap out. Nullis is on the board. Nullis not going away without a fight here. I mean, we always know his Hades is so good. We didn't really get to get into it, but he made a name for himself in Legacy for just being this unkillable Hades, and he showed why that is in this game.
Yeah, and he did it actually with pretty standard Athena things in the beginning, and then the big play was the Underworld, actually.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was a perfect Underworld, but he just made it work so well.
Yeah, it definitely didn't look like it was a perfect underworld. It seemed like Magic was breaking through there and winning. I don't know if maybe there was like a miss micro moment, or maybe Nullis did something really tricky there, but it just seemed to just flip in a moment. And I think maybe it was. I hate to say it. I think maybe Magic just going to the Mythic Age was the problem there. He lost his tempo, and he didn't have the units to be able to produce to beat that underworld. So Nullis just found a timing out of nowhere.
Yeah, it could be. Like when you rely on that Mythic Age power spike with that God power, you tend to just fall back for a bit until you hit it. And then during that process, Nollis was walling up the map. He was building more production buildings. He was just setting himself up for a good old spam war, which when you are online as Hades, you are inevitably going to win that against Kronos.
That's exactly right. I mean, I was a little bit surprised we didn't. I mean, we didn't really see this moment. This is the big moment here where we're
Yeah.
like, wow, Magic, he's in the driver's seat. He's got everything he needs. He charges forward with the Behemoth going after the town center. The Behemoth kind of struggling to find their
Oh,
pathfinder to get
see how
onto the.
fast they go down.
Yeah,
That's the
and especially when you're running away, because
yeah.
their special ability, you know, if they're facing the right direction, they got extra armor. But yeah, they're on the retreat path. They are paper.
These behemoths, they're so hit or miss. If you do win the fight, and if you are able to siege your buildings down, they're doing such a good job. But once things turn sour, once you're beginning to lose, you lose hard because those things will not be able to retreat, and you're pretty much just left having to sacrifice them anytime you lose military
Mm.
presence over an area.
Yeah, I almost think that this is just like I mean, you're not wasting as many or not spending as many resources as you think when you're building Behemoth, because as Kronos, you're getting like 20% of it back. But even then, that's still a hefty amount of resources going into Behemoth that realistically didn't get the value. Maybe a different angle here for Magic was, get the third town center up a little quicker, or maybe drop down a handful of Palace, maybe play a little bit more for that late game comp you were talking about, destroy Fanatics and some Arcus as well, or just securing the map and all those sort of stock standard things you can do, and then start pressuring with like the superior economy. But this is the big fight that was a little bit wild. Like you looked at it and you're like, this is kind of looking good for Magic. It's looking, wait, where's Magic's army? It's not here. Oh, he's going Mythic Age and he's getting heavy infantry. And all of a sudden, Nullus is just like, I've got all my dudes here and I'm going to win.
Yeah. Yeah, and the behemoth, they're just going down so hard. Even though Null's only had 2 heroes there, he's just taking care of the behemoth so quickly. And while that's happening, the Peltas are going to town on the back line. The Hoplites are tanking up a ton. And then the implode hits right here. That was such a good implode, actually. Hitting villagers, hitting the foundation of the fortress, hitting almost the entirety of Null's army.
Yeah, it's almost like the damage which Nullus did was like counteracted. But that just means that now Nullus has got a Mythic Age power spike as well that he's going to get a little bit later.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. Like, it's like, yeah.
Well, that's the power of Underworld too. You're forcing your opponent to sort of move their army behind. And that, when you're playing Hades, that just gives you time to take over control of the map, wall off the other sides, gain control of your town centers, and just, get to the point where you want to be with Hades.
Yes, indeed. Well, our next map is going to be coming through here, Soup. It's going to be on the map Steppe. We're going to actually do a little bit of a show here as, wow! A certain Mosca playing out of his mind here.
What in the world?
3-0.
Mosca taking down Tiger Boss 2-0, taking down Tunison 3-0. I did not have this on my bingo board. Did you?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I did. I got the screenshot proof and everything. I'm
What,
gonna
really?
take this one. Yep.
Okay.
I didn't call it 3-0, but I did think that Mosca had the advantage in this one. I think Mosca's
interesting.
had a really, really tough draw, and I think he's a really powerful. He lost to Chemo. He almost beat Chemo. And
that's true.
Yeah, he just had a really tough draw. I mean, obviously, Tunison also had to play Mister. So,
Yeah.
Mister did also, and he did to get a win against Mister. So Tunison obviously really, really powerful. But there you go.
3-0.
Mosca the king.
Dude, whenever Mosca plays ladder, he seems to be playing Poseidon 9 out of 10 times. So I instinctively just thought Mosca, super solid player, has the ability to get to a top 16 in a tournament just because he's so good at the game. But more so than that, he's not going to be able to compete with players like Tunison because he's a Poseidon one-trick pony. But clearly I'm wrong. Clearly Mosca is a beast.
Nope. He plays them all. He's got a deep god pool that he has not shown anyone. But let's talk about this game. I wanna go. I'll watch that series in my own time. I'm very excited. That's going to be a fun one. Set versus Odin on Steppe here. Soup. Very, very open map. Set's got access to the Wadgets, which we've seen Mister use. He's got access to the Anubites, which we've seen Chemo use. What has Odin got here?
Odin's got Raiding Cavalry, he's got Thundering Hooves, and he's got Valkyries. I think that's what he's going to be banking on. But, we'll get into this when we see the map. There is, I do think this game, it often looks like it's going to be a raiding game because it's such a wide open map. But in reality, that the way that this game is being played out, oftentimes is just about that secondary gold because it's so exposed and it's so hard to get to. And when you got a Set versus Norse matchup, Nullus is going to have a hell of a time trying to secure that second gold mine.
Well, we're going to be finding out momentarily here as we get into game number 4. Nullus' tournament life on the line here. Can he figure it out as we are jumping in? And Magic here, the Set on the left-hand corner in the blue color, and Nullus, the Odin, on the right-hand side of the map.
Can you just look at Null's gold mines for a second? His first one, very, very safe and secure, especially if he gets the tower upgrade. But where does he
Yep.
go from there? He's
North.
obvious. He
He's
goes
got to go
north.
north. There's no
But
other way. There's no other place to go.
if not north, then what? There's absolutely nothing. So if you're Magic, and obviously he's playing set, he's got access to vision, he's got access to a bunch of animals for scouting, so he'll be able to get a really nice overview of the map relatively early in the game. You're a
Mm.
set player, Boyd. Tell me, what do you do if you see a map like this?
Well, this map is there's two things I'm scared of when I'm playing against Odin. You know, we've talked about it actually between ourselves quite a bit. You know, I'm scared of a quick second Valkyrie, as said. I really am because you know, one Pharaoh, one priest, that's not enough to defend against all that stuff. My Nubites start to become useless at the very start of the game against that. So just because of that fact, I want to just put the Nubite to the side because I'm scared. I'm not able to do it. Maybe Null, maybe Magic can, but I'm not able to make that work. The Wadgets, on the other hand, the big death ball and just sit there on one gold mine having shifting sands. Dude, one town center, full send here onto that position. That's going to be tough here for Nullus to hold. He's going to have to get a really, really good fight, a really great engagement, and catch Magic out.
Yeah, and the fact that Steppe is such a wide open map, it does mean that during the time from when Nolus hits Classical Age to the time where he has to go for that second gold mine, there's a lot of openings for Nolus to either get some really good raids off, to win some small battles, some small skirmishes here and there. And he definitely needs to get that going, because if nothing happens for the first 11 minutes and then we have Nolus moving up north for that secondary gold, I think if nothing has happened before that time, then the Magic army of what you said, Deathball with Wadgets of and just a bunch of barracks units, doesn't even matter which. It's just going to be too hard for Odin to deal with.
It kind of doesn't matter what he builds. It does. It really does. But you know, it's all about positioning, right? Like
Yeah.
if you, and when you've only got one position to really think about, all of a sudden it doesn't matter about position because you just put the units there and you just take your hands off the keyboard
Yep.
and let the game kind of carry you to victory there. That being said, like what other little tricks here can Nullus potentially do? Is there anything that you've come up with that you think that Odin can maybe do to maybe find a little cheeky advantage here? A little forest fire here, a little Valkyrie maneuver over there, maybe like a frost or something, a Njord. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so what you mentioned, double Valk in the early game, just for early pressure and to maybe find a villager pick here or there would be really good. What he needs then is just, I would honestly go pure raiding cavalry in the beginning just to see if I can get some value with those. And then I would go from there and transition over into throwing axemen because he's going to need those units too.
Yeah.
And then what you said about Frost, maybe Frost is actually what he needs, because Magic will place his entire army up in the north there. And then if you use Frost on half the army, and then you utilize your big army to attack the non-frosted units, I can maybe see Knowles actually winning the big fight then and there. And that's kind of what he needs to secure that gold up on the top. It's gonna be rough, but maybe Frost is what's gonna do it.
There is we're talking about, well, how do you get the extra Valkyrie? How do you get this stuff going? There's some little tricks here for Norse, which if you're not aware of, you're just not going to realize you can do this. So one thing you can do is immediately once you hit the classical age, or even beforehand, start attacking hunt on the map. Each one of these Hersa is going to get a huge amount of favor to give you resources. Another way you get, probably that's a lot of goats. Another way
Yeah.
you can get favor nice and early is you can kill your chickens off. You can kill your goats off. You can go and there's a couple of different ways to like kind of just get that stuff going. We're not seeing that from Nullus. He's just making Hersa, and you know, maybe wow, he just doesn't get any goats at all. This is not ideal at all for Nullus. I think he's
There's a
found
lot
himself.
of.
This is similar to the Ghostlight game. He's really dug himself a hole already.
I don't think it's as bad on this map as the other, because we do see two nice packs of deer in front of Knowles' base. Unfortunately, he did get his boars stolen by the priest, but still, he's got even a second great hunt available if he wants to. But if not that, he's got two big chunks of deer in front of his base, so he will be able to get the food that he needs. before he has to go for that big second gold mine. I don't think all of this food inside of Magic Space is going to be that important actually here.
No. It's more that it's just Nullus doesn't have any, right? That's
Yeah.
more the problem because he's going to be stuck in his main base. Plus, we haven't talked about it, but half of his food, the berries, they're sticking out like a sore thumb. Whether or not Magic is going to want to push out and start harassing that or not, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just wants to just say, no worries, do whatever you want for a little bit. I'm going to sit in my main base. There's a world here where, with Nullus buying things like watchtowers, that sort of world is slowly getting smaller and smaller, but he could move forward and try and enjoy some of those deers in the middle of the map while Magic is turtling in his base.
I think you should go for the deer, because there is, when you're playing Norse versus Egyptian in the classical age, you always know that there comes a time, usually around the 8 or 9 minute or something like that, where you just don't beat the Egyptian army anymore because the Egyptian numbers and just the way that the two Norse and Egyptian armies work, you just won't be able to win a fight anymore. So what I usually like to do when I play Norse, up until that point, I try to maximize whatever I can get from the map up until then. So that means don't go on berries now. Instead, you go on both deer packs, and also up until that point, you really want to be raiding consistently, because it's very unlikely that the Egyptian player is even going to leave their base. We do see some.
Well, you're saying that right now, but some blue units are coming out. They do decide to turn back as the units come into Magic's main base. And I'm like thinking about what you're saying right now. What if Nullus, I mean, this is pretty crazy, but what if Nullus was on the second gold mine already, leaving gold in his main base?
Ooh, I like that idea. What if he was? And it's so close. It's so close to where he's mining right now. That would be such a big play if he did that.
Well, we can theory craft it and say whatever. It's not what's happening. So for everyone who's struggling with your own games, give it a try and tell me how badly we lose games with our own theory crafting.
I think on this map in particular, where the second goal is so close, I think it just makes so much sense, and it does force the Egyptian player to move outside of their base already now, and then in turn that opens up the possibility for this mobile Odin army to catch units out like we're seeing here. Even getting just one spearman, it's perfectly fine for Nulls if you can do that. He'll happily take that, I'm sure.
Yeah, this army, however, that Magic, we're seeing Yord pre-queued here. This is not the Frost I was expecting, but maybe with a, I don't even know if I like this. He's gonna go in for maybe Jarls or something. He's gonna have the Walking Woods to help out in the army to give a little bit more of a boost. The one thing that Magic is doing, which we haven't really seen, or actually we did see it happen once. But I'm gonna dive into the very, very old games at the very start of Retold. It was like a Rappel versus Kavoth game. Kavoth went spears Wadgets, and he actually ended up losing that entire army to Rappel in that game. I think if Nullus plays this one correctly, he can actually beat this army composition, especially now that it's been revealed to him what's coming.
You know what would beat this army comp? You know what Odin army would beat it? Pure Herse with Sesrumia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
it's
armor upgrades.
And you're also going to grab yourself all of the Valkyries as well after the fact.
Yeah, and you can spam so many of them if you actually get them out. The issue, of course, is you need to hide them while this Spearman Wadget combo is being built.
Yeah.
But if you manage to do so there, it would be golden. This Njord, I'm struggling to see what value this is going to provide. 7 Walking Woods for defense isn't going to do much here.
I mean, do they kill off the... He doesn't even have the heroes to deal with the Wadgets at the moment. He's got a whole bunch of Berserks queued up. That's not a terrible idea against Spearmen, but they die so quickly to the Wadgets so that I don't think it matters. And just look at the queue for Magic. He just goes, let me just play piano on my keyboard. I'm gonna just hit QWE over and over and over again and just spam these units out. But look at this here from Nullus. He's doing a little bit of a Magic action. One thing that Magic hasn't set up, which we often see from players like the Mister, Recon, Rappel, is the obelisks. They're not on the map. He doesn't know that the villagers are over here.
He should have, realistically, Null should have walked past like 3 or 4 obelisks on his way over to that gold mine.
Yeah. And this is going to give him a lot of time. He can now get himself out the Goatee. He can probably even go into some Jarls as well. I don't know. It's probably pretty expensive.
I don't think Jarls is not going to be the case.
I guess he just needs to throw an Axeman, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't even know. He needs a heavy upgrade for either infantry or well, for infantry realistically, and he needs to get a bunch of infantry out. See if he can find the value with the heavy line upgrade over the classical age Egyptian army.
And look
Because
at
he,
this also behind, just completely aside from that, Magic just leaves that gold mine. He doesn't put an obelisk up on there, so or maybe he has one. I can't see. Anyways, and now he's seeing Null's forcing a fight here. This is what
yeah,
I think this is what Magic wants. I think he wants to take this fight. He's completely fine with it.
there's no heavy upgrade in Fornalis. I don't understand why he's taking this fight. Like, he spent 1,200 resources to get 7 walking woods and a mountain giant, basically. I don't think that's worth it.
No, but the throwing axemen here, they're in a really good spot. Finally, the slingers are starting to take them out. Population-wise, it's looking like Nullus is getting close to equal here, which will be in its advantage. The Wadget's falling on the back, and I think this is just a completely control problem. Nullus, he's confident, he pushes through. Now the throwing axemen are going to be falling, but the repopulation is going to be coming through for Magic here.
This is so well done from Nollas. I never saw this coming. The walking woods actually providing so much value here. I think they tanked a ton of what the slingers did. And they also dealt really well with the Wadgets. And all in all, this Nollas army, this medium Nollas army in the heroic age, just doing so well against Magic. And now Magic's stuck in the classical age. And he's got an inferior army to Nollas, who's in the heroic age.
There are some ways to go wrong here for Nullus. He feels like he's got an advantage, but when you get an advantage against Egyptian with Norse, pushing and trying to win in that moment is very rarely the right move. You've got to kind of, I like this word. I've been starting to use it. You've got to consolidate the position. He's starting to build these buildings at the back, get a town center, get a hill fort, get economic upgrades, just get something extra, and then just wait for the next thing and win the next fight and win the next fight. You can't be throwing any of that stuff. But here's what Magic needs to do. Great raid over here. Finds the villages. He needs to sort of slow this economy, or this huge economy train of Nullus down, as he does get a couple of kills.
Yeah, that's a big raid. Exactly what Magic needed here. 4 villagers dead in the process. Maybe could have wished for a bit more, but Magic definitely going to take that. Magic ahead by 10 vills. Just keep in mind, this is Odin versus Set. Norse generally tends to have a better economy than Set, so it's not as grim as it may look for Nolus here.
Yeah, the hard part is just making sure he's on gold mines, because he needs to remacro up an army and take another good fight. He's trying to get raids. He's got to distract while he's trying to build this army up. He is going for Vikings here. He wants to make raiding cavalry, but there's still a huge amount of these spearmen coming through. I like the idea because it gives him access to really beating axemen, but there aren't any axemen out.
I don't know. I feel like this is a bait, this Vikings. It's
a little bit.
Look at the army here for Magic. He's actually managed to replenish his army, and we're actually getting now to the point where the food situation matters a whole lot. Null's not having access to the goats, Magic having access to all of the goats that he did. This is the reason why Magic is able to replenish his army so easily here. Well, still 14 goats remaining. It's insane. And now a new raid over onto the gold mine.
Yeah, he hasn't spotted that gold mine on the left. Out of sight, out of mind. But, these are the positions where Magic is at his best. When, there's villages kind of all over the place. You've got a villager in the middle, a group of villagers on the hunt in the middle. You've got the villagers on the bottom now getting spotted over here, as he is now going to retreat away. And that's more villager kills, but they will be throwing axemen coming over to defend, so it won't be as bad as it could have been. A good defense there from Nullus, but he's now onto the right-hand side, and this is where, Nullus is also good at this. He likes to do these kind of, I'm on the right side, I'm on the left side, I'm on the right side, and we'll see if Magic can actually convert his significant military advantage in this game.
What's going on here?
He just got Jotuns.
Yeah, I see.
We're on the old build.
Well, there's one big unit for Nolus, but not much more. These slingers are targeting down the throwing axemen, and Magic takes it.
Yeah, that was...
that
was so well played by Nullus up until that moment of, oh wait, I actually want to fight. Oh wait, that's the moment where you've got to consolidate that position, like I was saying, and Magic, he just He does the only thing that he can do in that spot, which is just spam dudes out again, and he's going to
Yeah.
be able to get that second army out. So you just have to expect that that's going to come. But incredibly well played game and series from Magic.
Yeah, most definitely. Just the big goats and the hunt that he was able to secure in the archaic age coming in clutch.
Yeah.
So the goal control game plan didn't quite work out, but then luckily for Magic, he still had that insane amount of food left in his base that he could fall back to, and then get those 50 food, 20 gold spearmen out in heaps, right?
Yeah. It's just the way it's how Egyptian gets their wins. If anyone out there buddying Egyptian players struggling, just build some barracks, play keyboard on your QWE, play piano on your QWE keys, and just spend all those resources and just get them into the fight. You got to
You
play very
see,
specifically to defend against this sort of stuff as the Norse player.
in this fight, the throwing axeman just manages to sit there and hit and strike the spearman, and I think
Yeah,
that's the big difference between this fight and the last one. You have
yeah.
you have throwing axemen doing their job versus just crumbling to the insane damage that the slingers can dish out.
Yeah, generally, if there's like 7, 8 slingers in a fight, and here's that next one. He pulls back nicely on this one. Actually, the same fight. If there's like 7 or 8 slingers on a fight, they're normally taking those thrown axemen out faster than the thrown axemen can kill off the spearmen. But it seems like they just weren't quite managing to make that happen there.
We're back on the main menu. This is the menu
So,
we want to see. All right, what do we have? Arena coming up now?
no, this should be the series is done. No arena.
Oh wait!
We-
Oh my God! Magic
We
takes
missed it. We miss out. We miss out.
No
on it.
arena.
No, I wanted to see arena.
Which god did they have? Gaia Ra? Gaia Ra
Gaia
remaining for
Ra.
Magic, and New
Yeah.
Isis remaining for. Okay.
It would have been
No.
interesting for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, looks like we're going to be taking a short break before we move into our next series, which I believe is going to be the Rapple versus Loki. So we'll be back in a very short amount of time. Don't you go nowhere. Get a tasty beverage, and we'll see you soon. Alrighty, we are back and we have got ourselves the draft all sorted. We've got ourselves a matchup coming at us. Rappel, Loki. Before we jump into this first one, so what are you seeing in this draft that's really popping out to you?
I see a Loki ban for Loki. I think that's pretty much expected. I think that's his favorite god, maybe along with Odin. But other than that, Nuwa ban for Loki is a bit interesting. And Thor ban for Rebel, Ra ban for Rebel, pretty much expected. I think these are just solid high tier picks. And then Rebel first picking Kronos. That's cool to see. What else is there to say? Shenong pick for Rebel. That's obviously cool. Hopefully we get to see some Chinese.
Yeah, we got to see a little taster of Rappel's Shenong yesterday against Recon. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the conclusion of that game, but he's definitely got some tricks with that god that are very, very scary to deal with. What I'm excited to see, though, Soup, is we get to see Rappel's Odin. Rappel is originally an Odin main. He only played Odin on Legacy, basically, right? Up until he started to say, you know what, I need to pick some other gods to get through some of these tough matchups.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited to see him going back to his roots here. Every time I watch his Odin, I'm like, yeah, this guy, he plays this god on every level at an incredibly high rate. I'm very excited. I hope we get to see it in this series.
I think for a long while, people have been really just placing Odin on like bottom D tier or whatever you call that bottom tier. And I think probably for a good cause, Odin has been struggling. But with maybe some recent nerfs in recent patches, and I think maybe a bit of quality of life buffs to Odin as well, I don't think Odin is necessarily all that bad anymore. I think he's got plenty of maps and matchups where he will shine, where he'll excel, especially in the hands of an experienced player like the Ravel.
Yeah, for sure. Well, so first map, and really, really interesting matchup here as well. Bamboo Grove, very, very defensive, but also very, very timing attack-ish. Isis versus Frey. Is there anything here in particular we need to watch out for, or what are you thinking?
This is a new map, and the middle town centers in particular, I haven't quite grasped myself. What is the approach with these middle town centers? Because oftentimes they're going to be protecting behind that town center and the forest. So many resources, so much hunt, so much gold, and obviously there being forest, so much wood as well. So I think if you do secure yourself one of those middle town centers, you're pretty much set and good to go into the late game. But at the same time, you will also allow your opponent to do the same. And we're seeing here Isis versus Frey. Both of these gods are perfectly happy going to the late game. I don't even know who I would rather play as. Probably Frey, to be honest. If this was to go into something like a 2 TC into 3 TC fast mythic, just hypothetically speaking, I think I'd honestly rather play Frey in that situation.
There's if I was maybe playing like a set or a Ra, having access to shifting sands, I might say I'm going to prefer to play the Egyptian here because I can grab that forward town center, like you say, while also preparing to deny the forward town center of my opponent using shifting sands. It's a lot harder with Isis. She doesn't have that mobility and ability to just kind of say, hello there, I've got a whole bunch of dudes on your town center to deny it. What she does have is Plague of Serpents. So there is a world where you drop your far second town center, you go Anubis, you get yourself your barracks, you drop Plague of Serpents on the forward town center, and then you're sending in your Axeman straight away to try and deny it. And then you're trying to force that Frey player back. But,
I like that play.
These are some very specific strategies, which these players have already probably experienced 9 times, 10 times in their scrims, so they're going to be able to play around this stuff. We'll see what they're going to go for. Hey,
I think also we played a game, and you played on this map, and you played Isis, and you went for something of a timing attack with Ancestors Eclipse. I think that's really good too, because that forward town center secures a lot of resources, but at the same time, super exposed, and there's no nearby forest other than it's not directly protecting it. So plenty of opportunities. different
any
direction
sort
you
of
can see here.
any sort of launching pad off that forward town center is going to be great. But we're going to figure out very, very shortly now as we're going to move into game number 1, Rappel, Loki, Isis versus Frey. And here we go. Top of the map is Rappel, the blue Isis. Bottom of the map is Loki, the red Frey.
Let's actually take a look at these middle town centers, Vodka. What are they looking like? So we got the one over here. This is what I'm saying. It's kind of exposed. It's standing there alone. But then you see behind it, there's a gold mine. There's 2 gold mines, and it's the same story over on the right side. Plenty of hunt in the back, plenty of gold mine available if you secure one. And it's just, yeah, they're protecting a lot, but at the same time, they're very exposed. So I do like this map for this feature. It does feel like it's somewhat unique for this map.
Yeah, it's I've said it a couple of times on my own cast. The really cool thing with the Chinese DLC, with the specific way that all these maps seem to work, is that the center of the map has got nothing. The
Yeah.
outside of the map has got everything, which is kind of like almost the flip of what the regular maps are. So I think that the theme is cool, and the games that get played here are really unique. But maybe let's talk about what Rappel's going for here. He's already getting himself a pickaxe. He's going for a very quick Flood of the Nile opening. This is time and time again. This is kind of your standard. Get as many resources as you possibly can. The only problem with this is it slows your advance time down, which does mean that there are some weaknesses you're going to have to potentially deal with. That being said, when you're playing against Frey, Frey also wants to go for a late advance time, gets hand axe, gets pickaxe, and can be slow when it's totally fine, right?
You do have a lot of space available when you're playing Isis versus Frey in the early game. Generally speaking, you're not going to see any early aggression coming out of the Frey player, unless they sometimes 1 out of 20 games
Yeah.
they're going to go for Freya with that early Valkyrie raid.
Okay. Yep.
You might even see.
I was gonna ask. Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have to ask. My little kid inside of me. If Rappel goes for a forward town center here, Lukey spots it immediately. Is there a portable ram rush available? Is that ever exist against Isis, or is the like fast heroic ancestors eclipse too much to defend?
Well, look at the gold mines for Rebel. You know, he's got that first initial gold mine. Other than that, they're quite exposed, aren't they? So if you imagine just a hill fort, an Asgardian hill fort in Rebel's face on top of his base, I could definitely see something like that happening. So you're basically putting on the pressure in front of his base while you're denying the gold mines on the outer skirts of the map. We do see Uller in for Loki.
Yeah, he does the old pre-queue. I don't mind this. I know some people are like, I wish that the pre-queue kind of waited for the dwarf to finish. I don't really mind this. This is kind of like you're going for a 4:15 advance time. You get your dwarf out at 4:30. It's never really
You lose out
bad.
on minimal amount of resources, something like 25 resources you lose here, but then you get that slightly faster advance. So all in all, it's perfectly fine.
But we see the Anubis is coming through for Rappel, so he's definitely. I don't know. He's throwing up a monument as well, so he actually might be going for a 1-town center play here, even with 9 villages on gold. This is a little bit interesting.
Surely it's 2 town centers, don't you think?
I mean, I think it almost has to be, but I personally I wouldn't be dropping. I'm talking about my own specific ISIS here, so this is like too much meta, or whatever. I wouldn't go for the monument because it hurts my position. But it seems like the resources are all in, and this build is absolutely awesome from Rappel. He's going to be able to drop the towns, and he has to walk over there. That's the delay. He's not going to be able to drop it straight away, but he gets the second monument. He's going to be able to build an Anubite pretty much straight away. He's got the food for it, and yeah, early second town center. This is really nice.
He's got Plague of Serpents to either defend his own second TC if Loki tries to put on the pressure, or he can use it on Loki's second TC insofar as he tries to build one. So it's a nice little versatility in that Plague of Serpents in this scenario. Loki does have the house here, so he sees it. It'll be interesting to see what Loki does in response.
Yeah, no, guys, if you guys download this recorder game, study this replay, because this build order from Rappel is absolutely insane. He's already getting himself Necropolis through while getting a second town center, while having 2 monuments. And I would imagine there's an Anubite to come or already out as well. Has he got 2 Anubites? I think he does. So this is just pressure, town center, and problems coming for Loki very, very quickly.
Yeah, Loki, he's getting his Asgardian Bastion now, but he's not considering a town center here at all. Although his resources may indicate that he would want to go for one, it's gonna be hard. And insofar as he does decide to go for one, it's gonna be much delayed compared to what Rabble is getting.
A bit of damage onto the Anubite. I know Loki, he's a very aggressive player, and he also has pretty tight build orders from what I understand. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually, with this hill fort in the positioning that it's in, with the town center that Rappel's grabbed, I wouldn't be surprised to see the portable rams here.
Would be cool. Would be really cool
These
to
barracks,
see it.
those are barracks, not armory. Okay, yeah, this is exactly what Rappel needs to do. He's going to have to defend this. He's scouting, but he doesn't know for certain. You can hide it by just getting the rams into your hill fort and then popping them out when you have 3. But soon we'll know as the observers.
23 favorite. Where did he even get that from?
I think he's just smacking Anubites. He's killed his chickens.
Yeah,
he actually took the time to maybe shoot.
Look at it. He's
down.
getting
It's
it.
coming.
Either
Alrighty.
here.
Well, we're here for action right now, and this is going to be it.
Holy, this is such a risky play to go for because Rebel has got his forward town center, and Rebel is playing it really, really well. He's kind of at least he's playing so defensively that he can have the proper reaction insofar as this does come out. So he's got the 2 barracks up. He's got access to mercenaries from the town center, and he can even send some of his villagers back to start whacking at the portable rams if they come there.
I mean, it all comes down to execution now. Can you snipe the units off with your throw and axeman? Get the Huskal out maybe to deal with the slingers that potentially going to come through.
It's a good pickup here.
All of that other stuff. It's very, 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 very spicy to say the very least. Now, the ram is out. There is an obelisk. Is that an obelisk at the front or a Nubite? Like right to the north of us. Yeah. Okay. So there is an obelisk, and I don't know if Rappel sees this or not. Has Rappel spotted a ram yet?
Oh, I doubt it. I doubt it. What we can see here? No, I don't think so.
Just outside. Luke has got to be careful not to show this.
Yeah, so Rebel, even though he hasn't actually spotted the big army that Loki is accumulating, he's still just building Anubites. He's queuing up QWE, like you're saying, just get a bunch of everything out.
And you have to think about this from the perspective of Rappel. It doesn't matter what's coming for him. He knows there's an attack coming for him because there's no second town center. The Rams now actually revealed.
Yep.
And there's no way Rappel doesn't see this. Rappel is a hawk with his vision. He's always got his eyes on that mini-map. He'll see the red blob, and he knows stuff's coming for him. Can he defend it or not? That's the question.
I think the Anubites should be good at targeting down these rams. There's 3 rams in for Loki, 2 right here, and a third one has just been produced. So the timing has to come in right now, and we'll see. Plague of Serpents used preemptively. Very nice to see.
Plague of Serpents in, those throwing. He's got to pull those cursor away. You can't be having them bash down against Axeman. They do so much damage. 3 rams in, however, as the town center getting taken out very, very quickly. Loki pulling back and trying to make it all work. The Herser to take out 1 Anubite. There's 1 more that he needs to clean up. There's not that many military units here for the Rappel, but he only needs to defend. 1 ram going to be remaining as the villagers to come through. Pharaoh empowering that repair rate is gigantic there. And Loki not able to crack the town center.
This is bad for Loki, obviously, that he doesn't get the town center. But that being said, all the Anubites, save for the one that was just coming out now for Rebel, is gone. And Rebel is, sure, he's ahead by some 15, 16 villagers. But I don't know, there's a potential that Loki can just build 2 new rams and he can do it all over again.
Going for Ring Oath. What do you think? Another hill fort on the front here? there's a lot of slingers getting out a whole bunch of Huskal here as well. The thing that Loki needs here, killing off a town center is whatever. Like if Rappel loses the town center or doesn't, realistically it doesn't matter that much. What matters is the villagers.
Yeah.
And Rappel can run.
Rebel can sack this position and he'll be still perfectly fine, being ahead by almost 20 villagers at this stage, yeah.
I like this little barracks here that Rappel threw up. That's a little bit more defensive. But now all the axemen are out. And where are the thrown axemen for Loki? Rappel's army is looking scary.
Yeah, this is just Rebel's economy is really kicking in here. And you see it reflected in the fact that Rebel is replenishing his army at a much more rapid pace than what Loki manages to do. Prosperity gonna help even more so.
Well, yeah, prosperity is such a huge economic power spike to help ISIS through the farm transition, through the Migdol stronghold spam. Depending on what strategy you're doing, there's always like a really, really nice timing in a game to drop it down. And this is exactly what Rappel needs. He's almost out of food. Get those farms down, get himself geared up to go to the heroic age. And yeah, he is well and truly got himself a good position. He now just has to make sure that he keeps taking good fights and try to not allow this Frey player, this Loki Frey, to get to that late game, because that's realistically the next sort of opportunity for Loki here is basically the late game at this point.
Yeah, the ram play is kind of over at this stage, if we're being real. 4 Anubites, a ton of axemen and slingers in the bag as well. There's no way that Loki is going to be able to outproduce what Rebel is doing here. Neft is coming in as well, so there will be ancestors to assist Rebel here too.
Well, I guess what we're seeing here from Loki, I'm not sure he's going to quite be able to get this up, but this is an absolutely wild idea. But potentially, if you can get 2 more fortresses up, one on this position here on the forward gold mine, one on the right-hand corner, he might be able to get like a gold staff going at like 15, 16 minutes. He has to win a big fight to make that happen. It's very, very unlikely.
Yeah,
I gotta give something to it. I gotta give something. Some hope here. I gotta give the hope.
Good wall here from Loki. Take that as your hope, okay?
That is some hope. Idle villager time caused. Let's go.
I don't know. And if Loki attacks over on the left now, where that new hill fort is positioned, he's got that hill fort to assist him with firepower, and he can build new Huskals from there, whatever it is he decides to do. Rebel, he's on the case. He's building a Migdol there on that forward gold mine over on the right, so that whatever it was you said was theoretically possible is definitely no longer possible with that Migdol up.
When there's the ancestors to come in to add insult to injury with this economic deficit that Loki is facing, losing a bunch of villages and the idle time here. There is School and Burst, a great little berserk raid into the main base. He's going to get 1 villager kill, but that's going to be it.
Maybe a few more here.
I lied. That's 2 villager kills. He's going after the farmers. Rappel's not paying attention here.
The thing is, the villager kills on Loki are so much more effective than the villager kills on Rebel, because Loki's sitting on 1 TC, Rebel's sitting on 2, Rebel's already on 60 villagers. So percentage-wise, even though Loki killed more vills than what Rebel did, yeah, you know, it just strikes Loki much harder. It's going to be harder for Loki to come back from than for Rebel.
Well, we said that Loki here is going to be able to pull out onto the left-hand corner. I'll go with the most crazy of angles.
Yeah?
Because why not? If there's a world where Loki sneaks up that top left-hand corner town center where he just ran past the wall, does he not have a Ghoul and Bursty Tempest angle into the main base?
There's the Ghoul and Bursty angle, that's true. The big issue is, save for that one town center, the town centers that he's got for himself, his own second, his own third TC, they're so defensive. And what he needs now is an aggressive play, and he's not going to get that unless he goes for the town center that you just mentioned.
Yeah, well, and also Rappel breaking the wall there and pushing out with the axeman. He's going to be able to deny over there nicely. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rappel dropping a 3rd town center. He's pre-queuing up Osiris. He's not close to having the food for the time being, but getting Osiris in, that's where things get incredibly tough for the North, with this specific Norse army and most Norse armies. You kind of need almost ballista or a ton of like raiding cavalry to catch the Osiris out, the son of Osiris out to actually kill the thing.
Tempest does help out a lot if Son of Osiris is
True.
mispositioned and there isn't a Migdal nearby. Then you can definitely try to surround that thing with the Tempest. So that's an option. But the issue is, I think Rebel is just in such a dominant economic position that if nothing much is happening, if Rebel is just allowed to sit and boom, then Rebel is just going to be perfectly fine. And this is awkward because Luke is then forced to make an aggressive play. And when Luke is forced to make an aggressive play, then he's going to have such a hard time against Son of Osiris.
Yeah, but it's not Son of Osiris. He's changed his mind. He's going through Thoth, which is equally scary, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not like that's a bad option either. There's the Meteor, there's the Valley of the Kings, and there's the Phoenix even on a map like this with these big forests can be of good value.
We are seeing Vidata come through for Loki. There is another small little hope here. And that hope is if he can manage to explode or kill off all of this barracks army with an Inferno.
Yeah,
that will give him the resources back. Whereas the Meteor, what's he really going to get? He might kill off a town center. There's no farms there. There's not like a huge amount. I guess if you Meteor the actual army is probably the
I think that's what Rebel's going to do. There's rams there. They're slow, so it's going to be tough for Loki to quickly split that army when he sees the Meteor incoming.
Yeah, Loki is going for the town center we were talking about.
It's a good play. It's a really good play from Loki here.
He has to swing around with his army and then push in from the left-hand corner into the main base. There is still like 45 seconds until the Mythic Age comes through for Rappel. Loki doesn't know that this is coming, obviously, but he needs to make an attack happen now, and he is going for it.
I think Loki can potentially have a really big Inferno coming in here, because if he makes the big play on the home TC of Rappel, right here, for example, if he had Inferno available to him now, he could make it. He could hit the entirety of Rebel's army and the hometown center. So he's gonna hit Vidar in some, I don't know what's gonna be, like 30 seconds from now. I can see potential here.
There's something. We're gonna see some fireworks for sure. We got meteors coming. We've got infernos coming. We got a Ghoul and Burst coming. A Tempest coming as well. Oh, there's a huge amount of damage coming Rappel's way and coming Loki's way.
Seeing it. Nope. Not yet.
There's that Ghoul and Burst to come down onto that. So he doesn't quite get to wait for the Mythic Age, doesn't it? Yeah. It goes up in strength anyways when he hits Mythic Age, right?
Is that how it works? I'm not even sure.
I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Meteor into the main base. Inferno, however, is coming straight in, and he taunts the army. He's going to get a huge explosion, and all of Rappel's army gets eviscerated. He's down to 36 population. The town center surviving here as well, it looks like. And they might be able to finish it up, but Rappel losing his main base here soon.
What a play! That Inferno, the taunt into Inferno. I don't know if that was conscious, if that was on purpose or not, but that was like a League of Legends combo. That's like top 5 League of Legends moments of the week. I love seeing that.
that's what Age of Mythology is right there. That play was gigantic. Rappel's now, however, got himself the Thoth, and he's got Valley of the King, so his Camel Riders are coming in. The town center did actually end up falling. Tempest to come through here.
Ooh, on camels, they're very speedy. They can escape this
get out of here
pretty much unscathed. Not the best targets to use this God Power on.
See, the thing is, Rappel's still got all of this back position. He's got gold mines, he's got food. He did lose all of those farmers, though, down to only 17, now 24 villages on food. But
Rebel
question, Loki gives up there, unfortunately.
What
he
an
feels
ending.
like he can't continue, but that was a sick moment for Loki.
Dude, if Loki didn't have such an unfortunate, if he had a better early game, I think the way that this late game fireworks was happening, this would have been so good for him, but he just didn't have the economy to back it all up in the end there. You see it reflected in the stats here. Are you kidding? 12,000 versus 7,000 food, 17,000 versus 10,000 gold. Well in favor for Rebel.
Yeah, the thing is, right, the Camel Riders, when bursting against throwing axemen, they've got themselves bonus versus ranged units attached to them now for just a
Yep.
little bit. So they're actually doing a hefty amount of damage to those throwing axemen. And I think Loki just saw that and he's like, I'm not even going to wait for my units to die. I know they're dead. He probably could have retreated back to his hill fort, maybe got some Herdmen out, tried to keep fighting. But I mean, it's still a mountain to climb, and there's no more power spikes left for the Frey player.
Was so cool to see though. Dude, that rock giant taunt into
Yeah,
Inferno. So excited to see that in the replays here. Here's that first attack. Dude, Plague of Serpents is so big here. All the throwing
yeah.
X-Men are finding it very, very difficult to target down the proper units. And if Loki doesn't micromanage these throwing X-Men thoroughly, they're going to be targeting the Anubites, they're going to be targeting the snakes, and all in all, this just means there's so much wasted damage potential on the side of
Yeah,
Loki.
you're actually watching like the throwing axe were targeting down the Anubite on the back there. The Ursa just weren't getting in. The portable rams kind of moving back and forth. If they just sat there and actually kept hitting the town center, it probably actually would have gone down. To be honest.
This is so hard for Loki, though. There's so many,
Yeah,
like every single unit has to be microed perfectly here. The
yeah.
Rams has to get on target on top of the TC. Every single throwing X-Men attack, that's like every second you have to micro those units. You need the hearses on top of the Anubites. You need the Berserks away from the X-Men. You know, there's just so many things you need to take care of.
Soup. Let me ask you a question here. Did he actually have to go for the attack at that point? Could he have not just pulled back and said, "Hey, I forced you to spam out a bunch of barracks units. Let me just grab my two town centers. I'll play from behind, but those barracks units aren't going to have any pushing power, and I'll be able to catch up." Was that potentially an angle?
In
Actually, I think it would have been
hindsight,
awesome.
yeah, for sure, because the early engagement that he made there obviously didn't work out for him. It was at Ghoul and Bursty, and we
Yeah,
slowly
huge
let's
damage
actually
down.
just comment on this, what's going on here.
Yeah, you're gonna kill off all those this year. That yeah, no, he's did it on purpose. He sent that. He sent that. I think he manually queued it as well.
Yeah. He decides he
There
wants
he
to use it
goes. There
now.
he goes. Yeah, that was
What a
manually
play.
queued.
What a
Oof.
play.
So huge.
Luki lost the game, but that's the W in my, not the W of the game, but that's a big win making that play. Really, really cool.
Oh, it looks like they experienced somewhat of a bug actually in that last game, and Luki actually didn't want to resign. Well, he wanted to resign, but he actually did give the win over to Rappel in that position because he felt like he was too far behind, and there was that bug. So the same bug that Recon suffered yesterday. I think maybe Rappel or Luki suffered that one. So a little bit unfortunate,
Yeah, I
but
do think Rebel was well in the driver's seat, to be fair, but unlucky for Luki. He wasn't quite able to play it out then.
yeah. Well, I don't think it was. It's not. Nothing's ever really lost. If you've got a gold mine and you've got villagers working and you've got an army in a game like Retold, when there's so much about controlling your army well to get wins in fights. Like you can bring those positions back. But yeah, unfortunately in that one. But let's look to the future here because we're going to be moving in onto a map Ghost Lake, and I'm excited here, Soup. Odin versus Hades on Ghost Lake. I think this map is Odin's. It's like Odin's Haven. I love this map for Odin. Absolutely. What do you think?
Yeah, it's good. There's a lot of hunt. He can grab himself a lot of goats. But I think it also depends a lot on what the map spawn is looking like. Because for Loki, when he's playing Hades, if he gets a really good second TC with a gold nearby, which is not uncommon on Ghost Lake, I think Odin can have a hard time really punishing that. And obviously, this being Ghost Lake, the mid is wide open. This means that the mobility of the raiding cavalry, they will be able to, just run around as they please. And yeah, Odin being Odin, he's got access to Njord in the heroic age, so there is definitely potential to punish a second TC grab from Loki. But yeah, Odin is good here. Odin is cool to play here, but Loki
Yeah.
definitely has a lot of options with Hades too.
Do you expect to see Luki going for a second town center though against Odin? Do you not expect maybe like either Bull Minotaur or maybe even Ares here?
I think if the map is good, he'll go for it.
Yeah, like a one gold mine Ghost Lake, you might see the one town center angle, maybe the two
Yeah,
gold mine Ghost Lake with a nice gold mine out behind the town center. Maybe he goes for that. But and the thing that I like here from we've already talked about, I keep on hyping up about it because I just want to see people doing it because I think it's really, really fun. Is if you get aggressive animals to start off, which you get from Ghost Lake, you get the boars. All of a sudden, you get access to two really strong strategies. Either one, you can rush out Heimdall and get Safeguard or Rigstaller immediately, which is kind of crazy. Or two, you can get out the extra Valkyrie and go and raid your opponent. So, like, if you go for there are 345 builds that are pretty easy to execute. Drop a forward temple. All of a sudden, there's two Valkyries inside of the Hades base running around causing problems for while he's going for his late advance with Vault of Erebus, and you can find all the value you need to either equalize or find an advantage there. But both options seem like they could be good depending on what the map is going to give Rappel. And I'm sure he's got these sort of things on lock.
Yeah. So actually, you know, I often say that one of the most, I don't know, abusive things, one of the strategies that's so difficult to actually deal with, that you can get so frustrated playing against it, is when you're playing Odin versus Bull Minotaurs, like you just mentioned.
Yeah, yeah.
With Odin, you've got access to Caesarumnia from Freya, giving them plus 20% HP. That's all well and good, but it's not going to help them in chasing those 5.4 speed Minotaurs around.
No.
So thinking back to it, I do think maybe that's what we're going to see here. Loki going for something like 5 villagers in prayer duty, and then Rebel seeing if you can find a way to counter it.
I guess the answer to it is the Valkyrie, because they've got the speed, they've got the healing. You can get a good amount of numbers of them. Like, so if you got 2 Valkyries straight away, 1 Minotaur, 2 Minotaur, you catch them out. I guess that's your best option while having Hersa in your base kind of defending. It is very, very difficult though.
Yeah, and you're Norse, like favor. You cannot just say, all right, I'll put 7 villagers on my temple. You cannot do that with Norse.
No.
You're forced to either fight or you're forced to build extremely expensive hearses in order to get that favor in. And if you overcommit on hearses, say that you build 15 of them, then Luke is just going to say, yeah, that's perfect. I'll build hoplites and Toxotes and I'm going to sit in your second gold mine.
Yeah, well, there's so many different angles. Like the game is really, really deep. And I mean, even after you put all of that stuff aside, you still have got, and I know you like this strat, you've still got Cyclops Toxotes against Greek. So not Greek, against Norse. That can be scary. Like if you don't read it, or even if you do read it, you still have to play the defense like literally perfectly, or all of a sudden the Cyclops picks up a dwarf and you lose your entire gold mine.
It's so brutal. And I don't think Odin has got a big answer to that either. It's like the myth units. If there's one thing that Odin struggles at, it's dealing with myth unit spawns and archer spam as well. And if there's one thing that Hades is good at, it's myth unit spam and archer spam. Yeah. So, on paper, Hades is such a good fit against Odin. But then the issue is, we're playing Ghost Lake. Odin is really good at raiding, so there's also the potential that if Loki looks away for a second, if he doesn't defend his base properly, there's a very high chance that Rebel is going to get some really good raids off. And once you start to lose villagers here and there as Hades, things can quickly fall apart playing against Odin.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Like, Rappel, I know how insanely good he is with this god. He's got the control down. He's got the vision ability with those ravens as well. And he can realistically play around almost anything. I've seen him winning matchups that I thought were like 70-30. And I'm like, actually, you know what? Maybe this is closer to 50-50 if you just play really good. So Luke is going to have his work cut out for him regardless moving into this second game. But I know Luki's been working hard and he has a whole bunch of strategies in his back pocket. We're going to be jumping into game number 2 right now. Loki versus Rappel, Odin versus Hades. Here we go.
You're already sad now, aren't you, Boyd? We see this Auric being lured on the town center, and how much favor does Rebel have? Only 1, so it's not going to be a fast second Valk.
You can still get it. What is this? Well, you got 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then you kill off 2 goats.
Well, I'm just saying, Revel
Oh,
obviously
you
not
kill.
caring about it.
No,
He's
no,
not
he
going
doesn't
for
care
it.
about. No, no. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Well, I don't want to harp on about it. I'm just excited about it. That's all.
What are we
It's
looking
a little.
at? One or two gold? It's 2 gold mines. Once again, it's 2 gold mines on Ghost Lake.
Yeah, and there is an amazing second town center for the not for the Rappel, but for Loki on the east side of the map. There's
Yeah.
2 gold mines behind it. There's Hunt behind it,
Oh, that one.
and yeah, this one right here. There's also one on the there's one on the west side as well. To be honest, there's good town centers everywhere. Take your pick. And we did see yesterday in a game of Chemo versus Grassing Groom where Chemo was a slightly different matchup. Thor versus Hades, but Chemo was able to just sit there and just could hold everything that was getting thrown at him. Rappel's a different beast. You can go for a different style of Norse, but you still got to be worried about that.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I'm just sitting here thinking about what is Loki gonna do. And you mentioned like the east side town center. I think it's much too exposed. You know, the walk time over there, and once you get there, you have to build the town center versus an Odin. I think it's much too dangerous. And what's more is he's playing Hades. He's got Vaults of Erebus with 6,000 gold in his home base. Honestly, he doesn't care about the gold mine situation. He's got everything he needs in terms of
That's
gold
true.
inside of
That's
his
true.
base.
He doesn't need a gold mine, so why not just go to the north side? There's 2 patches of Hunt there. You're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
I think that's going to be a tremendous town center to go for. And I don't really enjoy, I don't like the one TC play here. Even if he does the Minotaur spawn spam, I don't think that's a good approach. So I hope to see a 2 TC play from both of these players, because that's just the right approach, I think, on a map like this.
It's interesting, like you say, like if it's not going to be Minotaur spam, and it's a little bit of metagaming. Is there ever a world here where Heimdall? I'm not going to say it. Not even going to bring it up. We're going to be seeing Freya here for the Rappel, and he is going to be playing some stock standard Odin for us.
Dude, Rebel does not like Heimdall. He's never been a fan. He loves his early Valkyrie, he loves his raiding, and he loves just the general utility that Freya brings you. So
Okay,
yeah.
here's another crazy idea. I mean, it's not crazy, but what if you just grab Dizablot straight away for the Valkyrie upgrade for Odin? Does that give you enough of an edge in the Minotaur Valkyrie fight early game at the very least?
Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna win 1v1. But then the issue becomes, okay, you just spent 10 favor on that upgrade. You're gonna need an additional 18 favor before you can get your second Valkyrie out. And
Yeah.
say that your initial Valkyrie gets down to 20% HP. You're not gonna be able to move that until you get a second Valkyrie. And then you need to heal it back up. And at that point, we're looking at something like 8 minutes into the game or so. Loki will be well established at that point.
Yeah, and look at this from Luki. He's got it kind of looks to me like he is going one town center. He's got the resources for a second town center, but he's also got the resources for Labyrinth of Minos and extra
He's got
Minotaur. He's got
he's got
26 favor in the bank.
Yeah, yeah, he's 3 villagers praying, 4 villagers prayers, in fact. So it's a 1 TC play from Loki. Very peculiar decision, I think. But it might just be that he knows that Minotaur spam is ridiculously difficult to defend when you're playing as Odin. So he'll try to get that Minotaur value in, and says he doesn't need the second TC. He's going to sit on
Yeah.
Walls of Erebus, and that'll be perfectly fine for him.
So we've got it's confirmed. It's not some like weird. I'm gonna get a little bit of favor and not do anything with it sort of strategy. He is going for Minotaur spam. Rappel is moving his villagers out. He's got to
Yeah,
be a little bit careful here because even if he's got himself, say, let's just call it like 3 Hersa over there, you can dodge, dip, duck, dive, dip, and dodge and get in there and then beat those villagers up in a really big way. But Luki does have to make stuff happen here now. He has invested into these Minotaur. He has to make damage occur. And Rappel's just walling up.
he's Rebel's walling up and he's producing Hearses. He's got 2 in queue right now, already 4 produced. So what that means is that he's building up an army that can sustain the Minotaur attack if there ever comes a big fight. Plus, he is just adding hearses into the mix so that he continually produces favor, whether that's for Thundering Hooves, whether it's for additional Valkyries, or maybe even Ring Giver when he gets to the heroic age. Who knows? It's just so nice as Norse to be able to get all of these early hearses out to start accumulating favor.
Yeah, and we were sort of talking about, well, you can't really put a whole bunch of villagers onto favor as Norse, but what you can do is you can build a whole bunch of Herso. It's not quite as much, but when you can get yourself the favor out, it's good. But the Minotaur charging through, big headbutt to come in. That's going to be a dwarf kill at the very least. He doesn't even care about the one Herso. They're going after another one.
Oh,
does manage to snipe it. There's a huge amount of damage here. So meanwhile, in the main base of the rabble, it looks of Loki, it looks like he is taking some damage though.
I think it was just the Valkyrie. You look at the village discrepancy, it's 2 in favor for Loki, plus he's got that Vault of Erebus. What this means, basically, 2 early dwarf kills like this in a matchup as clutch as this one, this is huge for Loki. It means that the pressure is no longer really on him. He's honestly already dealt enough damage for this Minotaur play to pay off. And
so
yeah.
These Minotaur, they don't lose value as you've got them out. They're always going to be good. Like they're good in a fight. They're good to raid. They're good to kill buildings. Like, take your pick. Maybe overbuilding them is a little bit dangerous because that allows the Norse player to overbuild Herso, which is something that Norse players kind of want to. The more Herso you get out, the more favor upgrades and myth units they can also build. So it is a bit of a fine line to tread. But I think Loki here, going into Toxotes and getting out his human units as well, they'll be able to deal with those Herso beautifully.
Yeah, I think honestly at this stage, Loki should pull those 5 villagers away from favor onto food. Because the Minotaurs have found their value, and like you said, it's just pure hearses almost. I think the proper approach is to go hoplites, Toxotes against pure hearses, and those units are simply better than hearses, so yeah.
Yeah, and then you take the fight and you take the Minotaur out of the fight and you say, bye-bye, Herser, I see you here. Let me go and kill your villagers.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to force the rabble to either chase with those ridiculously slow hearses, or he's just going to allow the raids to happen. Either way, he's screwed.
Yeah, and we are seeing Njord pre-queued. Now, Rappel's base is very, very defensive. Realistically, he's going to be able to get this Njord in, but not going for Skadi means no Frost Giants, which is great to deal with those Minotaur. Great to deal with the potential restoration as well. Njord gives Jarls, ring giver Jarls to try and deal with those Minotaur. I don't even know if they cut the mustard, to be honest. Like, you're just going to get more hoplites out.
I think it's the play nevertheless.
Yeah.
What is this? Not much. There's a forest fire. Where was it? Up there. Wait,
we get like it's good. He kills a villager. There you go.
He killed 2 even. He killed 2
Very
villagers.
Very rare to see that.
Forest Fire has been buffed recently. It used to be ridiculously bad. It's still not an S tier god power by any means, but as you see right here, if you get 2 vills without even doing much for it, that's a big win.
Really nice. The Njord is coming through. Watchtowers comes in as a little bit of a deterrent here. I don't think Loki's going to care about this. Like, Watchtowers don't do any damage to a Minotaur. They do a little bit, but very, very little damage to a Minotaur. He's going to take down this temple, and then all of a sudden, our Apple... Never mind. I'll run away. Okay, I'm wrong. I was just going to keep whacking.
The issue for Loki is these 6 Minotaurs, they're really good, but he needs more of a regular army to fend off the Herser attacks. This is why I say he's overcommitted on favor. He's got 28 right now, and 30 favor. He's just produced himself a 6th Minotaur, and he doesn't need all this. What he needs is Toxotes to target down the Hersers, and he needs hoplites to block the path of the Hersers.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if he could, it's difficult because he's got so many villages on favor, but he could also just pull back here when he sees the Njord and try and get his own heroic age in to boost up his Minotaur power a little bit as well. Let's get access to stuff like potentially Prodromus to kill off those Jarls or Paspists even if he needs to.
Rebel has got himself a really good base here. He's walled off with 2 small walls on the left side. He's got himself the temple, the house here. And that's honestly blocked off the majority of the rebel space. And then obviously these walls over here. Walking Wood's used just for kind of raiding purposes.
It's always a nice little bit of damage here, but the army's in the main base, and Loki is hunting these trees down, and I
There'll
don't
be
think they're going to get
Minotaurs. No,
any value here.
Minotaurs nearby. This is
Oh, a little bit of
he's
a
actually
he's gonna he's sneaky. This raining cowboy's distracting. He's trying to hide
this,
him. He's trying to hide up to the top corner. Where is he? I don't know. He heals off one.
there's no way he gets to do this, is there? Maybe.
Mm,
Either way, this is funny.
no.
What
Yeah,
what Rebel's doing here. Wait, he gets away with it.
a classic, an absolute classic. This is vintage age mythology.
Who would have thought he places his army in the upper corner, Loki? Who would have thought? No, but anyways, I want to say this is kind of interesting what Rebel does here. He basically says, I went north not for the god power, but for other things. And that other thing is mainly the ring giver upgrade.
Yeah, he's rushed that out. He's going to be spamming those. We do see Apollo pre-queued here for Loki, which will mean Underworld, which is very difficult to deal with for Norse, as we've already kind of said. But with those Jarls, all of a sudden, you don't have to care so much. You can sit on that Underworld with a powerful HP and have a great time. There is one problem here.
Bit of a
and
blunder
that is,
here from Rebel.
I'm throwing away some units. There is one problem here, is that if you overproduce in onto Jarls and your opponent sees that, then you can even Hades has got access to this unit. It might sound crazy, but you do have access to Prodromus, and they will kill off those Jarl in a fight.
Yeah, I don't think that's the call though. If you went for Ares, I definitely see what you're saying. You would get that +1 divine damage on top of everything else with the Prodromus. But having access to Athena, you do get the Sarissa, and he's already invested so heavily into the military academies. I see no reason why he shouldn't just continue producing hoplites. And then adding pill tests to target down the throwing axemen and goaties. I think that's the play here.
Is it the case that I see some chatters here? Does the Minotaurs beat? Does the Minotaurs win against these Jarls?
The Jarls?
Surely not. I don't believe that for a second.
So Jarls aren't heroes, meaning Minotaurs don't get negative damage against them. And not only that, the Minotaur's special will work against the Jarls too. And the Ring Giver upgrade, while it is really good, what it does is it gives plus 20% HP, 15% HP, 20% HP to the Jarl, and 1 melee multiplier against Smith units. So it makes the Jarls better versus Minotaurs, but I think actually what people are saying, there's probably some truth in it that Jarls don't actually beat Minotaurs 1v1. But then if you add Goaty behind it, I think it becomes a different case where you actually are faring very well against it.
We see that Underworld is coming through. It's time for the big fight here. Luki says it's go time. Army to retreat back here. Looks like the Jarls aren't in position. Going to be trying to take out that hill fort most likely. As he's charging for, there is going to be the restoration, but his Toxotes are firing against the hill fort here, Soup.
Yeah, and the Minotaurs are out of position over on the left. They were targeting down 2 Goaty. Luki is not fighting this battle optimally at all. Restoration is being used. Rebel is retreating while the resto is occurring. And oh my god, the units are looking like they're in favor for Loki.
It looks like Rappel's army does in fact get somewhat disintegrated here, even underneath their hill fort and all those heroes. This Greek army from Loki is absolutely bonkers. Rappel's still trying to take the fight over here, as I mean, is it looking like he's able to catch back up? It's a double population advantage right now for Loki.
Are you seeing the issue with the Jarls here? Whenever I look at these Jarls, yes, they are on top of the Minotaurs, but then I look for half a second and they're headbutted away.
Yeah.
It's like constant. How many Minotaurs are there left? 7 still? Loki just takes it.
Wow, Loki, he has the game plan. He's had his idea. He goes, all right, we're going to get some raids in. We're going to sit in our base, get our army up, defend, and we're just going to hit that Underworld. I mean, I don't know about you, Soup, but I have this feeling that maybe the Skadi was the better call. You have Frost, that's able to counter out an Underworld and a Restoration potentially. Sure, you don't have access to the Jarls, but you get access to the Frost Giants. Plus, you're building all those heroes out anyway, so you're going to have that residual favor. to come through. Look at the favor bank, 230 for Rappel in the end here.
Yeah.
You
No, you're
gotta you
right.
gotta be thinking that's the way to go for Odin here. But
The Jarls didn't work out in the end. We clearly saw that. The Minotaur count was just too big. And yeah, the headbutts, they were constant. So the Jarls not being actual heroes, meaning they do get headbutted away, I think that was the big deciding factor here.
yeah,
And
for
poor Rebel,
sure.
he lost the two
Yeah,
dwarves early on. Bit of a
yeah,
blunder for him, obviously, but it just seemed like that was the snowballing effect. From that moment out, he was just falling behind in economy. There's walls of Erebus on top of that he has to consider, and it was too much for Rebel in the end.
yeah. It
Look
was
at this.
just it was just a executed game from Luki. Like getting those kills. Rappel was focused on the Valkyrie raiding Luki in that moment. That's why he got those kills. I think if Rappel wasn't busy there, like on the attack, he would have been ready on the defense.
Hmm.
If you don't, do you know what I mean? I think he
Yeah.
was just distracted. But yeah, this is the big fight here. And even when you're watching this, like you got Throw and Axeman, are they attacking hoplites here? Or are they attacking Minotaurs here? They're getting headbutted away. It's a tough fight to fight. You have to get the heroes to kill off the Minotaurs. You got to get the Throw and Axeman onto the hoplites. You got to get the Jarls there as well to be killing off Toxotes. It seems like it's a messy fight, and the underworld misplaces Rappel's army. And when it comes down to it, age mythology a lot of the time is more about positioning than anything else.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. A frost in that situation would have definitely helped out Rebel so much. He could have destroyed the underworld while the frost was there, and he could have really positioned his army
Yeah.
exactly where he wanted them to be. His heroes on top of the Minotaurs, his raiding cavalry insofar as he had any on top of the archers, and then it would have been a different game. Still not sure if it would have been enough for Rebel, but frost would have been very nice there.
Yeah, well, can't ponder on it for too long here because we're going to be moving on to another game. This time we're seeing a similar matchup, but very, very different in the same breath. Loki versus Zeus on Oasis.
Did you see?
What's different about it?
Well, you
I have seen,
saw.
yes. Yes, I
you,
did.
you saw Mister playing yesterday versus Tunison, right? Wasn't that the matchup?
Yep,
No, no.
I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it just Mister made it look so easy. He did absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, and
No.
he just hit heroic gauge, and he was there with restoration plus bronze to counter the flaming weapons, and then he won the game.
Yeah, basically the game plan I actually think for the Loki in that situation is click flaming weapons and then run. Get the restoration, get the bronze, and then run because you're not winning that fight, right?
Yeah.
But if you can get the god powers out in a position where it's not bad for you, then you've got something to go for, something to work with, so to speak. Yeah, the one thing that I did find interesting was, Mister went for a couple of Minotaurs, so the idea of with which Loki went last game against Odin does have a lot of threat in this game as well against Loki. So he can just do the same strategy to some degree and try and make it work.
One thing to notice is that it's Oasis, though, and Oasis
Yes.
can have such different spawns. The one we're seeing in the graphics right here is a 4-forest Oasis. Generally tends to be quite open, and you can get a lot of raids off, and the town centers will provide you a lot of value oftentimes. But another spawn is a 1-forest Oasis, and when you have that, you can almost guarantee that neither player will want to go super aggressive because you always have the option to just swap sides whenever you want to, and you'll have ample amount of resources on both sides of the forest. So
Yeah, and it's also really good for that retreat move. Like if someone wants to hit a bronze on one side of the map, no worries. They just say, have that side. I got the other side of the map. I'll just go over there. So there's not really that big of a problem there. Now, I want to give shout out to one of the Loki one tricks on the ladder. Did try his luck in the tournament. It didn't quite get through. Gaboo. He's been showing that there is some really, really strong potential with Nidhogg. in this matchup and against Greek in general, playing for more of a sit in your main base, get yourself sneak as many resources as you can, get to the mythic age, drop that Nidhogg down, and just erase a Greek army of Toxotes. What do you think about that?
Yeah,
If this is a very defensive one.
I've been caught on the wrong end of that strategy versus Gabu. And it's so brutal because you feel like you're in the driver's seat against the Loki player. You're winning
Yep.
all the skirmishes. You feel like you've got the map control, but then all of a sudden, the Hell power spike with the Nidhogg, with the Fire Giants, and the Hearses, which are now in Mythic Age, with the Mythic Age stats, as well as the Mythic Age Myth unit spawns. It's so brutal. And if you're not prepared for it, which you can easily be ill prepared for, yeah, you're gonna be run over basically. So I think that's definitely something to consider for the Rebel here playing as Loki. Have that Hell option available. Big power spike.
Yeah. Suffice it to say, you don't need to win this game with a one foul swoop, one huge attack. You don't have to win it like that. You can win it with some nice skirmishes, going in with the Nidhogg and all that other stuff, and just delaying. And there are angles here for the quote unquote, I wouldn't say the late game, but the early Mythic Age.
Yeah, I think when we see what the map spawn is looking like, I think we'll be wiser as to how this game is going to go. We could even see Loki going for some form of Minotaur spam like we saw last game. Loki, obviously, better position than Odin because just building hearses makes a bit more sense when you're playing as Loki. You can get Holothanes. You have that innate myth unit spawn bonus. So you definitely don't want to overcommit on Minotaurs, but still, they just get so much value versus Norse.
Yeah. Oh, it's all about the Oasis spawn. You know, like 4 trees, 2 trees, 1 or Oasis, 2 Oasis, 1 Oasis. As to how defensive or how aggressive the map plays.
Yeah,
We know that there's not that much food on the map. But there are a lot of herdables. Do you have to go for a double berserk here as Loki? Is that probably your best move?
I never do it. I think it's too much because it takes 9 seconds to train the berserk. And honestly, goats, yeah, they're good. On a map like Ghost League, maybe I should consider doing it. But Oasis, nah, I don't think so. There is the giraffe pack. There's still monkeys to be hunted. There's berries. You got a chicken berries in your base still. So, nah, I don't do it.
I guess the final question is: do you ever go 2 town centers here with Zeus?
Yeah, I think for the right spawn, I think that's the right call.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to be finding out as we're going to be going into game number 3. Luki bounces back, leveling the series. We'll see if Rappel can compose himself and find another dub here. As on the right-hand corner, we've got Rappel as the blue Loki. And on the left-hand side of the map, we have Luki as the red Zeus. Gonna get confused about that all game, but
Oh my
it is
God.
what it is.
I was about to say, this is going to be difficult. Really like the spy here from Revel. First thing he does with his berserk is move over on top of the gold mine just to have that spy continuously spying basically on Loki's home base. Maybe we should call him Zeus. Zeus versus Loki. I think that's easier.
I think so. But yeah, this is interesting because I don't know exactly where he sent the berserk, but I think he showed Loki exactly what he spied. You run into,
Yep.
you don't get to actually see it, but you can guess, right? Like this is a berserk that comes into your base, sees some gold villages, and then leaves. He spied your villager, like which then means Loki has got some trickery that he can play in this game. Keep the buildings outside, or keep the buildings outside of that spy that he doesn't want to show to Rappel, and maybe put a building inside of that spy that he does want to show to Rappel. Like, this sounds crazy, but build a stable as Zeus, and then maybe there's some herdmen that pop out, and then you've got all the hoplites and toxotes that win for just the sacrifice of, say, like 120-ish.
It's some next
resources.
level
Mind
mind
games, right?
games you're making here. I like it. I
Yeah.
think the more standard play, if you really want to utilize knowing that the spy is on either of those 2 bills, I think the more standard play is to just when you got the gold for it, pull both those gold miners back and build a temple way in the back of the base, and then put
Yeah, and just leave
the
it on
other
there.
villager on top of the wood line, and then that spy is going to provide very minimal value.
Yeah, yeah. It's good idea. But we'll see as Loki drops the temple down a little bit. I get the positioning. He doesn't want to have any sort of angle for Rappel to kill any of his buildings. But when you're playing on Oasis, one important thing is to be thinking about how you're going to lock parts of the map off. So you see this from Rappel. Forward temple, he's going to be able to build either some houses, a long house, or a wall here. And he completely cuts off the middle portion and the bottom portion of the map. So yeah, this is really smart from Rappel. Luke is going to be able to do the same thing with the wall as well, but you just want to be trying to make as little investment as you possibly can. But I like both options here. Luke playing defensive and Rappel playing like economically focused. But you do have to make sure you're going to get these sorts of defenses placed up on this map for the most chances to win a game.
Yeah. What is it? Only 3 dwarfs for Rabble? That's actually a bit unorthodox. I think the standard play is to go 4. But if I think maybe what this could suggest is that he's going to go very heavy on hearses. So hearses only cost 40 gold and 80 food. So Rebel having 8 villagers and food, only 3 on gold. I think to me this suggests that he's going to maybe try some sort of Gaboo strategy here, where he's going to go like 10, 15 hearses, maybe even more, and
Yeah,
just take it
man.
from there.
I've heard people saying, I wish we had the whole of Thane's Hersa back. They didn't go anywhere. It's still possible to do this strat. And you're right. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rappel go straight into it. It's great. You can make Hersa, you can make Troll, you can hold your position nicely with that. I mean, if your opponent's going to go for a big attack, you can pull out of that sort of Hersa spammage and go into Throw an Axeman. And we're going to be seeing that for Rappel as he does scout with his spy what's coming for him. But yeah, we're not seeing the Minotaur from Loki, which I think Rappel is going to take a short sigh of relief there, because I know Rappel practices against the Mister. He's probably seen Mister going Minotaur against him, and he knows how much pain comes from really well controlled Minotaur raids.
You're
Even when you
talking
play
about
Loki,
Minotaur spam strategy, or
just an early labyrinth of Minos
hmm.
and just locking you in your base.
Yeah, yeah. So this is so. It feels so counterintuitive that you
Counterintuitive, yeah.
see Rebel is going full hearses and he should be fearing Minotaur spam. But there is truth in it, because you see that if Loki actually did go for the early labyrinth of Minos, surely he could have gone a really good special attack over onto this location, and then after that was gone, he could still continually raid on 3 sides of this base. So.
Yeah. And now the thing is you have to wait for, or be aware of more so, is if you're not going to go for this Minotaur idea and you're just going to be building human units, all of a sudden the Loki player, or Rappel in this situation, is going to have all the advantage early on. So you actually can't push out and you can't go for these early attacks against Norse, because he's going to catch your army out, and life's going to be really tough. We saw this Mr. versus El Matador, another sort of Zeus Loki situation where El Matador went for an early attack and Mr. just sort of said, "Hello, I will kill all your units and I will take the game and run away with it." So you have to play a little bit more for the mid game with the stronger army and restoration.
Well, for now, Rebel is deciding to go for just 4 hearses, and he's getting a kill on the Catascopus. Even a Toxodi here. Hoplites taking down those raiding cavalry, but they're all managing to escape. And yeah, a bit of a mirror here. Both players just deciding to place their armies on top of this outside hunt and saying, yeah, exactly what you just said. You're pretty much forced to play the defensive game early on. And then we'll see, as we approach maybe the time when either player will go for a second TC or potentially a heroic age. That's probably when either of these players are going to make an actual move.
Yeah, well, I love the defensive play from Lukey for the moment here. He will have, I guess the move here might be. Do you ever go Underworld here as Zeus?
Yeah.
Like, there's not like a strict bronze timing you can hit where you just win the game. So an Underworld, hit a position, force out of flaming weapons, run away, and then you've got the really powerful Apollo techs like Temple of Healing. You've got Manticore to get into your army and all that nice stuff.
I
That's
love
the
I
better way.
love Apollo on Oasis. This is a big map, as you can see.
Yeah.
And what you want to do against Norse is you want to hit your power spike around the 10-11 minute mark. That's usually when the Norse player will go for their secondary gold. If you hit your power spike then with the underworld ready and available, you use it then and there as the Norse player is approaching that second gold mine. And usually you'll kill at least maybe 2, maybe 3 villagers, sometimes even more. And you're going to force so much time where those dwarves have not been getting gold. And this is going to set the Norse player behind by a lot. And not only that, when they get to the heroic age, you've got an escape route for flaming weapons. And all in all, this will just accumulate advantages for you. And yeah, you don't have the bronze, but then you play a bit more a strategic game rather than just hammering your army into your opponent's face type of game.
Yeah. I mean, there's one interesting idea here now. Because Rappel hasn't gone for Ursa, this does actually unlock Loki's spending favor on myth units.
Yeah,
So you could go for like delayed Labyrinth of Minos here.
that would be
Maybe well,
good.
not even go for it right now, but like get the Minotaurs out and then have the timing on Labyrinth of Minos later when he needs to take a fight, and all of a sudden Rappel could get very much caught out. Because while he sees in the main base with the spy, he might not notice Minotaur getting trained into a temple because there are relics in there.
Yeah,
So
good point.
there's some angles for trickery here.
It's
Definitely at
Apollo.
this top level. Yeah, Apollo is going to be. I like Apollo. I think Apollo is right here. I think Apollo is a good idea.
I think Luke is playing it pretty well so far. Nothing much to say. I do wish he had 1 or even 2 villagers on prayer duty right now. You're playing as Zeus.
Yeah.
You got that innate favor gather bonus. I think you ought to use it. And just like you said, myth units are actually really high value here. Against 4 hearses, I think you should definitely get some manticores, minotaurs, whatever it is. You should start to produce them. He's got 0 favor right now. Won't even have favor for his Odysseus.
Yeah, and you absolutely need those heroes when you're playing against Loki. All those myth unit spams come through, spawns come through, excuse me, and the myth unit spam as well. But you need those heroes, otherwise life gets very, very tricky very, very quickly. But I do like that he is getting that the unique tech for Zeus. People kind of say it's not that great, but realistically, getting your heroes back into the action is super, super useful. Olympic parentage, I think is what it's called. And it
Yes.
cuts the training time in half, I believe.
Yeah, and gives extra HP too.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good upgrade. It's nothing that you build a strategy around. I think that's maybe why people tend to forget about it. It's just something that's really useful around this time in the game. And then, yeah, it's about the time when people have other things in mind. So they tend to forget about that upgrade. But when you have it, it's super useful.
And at this point, neither player has really found any sort
Pegasus?
of advantage. We're going to be seeing a potential underworld to come through here from Loki. I don't know if he should go for it at this exact moment. If he's going to spot the army back there, as a Zeus player, as the Greek player, I say thank you very much. Please sit in your base and let me just take more of the map. But he's going to click the underworld. We're going to see a repeat of what we saw last game here. He's trying to force out the flaming weapons. There it goes.
Fine.
And Loki says, bye-bye. I'm going to take my restoration. I'm going to take my bolt. And you've got no flaming weapons.
And Rebel was really well prepared for this. He kind of knew that this was a game plan, and Rebel just says, "All right, I know that the best case scenario for me is that I don't lose any villagers, I don't lose any military units. I just trade flaming weapons for Underworld." Rebel's going to be happy about that, and that's kind of the sad state of Bragi these days. Flaming weapons used to be like the god power that you would use to win the game. But these days, especially in the Greek matchup, probably you don't really use it as your game-winning ticket anymore. You got to find other ways to squeeze in a victory.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to now see Rappel. He's going to be pushing out now. He has to sort of force a defensive restoration. This is what he wants here. If
this is good.
Great little find here as the hoplites kind of getting caught out. The Battleball kind of helping them there a little bit.
Yeah, the Battleball was trolling there for sure.
We see Loki try to get his town center up. this is going to get spotted almost immediately, it looks like, for the Rappel.
But this is
No
the kind of
restoration
play.
force, yeah.
This is the kind of play you can make as a Greek player versus a Norse who no longer has flaming weapons available. What'll
Yeah.
usually happen if you go for a 2 TC boom and you don't have an answer up your sleeve against the flaming weapons is the Norse player is just going to accumulate a big army. They're going to press that third age god power and then they're going to steamroll you. Well, that's no longer an option for Rebel, so Loki finds it just fine to go for a 2 TC boom at this stage.
Yeah, and now I guess the spicy part of this matchup is starting to come through. What normally happens with Norse is the trouble for every Norse player to deal with is how do I beat counter infantry, and specifically how do I beat Hypaspist, or in the Egyptian case, Axeman. Luke is going to be able to build the Hypaspist. He's going to be able to build Peltast as well. He's got the hoplites in. Getting a good unit composition out is not simple here for the Rappel. Oftentimes, you have to sort of lean back on myth units to actually break through that human unit army.
Yep.
I guess. But we are going to be seeing some mythic ages coming through after this as well, right?
Rebel is pre-queuing tier, which is interesting. So it's not going to be the hell angle we were discussing earlier.
I'm a bit surprised to see that. In a way, Loki's base is really defensive, but I mean, maybe what Rappel wants here is just get economic damage done to counter the lightning storm. We can rebuild his army, and then maybe try and just get full map control 4 town centers to 2, and then try and take the advantage from there.
Yeah, could be. Well, also keep in mind he's gone for Seti Bragi, so his Berserks will be super good, as well as his Huskarls.
Huge fight coming in right now. Luki needs to use the restoration now. There he goes to drop it down. He has waited a very long time on that one as the raiding cavalry
Iron Harrier
getting
spawn.
pulled back. Huge spawn there. That's like a mini flaming weapons for the fight as the Thor and Axeman slightly getting pulled back. Toxotes going after them as well. The army numbers here yet again for Rappel are looking like they are falling here soon.
Yep, it is Loki taking the victory. Look at the Toxotes mess. Look at the Peltast on top of it. So many ranged units, and Rebel didn't manage to get his melee units on top of that. And what then happens as Norse player is your units will just start to dwindle faster than your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Greek army. It's so powerful. It's a tough thing to crack. The advantage of the Norse is normally, economy. They've got those dwarves. They've got and myth units as well. But now the fight has happened. Rappel gets some favor in the bank, and he's going to go in for those trolls. And all of a sudden, he will have a hefty amount of myth units to play with.
Interesting. And I did notice in that prior fight, Odysseus wasn't out, but Loki is getting himself favor now. So, like you said, trolls coming in. It's extremely important for Loki that he adds in Odysseus to the mix here. Only 3 trolls queued up for Rebel. If Loki can get 3 heroes out, it should be no problem for him, honestly.
Yeah, the thing is right now is like the question right for Loki is he's got this Hera queued up. You can take a risk here, pull back into your main base and just say have the map for a little bit. I'll go Mythic Age, but it seems like Rappel's able to chase that and be completely fine. So to maximize the sort of advantage which Loki's got right now, it seems like he's got to mass up an army and actually attack. He does have the Zeus hoplites. He does have the ability to bash through a position easily.
Well, look on the left side of the map.
Yeah,
It does. Rebel's built in. Yeah, that's such it's kind of a gift for Loki almost. I don't even know if he realizes this settlement is there. If you look at it from Loki's perspective, does he even know that this town center is up? No, he doesn't.
He has to know that there's a town center somewhere. It's either going to be on the bottom or it's got to be somewhere, right? But right now, I guess the next difficult thing here, as Rappel is trying to engage.
Yeah, Rebel's
got restoration
got
for this fight. It's a great little position here, but a great defensive chokehold to some degree for Loki.
And this time around, Rebel's got a lot more raiding cavalry. They do seem to fall still, though. And there's trolls
the
in the
micro
back.
from Rappel with those hoplites getting pulled out of the fight there in a big way, but still, yet again, you're right. This archer army is just so powerful here.
Loki placed him. They're powerful, but Loki also placed his units really, really well there.
Yeah.
Even though Rebel had that raiding cavalry army, he wasn't able to get on top of them. And that's always the issue with that Norse army against archer spam. From the moment Retold was out, those raiding cavalry has just seemed subpar against archer spam. And it's only in recent months that people have actually realized, yo, we should build Huskarls. Huskarls are actually good. They fill out the position that raiding cavalry can't. But Rebel not quite on top of it just yet. He's invested into heavy cavalry instead, and haven't really had the resources for a hill fort.
That's right. Well, we will be seeing the tier coming through for Rappel. He's cut military units here, and this has allowed Loki's military resource advantage to balloon into his favor. So we'll see if this Fimbulwinter is going to be enough, but Loki's army can come and get some value right now.
Yeah, and interesting to notice, Loki's got 106 favor at the moment. Big raid occurring here. Sucks for Rebel. He really needs as many villagers out as he can. He's already invested so much getting to the Mythic Age. Losing these villagers on top of it all means that he's gonna rely heavily on getting a good Fimbulwinter off here.
Yeah, now we see the Hera to come through as well will mean if Rappel doesn't split his army up into many different corners of this map, there's going to be a lot of dead Norse units to come. There's going to be a Bellerophon to come through as well, which will be able to deal with all these trolls. And all of a sudden, this army of Loki is looking more and more powerful and more like it's just going to get a huge amount of value moving forward. But what Rappel's doing, I like. He's grabbing this middle town center for the time being. Like, if he gets full map control, maybe he's going to be completely fine here.
Yeah, it's really good. And he's getting some nice value here. The troll special attacks dealing a lot of damage to the hoplite mass. All in all, maybe not even the best trade for Rebel in the end, simply because of how good these hoplites are versus RC. But we're nearing the point now where tier is incoming. We've got champion infantry, champion cavalry queued up for Rebel as well.
Yeah, there is going to be some favor in the back. There's 13 villages on favor for Loki. He's got restoration. He's got a bolt if he wants to use it. Fimbulwinter comes through, but he can also wait for Underworld as the town bell gets clicked and the villagers will make it to safety. It's like not many are going to go down, so it's just going to be idle time caused here. And idle time, while it does hurt, doesn't really do anything if your opponent is not also getting attacked somewhere and losing stuff.
Yeah, so
true. Loki's going to be completely fine here, I think. He's got the Lightning Storm to get those resources, technical resources back. And yeah, the position, while it looks good for Rappel right now, it's not going to be a huge deal so long as Loki gets a good Lightning Storm off.
What do you think of the champion cavalry here? Is that even needed for Rebel? Because I'm thinking, dude, these cavalry are just not cutting it, as we've seen in fight and fight again. The raiding cavalry not quite doing their job.
You need the cavalry angle for when the Hypaspists come through. So you don't have to rush it out, but when the Hypaspists are in, that's when you really need those cavalry. You're absolutely right. The Huskar are so important as the army here to run through for Rappel. There's the Lightning Storm to come through. He's immediately going to be pulling back. The question is, will this value come through? Did he click the Lightning Storm in the right spot?
Oh my god.
There's the damage.
Could have been a lot worse for Rebel. I don't know. Did he lose villagers? He's on 81, 83 villagers at the moment. He may have lost some in that Lightning Storm.
I think Loki might be being a little bit too over-aggressive here. He doesn't really need to act now. He needs to get himself Bellerophon, his upgrades through, and potentially be looking for an Underworld play, or he's got the Restoration, though, so that is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. It's a big Rebel army still, though. Rebels in 202 population, 204 for Loki. So Restoration is in there. Rebel has to respect that, I think. Yeah.
All the units back up to full HP, and champion infantry is in now as those hoplites are right on top of a whole bunch of raiding cavalry. And following this, those Peltas, the Toxotes with good micro take out all of those stone axemen here. But the army number is very close. Loki is missing that Bellerophon in this fight.
Oh my god.
He's got 3 of them, but they need to be on the myth unit.
The Bellerophon would be so big here. Luke's doing a tremendous job of microing his spell test on top of the Axemen, throwing Axemen, but dude, one Bellerophon would have made such a big difference in this fight.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to retreat back now. He hasn't managed to kill the town center. There is a wall here. It is getting broken down, so the retreat angle is in. There will be another restoration to come through,
Is it
Is
gold mine?
Loki
Is it
running out of
gold
gold?
star? Yeah, I
I
think
think
so.
he's
These villagers are so out of position here. He's got this gold
a
mine
little
with
bit left.
2,000 left in it, but what does Loki do after that? Maybe that's the underworld play on top or something, but Rebel's on the case.
Yeah,
I,
underworld up to the top gold mine to get yourself the next gold mine. Like realistically here, I don't know if I mind being 2 town centers versus 4 town centers with a restoration in pocket. So you got to get up to, I oh god, 320 favor to get up to
oh
the
yeah,
top. But
for,
I
for
think
underworld
Luki
and
really,
resto.
I think Luki really threw that position there, fighting underneath the town center without having that Bellerophon, without having the heroes onto the myth units at the very least. And Rappel has now found himself an advantage in this game.
Dude, Loki's only at 170 population, so and he still doesn't have that Bellerophon out, and he can afford him. He's just not out.
Yeah, and now there's a fire giant. There's a lot of pain to come
Exactly.
forward here.
So many throwing axemen here, and even though the peltests are there, it does require so much micro to target the throwing axemen down. There's so much damage still on top of Loki here, and he's not able to really attack back.
Well,
Bellerophon
now
finally being
Bellerophon queued there.
produced.
He's
Yes,
queued up,
yes.
and this is scary for Rappel's army. Rappel's at 231 population though. That's the more scary part. It's like, where is Bellerophon not coming out of the main town center? He is somewhere else. He's not quite here. We do see the Heracles able to jump onto the fire giant, but gets taken down. As there, Bellerophon comes. As is it too little, too late though? All the myth units are gone, and Rappel here has to pull back out. Where to next? There is still that underworld angle. Can go over to the top position, go down to the bottom position, try and kill off a town center hero there, and grab a gold mine. He's got his Pegasus out, going to be searching. Does he
It's a
want
bit
to
of
use it though? Because he wants a restoration as well. So maybe just walking over there is the simple play.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at things from Luke's perspective now, it's a bit rough for him because there's two things he needs. He needs to secure himself a new gold mine, and he needs to secure himself, well, pretty soon. I don't think he can sit 2 versus 4 towns in it for too long. So he needs to have that in mind as well. And I'm wondering, how does he get to that stage where he secures himself a gold and he starts pressuring one of Rebel's town centers?
Well, the villagers are coming up here. They will be seeing a
Oh,
ill
and
fort. He could. He's not going to notice it, and he's going to have those villagers starting to get into trouble here. Luki can just walk over there. He does not need to underworld, but he's going to, as he does see a whole bunch of villagers here. This will be a nice little gold mine that he can take for himself.
It's a really good use of Underworld, I think. He's killing 2, 3, 4, 5 dwarves, and he's securing himself a very nice gold mine in the process. Now he's forced to return to the original position to defend against the big rebel army here. This is 260 Loki population with myth unit spawns incoming on top of everything else.
And it looks like Bellerophon did actually fall pretty quickly at the start there, so no heroes left. The Peltas doing their best to try and take out the throw and axe, and they're doing a good job of it, but the front line is slowly falling here, and Rappel is staying at a solid 240 population behind all of this. It looks like Loki is going to be falling in this game, and Rappel will be moving up to 2-1 in this best of 5 series.
Interesting game here. I wonder where Luki went wrong. Was it that town center attack around
Yeah.
the time after the Fimble Winter that just didn't really pan out like Luki wanted it to?
I don't think there was any real reason to force the fight. Like, he could have gone for an underworld lightning storm idea as well, and trying to just secure gold. That has to be your idea here with Zeus. You're never in a similar vein to what Norse against Egyptian is, where you don't really, when you win a fight, you're not really looking to just stamp down on the Egyptian player and kill them in that one breath. When you're playing Greek versus Norse, and you win one fight with Greek, it's not about ending the game there. It's about getting yourself the next position and playing for the next fight and things like that. Luki didn't have the economy to make a big trade. His Lightning Storm didn't quite get the value that I think he was hoping for. And while he has the units killed here, he didn't have the position on the map and he couldn't quite convert. But props where props are due. Rappel played a really, really nice game of Loki there.
Yeah, certainly. Very, very slow start. We see the first highlight of the game 11 minutes into the game. This is where we see the Underworld cast. and Rebel reacts. He's got his army nearby. He knew exactly what was coming, and he's just saying, all right, we're trading god powers. You're using Underworld. I'm using flaming weapons. We call it
Yeah,
a
this was
draw.
great. That was a great little sequence there from Loki. Rappel doesn't really have another option there. He has to make that trade.
Yeah. And this is this was Loki running around with hoplites and kind of getting caught. He did that a few times this game, and we see here he's losing like 5, 6, 7 of hoplites. Here's Loki winning one fight, but Rebel sending RC reinforcements. Is that where we see the restoration? I think it is.
Yeah, this fight here was quite good. Got those peltasts on the back line. Toxotes there as well. Rappel does kind of pull back. I think he probably should have pulled back much earlier than he did here. But even so, like the fight continues, and it's still kind of a pretty close fight after all is said and done here. You know, like you see the army numbers going down for both players, but Rappel pulls back with half of his army intact. It's not like he didn't really fully lose this fight. Luki didn't fully win it, but it you got it in Luki's favor there. Next fight here, this one was definitely a good fight for Luki. This is where he found his biggest advantage in this game.
Look at the big Archibald that's just centered in like such a small area. It's a bit of a shame for Rebel. He didn't use the troll special right there. I think that could have
Yeah,
made such a big difference
that
there.
could have been huge. And the other thing, I guess the other thing here is just making life just a little bit harder for Luki is he's not getting onto those trolls with his heroes. Easier said than done, but he needs to have those. But yet
Yeah,
again, like that fight, while it did go in favor of Luki, it wasn't like an all-out win there. There was not like a full big one fight. Huge raid on those villages was huge. This is another big advantage for Luki. But so too, Rappel gets pressure all over the place. This is the big lightning storm, which couldn't quite get that value. Generally speaking, you want to drop the lightning storm at the very back of your line of sight where your opponent's most likely going to retreat so you can get all the kills. But even then, kind of looks like it didn't really do that much.
these are champion units with a lightning storm. Is that divine damage or not? Do you know?
It is divine damage, yeah.
Ah, okay. Either way, they are high HP units, so the
Yeah, they
lightning
are. Yeah,
storm will
yeah.
find it more difficult to find value when they're so high HP.
And I think a lot of those bolts actually did hit the myth unit, so they're just innately
Mm,
high HP. So
yeah.
yeah, you're not gonna be able to take too many of those out. And then I
This
guess
is
this final fight here, this is where I think Luki was in a fantastic spot before he decided to do this. Sort of fighting underneath the town center, not having that economy to come through after the Fimble Winter. You have to still wait like 20 seconds, 25 seconds for the villagers to kind of get that load going for your income to actually start again. Got to wait a little bit longer on it, unfortunately, for Luki and Rappel does pounce. You make one mistake against a player of Rappel's caliber, and he's going to be able to punish you.
Yeah, and this is such a brutal composition he's made for himself here. It's like 80% throwing Axemen. He's adding Goldie and just a small bit of front line. And then he's got Trolls, Fire Giants in the back. Luki found this really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I guess finally on this specific fight here, the Bellerophon came out, but it came out from the back town center or the fortress. He needed it in this fight. He needed it in the fight like 5 minutes ago, to be honest.
I think that's insofar as Luki made any big mistakes this game, he didn't have the Odysseus out as soon as he had to, and he didn't have the Bellerophon out as soon as he had
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
This is really versus Loki, who's relying so heavily on myth units. It's so important that you always have your maximum amount of heroes out when you're playing Greek.
For sure, but looks like, and we're gonna see our next matchup, and this is an exciting one. This is one that I know you're gonna have a lot to say on. There was a moment in Retold history where this matchup, people were saying this is a 90-10 matchup before, going as far as saying unwinnable for Oranos. There has been some changes into for Atlantean in the recent patches. What are your thoughts on this one, Soup?
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Like Thor, I remember a few Tony games actually where I played Thor versus Quoth Oranos, obviously one of the best Atlantean players in the game, and I almost felt dirty winning those games because it was just so easy. I just built berserks and throwing X-Men and I won the game. But we have Cairo Ballister that's got a significant round of buffs, I think over 2, 3, or 4 different rounds, I can't remember. Either way, Cairo Ballisters are so strong right now, to the point where if the Thor player builds pure infantry, I think he's just going to run into a brick wall, and he's not going to be able to deal with the Cairo Ballisters at all. And the strategy that you'll see Oranos players going for against Norse these days is to go for Prometheus, and you're going to have a composition consisting of Catapultes, Prometheans, and Cairo Ballister. And what Thor does to counter that, whether it's through Forseti or Freya, whether he's building pure infantry with hearses or if he's adding raiding cavalry, I don't even know. I've decided for myself, for my sake, I'm playing Atlantean in this matchup. I don't even want to bother playing Norse. To me, this seems so ridiculously difficult. So
there's another like tiny throwback to 3DB, a tiny tactic which was making actually this matchup somewhat playable for 3DB, but no one else apparently, which was Sky Passage, Cairo Ballister, Garrison Micro. Incredibly micro intensive, but all of a sudden he puts up a Sky Passage and you can't do anything. You're just like, I can't move there. They can't do anything there. So yeah, this is going to be very, very exciting. I do think that there is some angles here for Thor still. Like Pascal is still really, really good. The Cairo Ballister's weakness is movement speed. If there's Cairo Ballister in one spot, guess what? I'm in the other spot. I'm going to keep distracting you. I can go for Frost or Skadi. I can freeze them. I can get on top of them. I can get my units in the right spot. And then if I kill off the Cairo Ballister, if I get them gone, then all of a sudden the Oranos army will crumble. So it's going to be a matchup of tactics, movement, positioning, and we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. The map is Elysium, so really, really open.
I hope for Freya. I'll say that much. I really don't hope for Forseti because infantry versus Cairo. Nah.
Yeah.
Let's see where this goes.
It's going to be tough. Yeah, we'll see. Loki's going to have his game plan on. I'm sure he knows what he's going to be going for. Game number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be seeing Oranos in the bottom, or Rappel, and at the top of the map in the red color, playing as Thor, is Loki, as we see the immediate Dwarven Armory.
Yeah, and good thing for Loki, he's got himself a very nice defensive protected gold mine here. So that's definitely one thing you're looking for when you're playing Norse versus this new iteration of Atlantean playstyle, is you want a nice and safe protected initial gold mine, because the Cairo Ballister with the 20 range can offer some serious threat to a poor, aggressive front gold mine.
Yeah. And the classic sending these Gazelle in underneath the town center. I'm actually kind of interested in. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not interested anymore. I was going to say I was interested if Loki is going to manually kill off these deer with a villager, because while you lose out on probably a significant amount of food, you do get 2 favor per Gazelle kill with the villagers, and that can help you get to your starting upgrade.
I found like you could realistically you could conjure up a build order where you could kill the deer with villagers rather than the TC here, but it just takes so much effort, and there's so many things that can go wrong. And when you're herding, like, yeah, nah, just do it at the town center.
I like effort though. I got nothing else to do with a build order. Let me put some effort into something. But
sure.
Nonetheless, okay, what realistically here is going to be the big problem for Loki to get around on this map. You know, you've got back hunt, which is nice for Loki. You got the gold mine over here on the left, which is kind of close, but is very much out in the open. Rappel, he's also got the same sort of map. What does Loki, and what does Rappel as well have to sort of watch out for?
I do think Rebel should probably try to actually defend his space with buildings, as we're sort of seeing him do here, so that he can maybe build one of those cheap walls and convert one of them into a gate, and you have a nice and protected base still. Because I do think Loki wants to go for some form of raiding at some point in this game, and just having those natural cheap barriers that you can make with buildings will definitely help out a ton. And other than that, I don't think Rebel is looking out for things this game. I think he's looking for things to happen. I think the onus is on the Oranos player to make stuff happen because Loki with the Thor pick has got such a big economy, and Oranos' economy isn't quite as good, but instead he's got the superior military, and he needs to utilize that to make something happen.
Yeah, and here we go. We're seeing something. Well, we are going to be seeing Oceanus
What?
for Rappel. So he's doing something a little bit different, but Loki, he is going to be going for that Freya here.
Interesting. So these are like, I think it was given the fact that Loki is going for Freya. I don't even hate the Oceanus pick here at all. Oceanus gives access to weightless maze. You have the Caladria that can slow down the Valkyrie,
Yep.
and yeah, I think Oceanus is a great counter to Freya. It's just so weird to see Ravel going for Oceanus.
I would, if I was, I'm thinking now about like metagaming, right?
Yeah.
Now that I see this, I'm thinking as the Thor player, I almost want to say, I'm not going to click advance until I see what god you're going. Because if you go Oceanus, I want Forseti. If you go Prometheus, I want Freya.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. And then the
There's not even
meta.
any
You know what the meta gaming is then? As Oranos, you don't even advance. You just wait 5.5 minutes and then you click advance.
We did. You remember the what was the thing at Count's Castle? We're just talking about some random stuff. Count's Castle company gives like the little special rules. It's like you're not allowed to advance.
Oh,
until your
yeah.
opponent advances.
True.
Oh, there's some fun times. You can have a lot of fun playing this game.
It is a fun game. We do love Age. We love this game, don't we, folks? What is it Mem always says?
That's right.
All right, Loki is in the classical age. He built himself a longhouse there, and we see Rabel with the military barracks. So Rabel is playing, I would say, the old meta with military barracks, with Oceanus, and even the sky passages. Just playing a slow Oranos game here, not really utilizing the buffed Chirobalistus. He's getting the Mamills in the bite of the shark. He's just playing the old meta basically.
I personally, I know people are gonna hate me. I don't even think this is that. I think this is fine right now. Because you've still got access to the Chirobalistus. If mass berserks do come, we just get out a couple of Chirobalistus, and we're still good to go here. And we can have the mobility, and we can have all of the raiding fun. We're not too scared about the lack of mobility of our army, and we can still play a nice game of Oranos here. Rappel's Oranos has always been somewhat unique. It's kind of modeled a little bit after that 3DB, like mass hero style kind of ideas. It is very, very potent still. But just on the fact that Loki doesn't have access to Forseti, he has to play a more stock standard game, which does mean that these Mamilla are going to be very tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Not having access to Dwarven Breastplate means that these Berserks will have very few counters. Throwing X-Men obviously countering them, but with Caladria there, with the Empyrean speed, as we saw there, they can dodge the projectiles. And yeah, it's not like it's just because Chirobalistus has been buffed to the point where I would say they've become meta, doesn't mean that you cannot go for this style, especially since, like you're saying, it's such a good counter to the Freya.
Well, I guess the other thing here though is like Loki, he doesn't have to really do much. Like you can kind of just sit back and just play like a game, a nice macro game here with Thor. You've got get a nice heroic gauge, secure your gold mines. Just play some Age of Mythology. You don't have to do anything like tricky, not like strategically tricky. Just play stock standard Age of Mythology. Get to heroic gauge, get Huskar, get Thrown Axeman. That kind of composition is always really, really tough to deal with for Atlantean.
Yeah, and I think it's the right call to make here because Rebel is investing a lot into these Mamillos. He's getting Bite of the Shark, he's getting Empyrean speed, surely he's getting medium infantry now as well. So trying to compete with this super buffed Atlantean army, probably not the best thing to do. So what you just do is exactly what you just said. You just sit in your base, you invite them to come into your base, at which point you can actually compete with them because you've got such a nice defender's advantage.
I just want to point out the Valkyrie just runs in and just like pokes the town center, then runs away. I just found that funny. I don't know why.
Did I think Loki has lost like in total 3 or 4 units here and there, just
Yeah,
scouting around and being caught by the army plus the Caladria. And
yeah,
this may not seem like much, but all in all, this does add up.
yeah. Every little bit of kill here for the Oranos
Ooh.
is it's just kind of helping level the playing field in terms of economy. But this is going to be nice here for Loki getting a little bit of a catch. Those Caladrias are going to be a lot of pain for Loki to deal with. Luki's got to get himself set up here with some walls. Raiding cavalry almost going down as he pulls back. Did he lose his Valkyrie there? I think he might have.
Did he? Maybe. There's 3 Caladrias now. And those
Yeah.
2 raiding cavalry are very low, so they won't be healed up if there's no Valkyrie either. There's a new one, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Luki's going to be... these Caladri are so good at just sniping these units or making themselves a threat. When there's low numbers, they're so strong.
Yeah.
And also picking off reinforcements here as they're popping out.
Rebel is finding these small numbers everywhere. Loki's continually sending units around the map, and they just get spotted every time. Rebel's there with his small armies, his small numbers of Caladria, and he's just punishing Loki for even, escaping his base with even just a few units here and there. It's not working out for Loki, and I think he's maybe realizing this now. He's starting to wall up, and he's just gonna auto-queue units over onto this position instead. Well, I say that.
Whoa. You gotta be so careful. I just when you're playing against the Caladria, I just don't think you move out. You just say, great, have all the position. You've got the sky passages anyways. I can't realistically stop you. Maybe I can send 1 unit here or there trying to snipe oracles, but just be okay with losing it, I guess. You got to get that heroic gauge in. We see Skadi pre-queued here for Loki. If he can get Skadi, all of a sudden he can push back into his main base, click Dwarven Mine, give himself a little bit more time to get those hill forts up and get those Huskal. He does have Hunt at the top side of the map that he's grabbing with a beautiful wall there. So there's nothing really scary right now for Loki, but
I think this is scary.
A really good game. It's scary with the units knocking on his door, but he can just retreat back into his main base if he needs to.
That's true, but then he will be forced to use his Dwarven Gold Mine with only 1,000 in it, and he doesn't want to do that. So this is scary for Loki. He's pre-queued Skadi, like he wants to go heroic age here clearly, but now being forced off of this gold mine, not having an army to compete, it's a scary position to be in. Yeah, he's got himself how much?
Mine does need to come down.
He's got 7 favors, so it's not even like if he goes heroic now, it's not even like he's got a new gold mine ready and available.
Okay, so it's 500 gold for the heroic age, and then you've got 200 gold. You got 700 gold left. We get up to 175 pop. We get frost. We get a nice engagement onto this Oranos army, and then we're back out onto a gold mine. That's got to be the plan here for Loki. But the plan for Rappel is clearly, let me get to the heroic age as well, and I'm going to have chaos. So when I pop out of my frosted army, I'm good to go. I'll click chaos on your throw an axe. I'll get my satyr in here, and life gets very, very difficult very quickly for this Thor army.
Yeah, indeed. Skadi is in. Hyperion not quite yet. Will be very soon. So yeah, I do reckon exactly what you're saying is what's going to happen. The question is, will Frost hit before Chaos is in? If it does, there's an opportunity that if Loki uses it on half the army, that he will be able to chunk down a significant portion of the remaining army during that Frost. And that could be a bit of a disaster for Rebel if that happens.
Yeah, Loki's out in the middle of the map just trying to gain tiny bits of favor here. I don't know what he's really wanting. Maybe like a Frost Giant, maybe? A good little Terma poking as the raiding cavalry aren't anywhere to be seen. Rappel got to be very careful here, though. If he gets caught out and loses those Terma, then all of a sudden these throwing axemen become a very, very difficult thing to kill off. But the raiding cavalry went straight into the Millos.
Yeah, this is terrible for Loki. There's Valkyries getting caught as well. The Caladria are on the case, and a lot of these units are now low HP, which is not what Loki wanted to see.
Okay, but Loki is distracting Rappel away from his gold mine. He can get over there and throw down that hill fort on the gold mine right now. Actually, he's getting himself Hunter's Axe straight away. Interesting. An extra range for the throwing axeman could be what he needs, but he does not have the gold right now for heavy infantry, which he also really needs. And it looks like Hyperion's going to come through and Chaos, Carnivora, Shockwave against Frost. There is a potential for a really nice forest fire on this position, and I love that Loki has held on to this. So this could be almost his saving grace here to try and defend this gold mine.
Yeah, because there's so many forests scattered around this map. You're almost certain that whenever a big fight occurs, that forest fire will be able to be used. And let's see, Rebel, is he? No, he's sending his army here. Ooh, Loki has to send his army in one location now. He's kind of scattered his army in 3 different spots, and he's now being targeted down by the Terma, plus the Caladria slowing them down.
Yeah, this army here almost has to get frosted, right? There's the forest fire, but no frost. Just there's the shockwave. Is the frost going on to half of the army?
He did the half army thing.
Chaos
yes.
Onto the back army as well. I don't know if this is it for Loki. Rappel's at full population. There's still a Carnivora to get put onto this position, and he does throw that straight onto the throwing axeman here. And now he's also got to be manually targeting those throwing axemen. He's doing a good job of it as the Galadria floating on top of the army.
Ooh, this looks
population to 131 though. It's still very, very close here, Soup.
Really, really good micro there from Loki. He cannot use a move when there are Caladria in the near vicinity, and he still makes it work. And I thought this was looking really, really poor for Loki. I think Rebel is probably still ahead. You see that reflected in the resources of the army value. Slightly ahead, but dude, Loki, he's chasing units around. He'll be able to get a lot of units as they're retreating here.
Yeah, these are the speedy Oranos, Murmillo. I imagine Rappel has got himself Empyrean speed here, so be able to get out of there. But this is what Loki needed. He needed to hold this spot. He's managed to do so. Now he's got it. Well, he could try and chase down. He does have a whole bunch of throwing axemen. There's really not that many Terma here, but soon there's going to be mass Arcus, and we've already talked about this. While this is going to be Freya raiding cavalry, you need Huskal when it comes to dealing with these Arcus, when it comes to dealing with ranged units. That's the secret for Norse to deal with the ranged units. I'm going to see a town center getting dropped here.
Lovely TC grab from Loki. There's so many resources nearby, even a pack of deer in the back. But Rebel is on the case. He's there with his entire army. There's raiding cavalry out of position for Loki. Loki now taking this fight despite having just sent a bunch of raiding cavalry away from this position. And he doesn't have any units to counter the Arcus or the Terma in the back here.
No, if you can clean up that front line, the Berserks, they can kind of just pretend like they're cavalry a little bit. So they do have low HP or low hack armor, but it looks like the army is just not going to quite cut it there for Loki as he has to pull back. But there's
something see, that's the raiding party that Loki went away with. 2 Valkyries and like 5 raiding cavalry. They would have been so good in that big fight.
I think
he's getting something. We just got something of a raid off there, but it's not quite as much as you would have been able to get if they were in that main fight.
Yeah, but this is something here that, you know, Rappel can't really deal with. A couple of raiding cavalry running around the map getting villager kills. He's got Murmillo, 5 speed, not enough to chase those 6.6 speed raiding cavalry. Loki can sit in his main base now. He's got Dwarven Mine with 3,000 gold. He's going to get pushed off of his forward gold mine here, but he has a nice little retreat path through the wall. And he's going to be able to macro back up an army. But he needs to be thinking Huskal. Now, he doesn't have himself that Hall of Thanes, which really makes the Huskal pop in terms of effectiveness. But there's still the angle here. He needs to start thinking about getting those hill forts down.
Yeah, they'll tank a lot. Even if they don't get to their designated targets, they will still tank a lot of arrow fire. And he's Winter Harvest, big upgrade to get when you have access to it through Skadi. Also Thundering Hooves coming in. So I don't think we're gonna see Huskals, to be honest here. He's already invested into heavy cavalry and now getting Thundering Hooves. I think it's just gonna be TARC. Oh, good old. Sorry?
It can work, right? It can work. Good positioning. his army looks really powerful here.
Yeah.
Like you look, it's all upgraded. These archers here gonna get
4
pushed back. We've got
satyrs,
all
though.
of those satyrs. There's no heroes here for Loki, and he's charging in onto this. Shockwave
is
also
big.
gonna be going down. Oof.
But the surround is still there. Just no heroes for Loki. Not even a single goatee. Valkyrie is there. Should probably be targeting the satyrs with the Valkyrie. Either way, the surround is just working.
Yeah, this army here is seeming like it is managing to get through those archers, but at the
the satyrs.
Not the satyrs though. At the very best, he's trading equal, but it's looking like he's actually falling behind on population as well. As Rappel, like he kind of knows as well. Like he's not actually going to win this game in the next. Maybe he will, but he's not going to win this game in the next minute or two. He's just winning these fights is allowing him to take more towns, and he's going to be able to get a villager lead and a population lead, and just slowly start building on this advantage that he's got.
And these are, look at it, 4 Caladria, 4 satyrs. These are just complementing each other. The satyrs are not going down so long as the Caladria are there with the burst heal and even with the pacify on units that do end up on those satyrs.
Yeah, and the other thing, actually, no, we don't see it. There is a potential for another Carnivora, but no chaos in the next near future. But there will be something to come through pretty shortly. 30 favor is all he needs for another chaos, which can be enough to turn the next fight very, very simply. And Rappel now moving across the map, trying to get sky passages all over the place. Having that mobility is key. But Loki is back up to 161 of 175 pop. He kind of needs a town center here, wouldn't you say, to get that final population in to maybe get a decisive victory of a fight.
For sure. Look at the army resource value. 4,200 for Loki, 5,700 for Rappel. So even though, like you're saying, Loki is getting to full population, it's just not, he doesn't have the army value that Rappel's got. But he's got Goldie now, and he's targeting down these satyrs. This could be the difference.
The satyrs getting cleaned up here could be enough, but this throwing axemen here aren't going to be that useful behind this. He's got garrison micro as well onto this town center, and Loki just keeps on trying to throw his army in here. Rappel sitting at a pretty solid 84 population. The Goatee aren't going to be any use now against those archers, and Rappel puts the shockwave in to get even more kills on the retreat.
I think now there's no more doubt about it. Hostiles are needed. The Arcus numbers here are just too big, especially under a town center where they can garrison in and out. There's just no way that you can deal with that as Norse without hostiles. Even portable rams to tank the arrow fire as well.
Just something else. Something else clearly. But I mean, right? You see how many raiding cavalry he's got. He's just playing into it. He's got the.
It's a good attack though.
Hooves.
He's stopping
We'll
this. I think.
There's really not that much frontline here either. Maybe if we can break this, get a lot of citizens here.
The Caladria going down while we're saying this, but the Mamillos are really tanking a ton. Even just 5 or 6, like you're saying, not a lot, but it's enough.
As he does get through that, but as soon as that front line goes, Rappel could just go into his garrison bag of tricks here, and Loki has to retreat away.
Yeah, and he didn't target down the palace. He did go for the citizens instead. But what that means is that now Rebel can build the palace. And he's gonna go up right here.
And it's finished.
All right, Loki, let's see the hill fort, please.
On hill fort, good sir.
He's getting the shaft mine upgrade, so adding to his economy just a bit. He's still mining over on that right side. I don't know if Rebel kind of forgot about it, but yeah, you see this.
I guess Rappel at the moment can't really move out. If he's going for full Arcus and his opponent's full raiding cavalry, the Arcus are a defensive powerhouse. You can't push them. But then again, the Arcus can't get caught out. Otherwise, the raiding cavalry get the full surround and they're going to be able to kill them off. So
Loki,
I guess Loki's safe there.
It's a big risky raid that he's making here, trying to make something happen because he's exposing his remaining map while this is happening, and so far not really finding anything. Maybe getting one citizen kill here. No.
I mean, at the moment, he's managing to set up the hill fort on the left-hand corner of the map. We do see the units jumping into that sky passage. He's got maybe a little bit of line of sight on what's going on there.
What is this?
Oh, he misses the raiding cavalry. It's so hard to kill Oranos villages.
Dude, this left side of the map, there's 3 gold mines and a town center. If Loki can secure that, that'll give him all the resources he needs for the very for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yep.
Whoa, yo, look, Loki, what is he doing?
He's got to get back over onto these raiding cavalry. He's got to get these raiding cavalry back.
Look at this.
Whoa,
look at this.
He's Balder. Balder is an option.
He's Baldering.
Okay, well, think about it. How do you kill off Arcus? Maybe it's not Ragnarok, but it's just Fire Giant. Maybe it's
I think it's Ragnarok,
but it's Sons of Sleipnir. I don't want to say it's going to be Ragnarok because I just don't see Ragnarok ever beating Oranos.
Sons of Sleipnir is such a bad upgrade, though. I don't know. Or maybe it isn't, because Loki is so adamant on using raiding cavalry here. And seeing how he does just prioritize this unit above anything else. Dude, maybe that is what he's going to need here. Hikati is in for Rebel now. And I don't know. Loki, it's looking like he can secure the left side here. He's got, like I said, 2-3 gold mines over on that location. He doesn't have to use Ragnarok immediately here at all.
He doesn't have to. It's not even a god power that should be coming across his mind to be using. Fire Giant, Sons of Sleipnir, and get his position sorted. Like Thor does not. I don't think that Thor loses this one if he gets he's equal on villages. Like I don't think Thor loses this late game, even without Fimbulwinter, even without the Huskull bravery, even without all that. I think Thor is completely fine here. Where Thor loses this is where you click Ragnarok.
It used to be the instant win button. Now it's the instant lose button. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying against Oranos with the sky passages. Like, how are you going to deny gold? You kill off all the town centers, no worries, and then the villages are on the other side of the map. More army comes up, and you've just got no economy. And maybe Ragnarok works against, say, Kronos, or maybe it works against Gaia, but against Oranos, the defensive resources are just unlimited.
You're right, Boyd. You're right. Champion cavalry, Sons of Sleipnir are in. Mythic Age is in, and there's no rag being cast. So, dude, I'm excited to see if this works. What do you say? You predict this. Is it gonna work then?
Well, Fire Giant, Sons of you say Sleipnir. We'll go with Sleipnir. And what do? Build Hero Arcus? Okay, now all you guys are gonna die. We see that. Okay, we're gonna get the fully armored up raiding cavalry as well. There is a world where Ragnarok does come into the picture here, but that world is when you're fully upgraded, you've got resources in the bank, and you want to set up a position somewhere with a whole bunch of buildings. I don't really. Okay, we're seeing units running forward. It must be.
Well, you know what's
there it goes.
Cute? You know what's really cute is that this kind of mitigates the Tartarian gate quite a bit.
That's true. Sure, his base is going to get erased, but Enrap will hold here. I don't know if he needed to do this, but he is going for it. He's got himself champion, fully upgraded raiding cavalry. Those rag heroes do have a huge amount of armor. Loki is betting it all on this Ragnarok to try and end this game, or at the very least kill a huge amount of Rappel's economy. He's got himself some food in the back. He's going to be losing his hometown center. He's got a handful of dwarves that didn't get converted there, it looks like, from maybe getting them from the armory afterwards. A town center going to go down. Rappel is spread out on both corners of the map with the sky passages.
Oh, the sky passages, you're right. Look in the top left corner. He's got a really nice position on that gold mine. And the right, like you said. And these Arcus, they're well protected among these barracks. And he has so many retreat points here. He's losing a ton of town centers, yeah, sure. But you see 255 population for Loki. He's slowly dwindling in numbers, and Rebel's still sitting on 200 population.
Well, I mean, Rappel here, he's always going to get frosted. The army does decide it can get through into that sky passage before popping back out. Loki's still got army to throw. 220 military population versus 100 military population is a big deal. If he kills the town center, he kills the sky passage. All of those Arcus will end up falling. And Loki is spread out all over the map. He's losing all these houses, though. This is as all in as it gets.
Yeah, for sure. I do actually think that Tartarian Gate is dealing so much damage. In hindsight, shouldn't Loki have sent just 15 rag heroes to deal with that Tartarian Gate?
I think so. I mean, but then again, maybe you're just looking for the all-in. You say, we're not looking for second place here. The military numbers are getting close to equal. Apple gets the repair in, and the Arcus are now going to be ready to start fighting. Loki going to be losing all of these rag heroes. He's trying to kill off all of the citizen, but I don't see how these heroes beat Arcus and a town center in this position. Rappel looks like he's held, and he is going to be going on to win this series.
The Ragnarok in 2025. It's rare that we get to see it, and it's even rarer that we get to see it claim the victory.
Yeah, there was no. I don't think there was any call for it. He didn't have to click it. Like, this is the button of just don't click me until unless I really know that it's going to work. Like, if he had the entirety of the map walled off, if he had a whole bunch of portable rams, if you really set up for a big, amazing Ragnarok, yeah, sure, I can get behind it. But it's not this god power that you can use when you're in a losing position, not a losing position, an equal position. It's not going to give you a win in an equal position at all.
And the thing is, he had just secured that left side. He had just gotten champion cavalry, Sons of Sleipnir up. He could just sit on that position and see where it would lead him. I was excited to see, are these raiding cavalry with that minor god technology upgrade, is it going to be enough? But we never got to see it because he did eventually just go for that Ragnarok, and just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, it was. He had, like I said, I think Thor does really, really well when this game gets late. You've got nearly infinite gold in the Dwarven Mine, which means you don't have to really go for a trade route as early as the Oranos player does. Your army with Balder, I'm fine. I know I'm nowhere interested. I don't think I've really seen it much, but I do think, like, raiding cavalry with Sons of Sleipnir and Thundering Hooves, they're gonna at least force the Oranos player off of Mass Arcus, at least, or at the very least restrict the Arcus from moving only between Sky Passage, Town Centers, and Palaces.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see it.
Some really good micro from both sides here, and the Caladria Rebel trying his darndest to make the Caladria be annoying here, but Loki just saying, all right, I'm going to continually micro with my throwing X-Men here.
Yeah, in all honesty, at the absolute top level, when you got throwing Axeman against Arcus, throwing Axeman against Peltas, throwing Axeman against Toxotes, throwing Axeman against ranged units, you really should be shooting scooting for the entirety of the fight, because you could dodge a volley of an arrow, keep a unit alive. So shoot, auto attack, or shoot and specifically click on the unit you want to attack, and you can get a lot more value out of that, and completely play around the Caladria. Obviously, it's a lot of micro and a huge amount of practice to sink into that one skill, but it's definitely an angle to go to.
Yeah, I can see that happening. Dude, the Sages in that fight were just so good.
Yeah.
Here we finally see the Goldie. They take care of the Carnivora. They took down 2 Sages already, but the garrisoning in and out with these Arcus, too difficult to deal with for the raiding cavalry.
You just have to retreat. You say, great, I killed off the Satyr, let me pull back. We're all good. He doesn't have to keep on full sending here, I don't think.
Yeah, because once you are in this position with this many Arcus on your town center, it's just so much guaranteed value throughout that fight. And here, yeah, it's cool that we got to see the rag for sure, but I kind of wish we got to see how well these raiding cavalry would have fared without the Ragnarok.
Yeah, well, I mean, credit where credit's due. Rappel played a really nice game here of containment and claiming wins in fights, and holding on and holding off on. And it was an interesting game because you don't really get to see the Freya Oceanus angle all too much. But credit where credit's due. Rappel gets the dub. We're gonna be heading to a short break. But before we do that, let's take a little look at what we're going to be seeing up next here, as we do see El Matador taking the dub against Grass 3-2. Oh, that would have been a mad series there. I hope everyone was watching that on whoever else was covering that one. But we're going to be moving into, I'm not exactly sure. It looks like we're going to be moving into Magic and Moscow. And we're going to be taking a small break here. So we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Get a tasty beverage, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are taking a look at the losers bracket right here. So this is going to be El Matador versus the Rabble in the first losers bracket. And in the second loser bracket is going to be I Am Magic versus Mosca. This will be the series that we're following here, Magic versus Mosca. So this is going to be super interesting. Mosca has been on a bit of a Cinderella run since losing out in that first round. He's taken down Tiger Boss 2-0, taking down Tunison 3-0, and now he's up against Magic, who has beaten Nolus and who's also beaten. I don't even remember who he won the first round, but he's beaten Nolus in the losers bracket. Anyways, it's gonna be a killer
Mini Yeti.
series. I'm sure.
Magic beat Mini Yeti, and then he dropped to Kavoth.
We see it here. Magic dropped to Kavoth 3-0. Bit of an upset here, at least this score considered a bit of an upset. And yeah, Magic only barely taking down Mini Yeti, I remember now. So this should be a really good series. This can go either way. What do you think, Boyd? Do you have any prediction?
Well, yeah, Magic is definitely one of those players that does better under pressure. Like if he is on his tournament lifeline, he is full focus. He can get very scary with the kind of stuff that he can pull off. But Mosca, up and coming. I think he might be the youngest player in the tournament. I think it's between him and Grass.
I didn't know that.
And the thing is, right, Mosca, I think he's modeled his game a little bit after Magic. I think their play styles are really similar. I think their thought process about the game is really similar. And honestly, the past several years of watching Mosca come from becoming like a Poseidon main into this kind of well-rounded Age Mythology player and just seeing his growth. And I'm excited to continue watching this story develop. I think if Mosca can do it in this tournament, he's gonna really leave his little mark on this one. He does also have the M name as we get into the 3 M's of Age Mythology, Mr. Magic and Magyar, Mosca.
It's going to be 4 M's in no time. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Well, while you've been yabbing, Boyd, I've been looking at the picks and bans. And I noticed that Magic, this is kind of interesting to me. Magic bans Loki, but he doesn't pick Loki himself. That to me is peculiar. Especially because we've got maps like Anatolia, Marsh. Hello, Marsh. You don't pick Loki for Anatolia? This is a bit interesting to me. So maybe this is just because Magic doesn't like playing versus Loki, doesn't see himself as much of a good Loki player either. So, yeah, either way, I found it interesting.
I've seen Magic playing Loki, and the problem that he gets with it is it doesn't fit his playstyle. Like he doesn't like getting put into positions where he's got to do like the one town center timing attack. He wants to play that long game. He wants to play that slow, methodical, make one little move here, get an advantage, tiny advantage, build on that tiny advantage, get another move over on this left side, on the right side he's doing something, get another little advantage and build on that. Whereas Loki is this god that is just, let me just build up to this one foul swoop, let me execute on that moment, and let me just get the win. He doesn't like that, I think. So it does kind of make sense. And looking at his god draft, he's got gods that he is comfortable with. Obviously, he can play all of them, but these are the gods that I know he is comfortable with. He knows the strategies, he knows how to play them. We're going to be going onto the map Anatolia, those soup, and we're going to be seeing a classic. Back to the Hades Zeus of old. It's like nothing's changed.
I was about to say, we've had so many cool Norse versus Greek matchups and Anatolia, but finally we're back to Hades versus Zeus. Yeah. Back where we belong.
I mean, Magic could have picked... He could have picked Thor on this map if he wanted to. He has Frey as well.
Mosca could have picked Odin.
He's got so many. He's got Kronos there. There's Odin. There's a lot of different picks here.
Yeah.
But yeah, who do I favor here? I think I favor the Zeus, and the big reason is bolt. You can bolt a Achilles. You could bolt a Skylar. You can bolt a Minotaur, and find yourself a really big advantage. That being said, Townsend is in the middle of the map. We're going to be figuring out exactly what's going to happen here. As we get into game number 1. At the bottom of the map, we've got Magic and he's going to be as the blue Hades. And on the top of the map, we've got Mosca playing as the red Zeus.
All right. So your favorite Zeus? I think
Yeah.
probably people tend to say Zeus S plus tier, and then maybe Hades S tier, and then everyone else below. Like traditionally, at least that's what people have been saying. And maybe that is where we are ending in this tournament after all. Even though we've seen a lot of Norse, it does seem like at least these two players, they're back to their Greek shenanigans here. And what is this dock from? Wait, sorry, that's magic. I was about to say it looked like a forward dock, but it's just super standard here. Both players going on either side. So this to me represents all calm on the west front.
Yeah. Look, I think the big advantage, yeah, like the big advantage that Zeus has got is just that bolt. You can't do anything early game against Zeus. He's going to bolt like if you want to play a Freya, say you're playing Norse, you're going to bolt the Valk. It's going to be sad. If you want to play for, I don't know, like a behemoth attack, he's going to bolt your behemoth. You're going to be down one. You're going to be sad. There's a lot of difficult things to crack Zeus on this specific map. Whereas Zeus can say, I've got hoplites, I can get the mobility in, I can do whatever I want. I've got the Minotaur that I can run into your main base, catch you out of position, and all that other good stuff. That being said, there's plenty of angles here. Like you said, Hades is a very close second. Traditionally speaking, I don't think it's actually the case anymore. But traditionally speaking, Hades has got a lot of those advantages. Go on.
Yeah, so let's talk about those advantages. You mentioned what Zeus has got, the bolt, the hoplites, etc. Magic playing as Hades here, he will look to get probably a bit of a slower advance, and then he's going to put 3-4 villagers on temple, on prayer duty, and he's going to get that Walls of Erebus in. Walls of Erebus pretty much amounts to 2.5 villagers, so on top of his already established fish economy, he adds that Walls of Erebus, and he's kind of putting Mosca. He's putting himself in a situation where Mosca has to come up with something, and it's always a nice situation to be in, especially for a player like Magic. He loves to play the defensive boomy game, and yeah, I can definitely see why he favors the Hades pick here.
Yeah, and Magic is like such a beast with Greek as well. Like we see it time and time again. He manages to make something out of nothing a lot of the time. And I guess in this specific matchup as well, if he thinks he's going to be playing against the Zeus, he knows, well, he gets to play defense. And if anything, Magic likes playing defense. And I would say Mosca also likes playing defense, but he doesn't have that option in this game.
No, exactly. That's what Walls of Erebus does. It puts the onus on your opponent to make something happen. Because if these two players are just mirroring each other, nothing much happening, and they're just slowly pushing on to the middle, that's big favor for the Hades player with that Walls of Erebus. Another thing about Hades, I should mention, is that he's got that plus 15% HP on myth units. So even though he doesn't have the initial 10 favor that Zeus has got, even though he doesn't have the same favor accumulation, he does have stronger myth units in general. And if it goes to the point where both players are just spamming out Scylla on either side, then that 15% HP can matter a whole lot.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, Athena coming through pretty quick actually for Magic. So he's not actually gone for a late advance time at all. A nice quick one. He's getting hand axe, he's getting pickaxe. He's got 3 villages, like you said, on favor, going to be working towards that Vault of Erebus. So he is going full economy all the way here. And I know that Magic has put a lot of effort into this specific matchup already. In the earlier tournaments, I think even Genesis, he was full send on this matchup with Pegasus Rush, right? So he knows the ins and outs of both sides of this matchup with arguably one of the best Zeus players of all time. Well, one of the best Zeus players of all time. So he knows exactly what's coming for him or what's potentially coming for him. So he's going to be ready to defend against pretty much everything.
Yeah. We've seen Recon fiddle around with Ares and going for that sort of demos to counter the inevitable hoplite spam from the Zeus. Hasn't seen it too much success, and we do see Magic just going for the standard Athena play. So that's, I guess, since you're saying that Magic, he's practiced this particular matchup a lot, maybe more so on Kalauga than on Anatolia. Either way,
it's a little bit different.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's a water map with water on both sides, and you're pretty much expecting many of the same things that you would on Kalauga.
Yeah. We do see a Juggernaut coming out as well straight away for Magic, but Moscow's already got 2 Pentaconters, and
Yeah.
he is ready to send on the water. It's pretty rare to see a very heavy water fight here on Anatolia, but I do think it's
We're seeing
becoming
it. We're
fairly
seeing it a lot,
meta.
aren't we? Yeah, I was about to
Yeah, well,
say
it's
we're
becoming
seeing this a
fairly
lot.
meta. Yeah.
I love this. I love it a lot. Like, you think maybe just a month or two ago, I think the meta was to just go almost straight heroic. People used to say, if you build even just one boat, that's a big waste because it's just going to go down to the Scylla, right? Well, that's
Yeah.
not what people are saying anymore.
No. I mean, right now the buffs to heroic fleet and all of that stuff means if I've got say 4 trireme out and and my opponent goes for Skylar, I can just kill him off. It's fine. It's not a problem.
Yeah, this is cool. I like it. And also, while we're at it, since there is so much fight over the water, we should mention that Magic has got the option to go for Aphrodite, which gives him access to the Argo, which can be such a good unit against the inevitable Scylla spam coming out of Mosca. Do you think having access to Aphrodite is better than having access to Dionysus?
I feel like you really need the underworld. No,
Oh,
because
really?
there's going to be bronze coming for you at some point, so you're going to have to get. Maybe you don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Aphrodite is completely fine. Yeah, you get the favor boost from golden apples. You get the Argo to hold onto the water. You get a curse to hit onto the bronze units. It's definitely an angle to play for sure.
I think that's the meta angle. Dionysus is coming in from Mosca now, and Magic is... He just needs the gold right now. He's got 7 villagers on gold, plus the Vault of Erebus ticking in. Killing a Minotaur there actually quite big for Mosca.
Yeah, all of these sort of advantages that you can gain do end up building, especially when this is one of the big advantages of Hades is having those stronger myth units. So losing that on the side of the map is never good.
No, for sure not. And once again, small skirmishes here. 6 boats on the side of Mosca, and I think a bit fewer for Magic. Really good raid here with the 2 heroes. Ajax Achilles going to town.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Moscow is trying to do there. He decides to turn around and shank a little bit. He does manage to get everyone else away.
Achilles is such a good raider, actually.
Yeah,
I always get surprised by it, but yeah, you can pick off units with that hero a lot of the times. Forcing out tower upgrade is huge.
Yeah, there's no excuses there. You got to be ready to defend against that sort of thing, and we do indeed see Aphrodite. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. If you don't think about it, it makes no sense. Of course.
Well, we do think about it on this channel, don't we? We have
That's right.
Dionysus in for Mosca now, so I think we will see where is the Scylla spawning, probably over on the right side then, yeah. And that's gonna be a big threat over here. I don't think there's enough units to take down the docks just yet, so if Magic wants to, when he hits the rogue gauge himself, he can make a comeback over on both sides of the water, actually.
Yeah, I think you just get the Argo, you push garrison all your fishing ships, make sure the Skylar doesn't get any heads, and you're perfectly fine here, right?
Yeah. Well, we have Scylla on both ends of the map now for Mosca. He's got only a single villager on prayer duty, so there's not going to be that many Scylla. Maybe also realizing that Argo is something that is an option for Magic, so he doesn't want to go too heavy into those swimming dinosaurs.
Yeah, and I guess the next question is like where to next? One, you have to defend the water, and we will be seeing Argonauts coming through, so that's going to be the Argo. But do you have to get out units? Moscow's going for a town center here, which I think that's arguably a little bit risky. All of a sudden, you're now giving the Hades player the option to go for the earlier Mythic Age and maybe start controlling the middle of the water.
Such an unorthodox thing to do, to go for second TC here. I never see anyone actually doing that on Anatolia. There's that Argo in, and directly now countering the Scylla. 2 heads on that Scylla, but it's targeting the Argo, and it's just not doing enough at all.
Yeah, and this hero ship, while it's good, it's perfectly great. It's amazing against the myth units. It's also not bad against normal ships either. It's just a big body. 600 HP,
yeah,
20 DPS. That thing hurts.
I think you can even upgrade it with the heavy warship if you get that upgrade. Honestly, in a game like this where both players are investing so heavily in water, I think that's an upgrade that you should definitely look towards. 150 wood, 150 gold, not even that much, and it affects every single boat that you build.
And while this is all going on, Magic is managing to get raids off into the middle of the map. He has to pull back. The Nemean line is a little bit caught out. Toxotes in the middle of the map going to be a problem for Mosca as he has to pull back as well. But Mosca's also hitting raids in the main base of Magic now.
Yeah, and these Toxotes that we're seeing here, they're actually doing a great job against the heroes. I think generally speaking, those Toxotes are your best bet against
The monkey's
early
going to kill.
heroes.
The monkey's going to kill.
Oh, they do. They always do, don't they? Ooh, the Hydra taking hefty damage from the Achilles.
Okay, so now Magic has committed into a lot of Toxotes here. So the simple solution for Mosca is, well, let's just build some Peltast.
Yeah.
And have some advantage here. So does Magic ever make... I'm going to throw it out there. Magic ever make some Hippias here, or does it just go straight into Hoplites and that's completely...
I think it's just Hoplites.
Yeah.
The Greek mirror, generally, when we get into a real spam war in the heroic age, I think it tends to lean towards Hippaspists and Peltasts being the best options.
True. All right. Well, the next question here is there even any point in making a huge amount of units right now where Mosca can just slap down that fortress, go Mythic Age, and then click Lightning Storm on this army in the middle of the map?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. If your name is Mosca, I think that's a great idea. You do see he's actually managed to accumulate a very good villager lead here. 10 villagers over Magic. Sick curse here.
Yeah, that curse was somewhat necessary, but now no curse for a bronze later on.
That's true.
That was kind of give some angles for Mosca to make something else happen here.
The Argo. This unit has stayed alive for a long while now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And
he's burning. He's on fire, but he's going to be fine. It looks like Mosca has won this bottom side of the water. So not only has Mosca got himself a sizable villager lead, but he's also going to be able to grab more fish down the bottom while kind of holding the top side as well.
Yeah, essential that he does. He's got so many villagers nearby. Super easy for him to even grab 3 villages and grab 3 docks while he's at it. Would probably be the
fortress up somewhere. It's looking like he's missing that, and therefore
he's building it
the next
now.
stage.
Yeah, he's getting it there. Meanwhile, what is Magic doing then? Is he just pumping out units here? He's getting a lot of upgrades. Shaft mine, heavy archers. May be able to find Mosca building the fortress here. We'll see if he gets there in time.
The problem with this army composition is he's going to be able to contain everything, but he's not going to be able to push anything here. So Mosca has got all the time in the world, but he's still building. Mosca does decide to build some units here. He's got all the time in the world to just click up to the next stage, and he's going to have that gold in. He gets the food in, and now there's Hera.
Man, and Magic has invested so heavily into Toxotes, even while Mosca is in the heroic age. And this is surprising to me. Like, these Toxotes will just be sniped down. You see, Mosca is building pure Peltas at the moment. I think he may have even cancelled the hoplites that he had queued. So it's just going full Peltas versus what's looking like 80% Toxotes.
It's actually kind of wild. The water fight kind of still going on. Magic is kind of behind on the food, but remember he's also got the
Argo finally going down.
Argo goes down, which means he has to rebuild it. It's not that expensive from memory.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He's rebuilding it now. What does it cost? 200 wood for Frey, but that's nothing. Such a good upgrade to get that Argonauts upgrade. But actually, it's Magic with the villager lead now. Probably also big factor of that being Hera being researched for more than a minute at this stage. But still 8 villager lead for Magic. And Mosca still hasn't gained total control over that right side. That's gotta be a big mistake on the side of Mosca. When you gain control of a side, it's essential that you start pumping out docks, pumping out fishing boats, so that you secure that side, and so you start really getting all the resources available there.
Yeah, there's realistically no excuses there. Maybe it's maybe a bit of a legacy bias where it's like we go up to about 18 fishing ships. You don't want to go too many because you don't have the population. But on Retold, so much more population. So why not go up to 21 fish? Why not go up to 30 fish, 40 fish? There's not a
Yeah, and
problem there. If you've got the position to grab it.
plus he's hitting the super fast mythic, so he will have access to Salt Amphora, and those
Yeah, which is
fishing
even
boats are
bigger.
going to be better than anything that the villagers can do.
Yep. Well, Hera about to hit,
Oh
and
my
Magic, he's just going to back off. Like, he does have a fortress he can dive into. He's splitting up his army. I love this. He's trying to play around this lightning storm.
The fortress looks really cool, by the way. Did you see? Oh, there's the lightning
Yeah, it's on
storm.
it's on top of the hill.
Yeah.
There's the lightning storm, and Magic, he's not even running away. He's just going to be sort of base tanking this as the Peltas all going down, the Toxotes all going down, and Moscow now secures his gold mine.
It's a
And
big
has
lightning storm.
cool, oh my god, Magic's at 99 population.
Yeah, and he's got 82 vills, like he barely has any military at this stage. Medusa there, plus a bunch of hoplites. Petropolis even in. These are buff Petropolis. They cost 75 fewer resources than they used to. And this fortress is just going down. Artemis is coming in for Magic, but he's just building hoplites and Toxotes. I don't know, maybe I'm the one who's behind the meta, but I really thought counter units were the way to go in the Greek mirror.
Well, I mean, hoplites are going to be able to break through if you kill off an entire army. I mean, we need some pushing power, and I think that's what Moscow is thinking. He kills off that fortress, he kills off everything else here. Magic, however, not going into his own counter units here, Paspis. That's the surprise. He's also, I think the other thing that he's kind of missed here is just a lack of military buildings. Sure, he's losing some now, but he's got so much wood in the back. He's got 60 villages on wood right now. He needs more military buildings.
Well, he doesn't have access to a gold mine anymore. And now Moscow
He is back
bronze.
up to full population. He is back up to full population. He has to wait up the bronze.
Oh, it's a big Chimera raid here. Already taking down 3 villagers. Going to take down a few more for sure.
And I guess the other thing here is it's not really a huge rush in the earthquake, apart from the fact that there's going to be masons that could be a problem for him. But an earthquake on that right position, on the forward gold mine with the fortresses and everything else, double restorations as well, that's going to be the spot to drop it.
Super clutch game here. It is Magic. Yeah. He's nearing that 100 villager population. There's the earthquake. On top of the town center, on top of how many military barracks plus the fortress. Really good value. Not taking down anything else other than the town center, but a bunch of low HP buildings there still remaining.
Yeah, the next stage here, or the big problem for Moscow is sooner or later, I don't know if he's already researched it, but sooner or later, Magic is going to have Shafts of Plague. And this just is a big advantage for the archers that are already an advantage for Magic here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Magic is getting heavy infantry though, and Sarissa, so... And he does have queued up just a bunch of hoplites, so it does seem like he's just going for the infantry route still.
Yeah, and now Paspis to come through for Moscow, so he is reading this, so he says, I'm going to get some answers for that. These Chimera raids are paying dividends right now.
Yeah,
for
for
Magic
sure.
So much value. Players are just kind of like handshaking on that gold mine, happy days.
The game is on a knife's edge. The fact that both players are mining from 2 separate gold mines at the same time, with the Chimera raid coming in here, I think Mosk is going to be in trouble. He's on 75 villagers right now, still hasn't taken control of that bottom side of the water, so his economy is going to suffer. Magic, meanwhile, 99 villagers. He's got the same amount of fish as Moscow's got. But all in all, the villager difference is really paying off here for Magic, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, Moscow coming in with some fantastic hoplites here, catching those Peltast out. Every little bit of good fight here matters so much for Moscow, being the player who doesn't have gold at the moment. So if you can get some good... I'm misreading that. Magic's the hoplite player. Moscow having a huge problem there, losing all those gold eyes. He can't be affording that at all.
Dude, I'm having a lot of trouble as well. I'm happy to see I'm not the only one. No, but it's Magic who's got the villager lead. It's Magic who's sitting on 3 town centers. He's got, like you said, he's got the late game secured, I believe, with that she has to play, unless like Moscow can make something really ridiculous happen, getting like 5 fortresses or more with that archive, what's it called? Archive
I'll go
patronage or something.
patronage. Yeah, it's good. It's good, but you're still having to face tank shafts of plague archers, which generally just beat the myrmidon. So while they're kind of free, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be able to help him out. I want to
No.
believe though. Moscow, what have you got? Pull something out of your bag of tricks here.
Ooh, Magic is pulling ahead, I think. He's sitting on 205 population, whereas Moscow, he's on 130, 127 population. His numbers are just dwindling, and you see him on this gold mine where Magic's going to hit him now. So thought things were looking bleak before. It's going to look even bleaker now as he's being forced to retreat from here, surely.
And Magic's now claiming gold mine after gold mine. He's got the fortress on the top. He's got the army on this position. There's not going to be any gold to come through for Moscow. And in that moment, Moscow does tap out. And Magic claims game number 1 of the best of 5 series.
Well played, Magic. Really, I thought the lightning storm struck really hard, and it was Moscow who seemed to be ahead in terms of age advancement, but in the end, Magic just prevails with the superior economy. Kind of what we said was going to happen, right?
Yep.
Magic is sitting there. He loves to play defense. He loves to play a bit behind his opponent, perhaps, just so that he can overtake his opponent in the late game.
Yeah, you said it. He won the water, and he didn't take those fishing spots. There was probably like, I don't know, it's probably like about a 10 villager advantage when we were making, where it actually seemed like it was a thing. Have
Yeah.
those 9 fishing ships with Salt Amphora, all of a sudden that's not a 9 villager advantage for Magic. That's equal, and Moscow has all that forward movement with the army, can take everything else out. But I mean, credit where credit's due. Magic holds that big scary lightning storm push. You know what's going to come. That's what the matchup is. He gets the units back out. He holds the bronze as well, and he's able to claim the victory.
These were some great raids. Magic really utilizing the power of Achilles here. And yeah, he doesn't. The good thing about those Achilles raids plus the Ajax, of course, is that he doesn't have to invest into any production buildings to get them. And so he's able to fight water still. Eventually, he did lose that right side of the water, but just being able to compete while still getting the raids off worked so well for Magic here.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're the one doing all those raids, it is harder to deal with it than to actually perform those things, because like you click the unit on there and then you can go and do something else. You're not having to worry. Whereas your
Yeah.
opponent is busy doing something, and he goes, "Oh, I'm getting raided. I have to go over and deal with this." And then all of a sudden, you miss a macro cycle. You drop a ship on the fight that you can't afford to drop, and your position just gets like worse and worse. So Magic taking that opportunity to do that with that one big advantage he has from the Achilles, and he just runs away with it. Hey.
This was so, like, I was really worried on Magic's behalf with all those Toxotes early game. I guess kind of with Curse on top of the pill tests, he definitely buys himself a lot more time, um, where he doesn't just get completely annihilated by the pill tests. And now Magic gets himself 3 lions, he's got himself the heroes, and that's where the lightning storm hits. So all the Toxotes that I thought he was overproducing, they're gonna die to the lightning storm anyways.
Yeah, that's right. So
Doesn't
maybe
matter which units they
maybe the
are.
idea is just get the cheaper units out to soak the lightning storm.
Right, right.
But even so, there was, I would say, the biggest, if there was anything to improve on, I think Magic played an amazing game. The smallest little criticism was, lightning storm's coming. There's no units. You've got to have that infrastructure down in advance. Get 10 buildings. Get everything out, because you've got all the resources there. The income. He's got 90, had like 100 villages or whatever. With you include the fishing ships as well. You're going to get that army back out much quicker, and you're going to be able to get into that defensive position and be good to go.
Yeah. Didn't talk about the Chimera raid. I think it was a single Chimera. It must have killed like 20 villagers or so. That thing dealt so much damage to Moscow.
Hero Chimera.
Cool Chimera? Is that a meme?
The Hero Chimera. Hero.
Oh, Hero Chimera.
Yeah.
Cool Chimera. We can make a meme of that.
We could do.
It's probably not going to happen.
Anyways, now next map, next matchup. We're seeing it coming through. Thor, Poseidon on the map Ghost Lake. We haven't seen. Actually no. We have seen Poseidon on this map a little bit. I remember seeing throwbacks to Rappel Recon, Loki versus Poseidon on this map. We've seen a few other ones. I don't know how much Poseidon Thor I've really seen. I do think that, Poseidon's got that nice early game to get in and try and harass and punish the late advance time that the Thor player wants to do. But on the map Ghost Lake, with all the goats, what do you think, Sue? Where is this game going to take us?
Ooh, I don't know. I think Thor is just favored in this matchup. You did say that Poseidon excels at that 315 advance, but Thor at the same time, the more people get to know how to play Thor, how to play defensively, they don't really get flustered too much by that Centaur Atalanta raid as you would usually do. And even if you lose a villager, it's unlikely that you do so, but even then, you're still going to be ahead by like 4 or 5 villagers after that. And then Thor just plays so well into Poseidon. Actually, Poseidon, I think, is one of the lesser picked gods in this tournament in general. And I think a big reason for it is because Poseidon doesn't play very well into Norse.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, you do have I guess the one angle you've got for Poseidon, this is what every Poseidon player wants to go for, is those Hippias Centaur. So if you can get on the front edge, if you can get the tempo going for yourself as a Poseidon player early, then the Herser, they get delayed. You can't really make Herdman because the Centaur are killing them off. So you almost have to go pure Herser to deal with Hippias Centaur, and that's kind of what Poseidon wants to play into anyways. So long as the tempo gets into the Poseidon player's hands early on, he's going to be okay here. But he does have to make that happen himself.
Yeah, and as always with Ghost Lake, super important to see what the spawn is looking like. 1 or 2 gold mines is going to be important. And another thing, like the forests on Ghost Lake, sometimes you barely have any protection, other times you'll have plenty of protection. So
yeah,
if the Thor player is able to hide behind the Dwarven Armory, the temple, and then maybe just 1 or 2 walls here and there, that's going to be very nice for him. But on other maps, you'll have a big exposed gold mine that you won't be able to protect with your buildings. If that's the situation for the Thor player, that's going to be an issue. And then we might see the continuous Centaur raid with that special being a real nuisance for Magic here.
Yeah, I mean, Magic, he's one of the best. Well, he's already said it. Mosca's a good defender. Magic is also one of the best defenders as well. Like, these guys' playstyle, I do think it's very similar. I think they've got... But again, we're throwing into you can't. Mosca's going into this situation. He can't be defensive. He's playing Poseidon. Can he not be defensive? I know if Kimo was playing this game, he'd probably go second town center and just try and win with the defensive Greek play, because that's what he's so good at. So maybe there is an angle there for Mosca.
Dude, we have Mosca on the signature god here, so I'm excited to see this. Even if it's a difficult matchup, which I do believe it is for Poseidon, we are in now.
Well, we're going to see exactly what's going to happen as Magic, he spawns in the top right corner as Thor, and Mosca on his main god here in the left-hand corner of the map is Poseidon. 1 gold mine Ghost Lake Soup. Its town centers are looking spicy-ish.
I don't think town center is going to come into play here. It being a one gold mine start, and actually we see Magic's gold mine. I don't know if you can say exposed, but it's forward at the very least. This does mean that Magic will spend most of his time, most of his resources on just securing that area, and he's not going to be leaving his base to build a town center or anything like that. So expect a 1 TC game here. And then the question is, do they go for heroic age? Do they go for raiding with Freya? Or do they just, play defensively? Magic going through for Seti, pumping out infantry. What are we going to see? I'm not sure about it, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see, I hope, a 315 from Mosca and try to expose that gold mine.
Yeah, there's no sense in going slow here. Forward gold
No.
mine, forward chickens. You're not going to be able
Yeah.
to hit the boars. You might be able to hit those berries if magic doesn't secure it. Even if he does, you might be able to bash the wall down and get in there. Uh, so there are a lot of weaknesses in this map. The wood is, I would say, is pretty good for magic, and that back forest there should be okay. But I think Mosca is going for the fast advance time. He's got 2 villagers on the temple. Actually, he might not be able to afford it with what he's got here. So maybe it's going to be a slightly slower one.
This is
But
the issue with
nonetheless,
boars. It takes too long to kill them sometimes, and then you end up not being able to advance when you want to. Yeah, Moscow forced to go for 330 because of it, but it'll still be fine.
yeah, it's only because he sent villagers over to wood early. If you just put everything on food, you get it. It's not a problem. But people want to get that nice efficient like build where they've got a little bit of wood coming in, so they can get their Theseus out nice and early. We see Hermes, no surprises there. Magic still hasn't really secured that forward gold mine. I imagine he's going to put a temple and a wall around, but he's got to get that going very, very shortly here.
Yeah, I was looking at his towers. If you scroll down a bit, Vodka, I think the 2 towers are pretty good at protecting that gold mine. You can imagine when the tower upgrade is in, it's going to be hard to hit and run this location because the towers will continually hit if Mosca gets in the vicinity of that gold mine.
Yeah, and the temple to come down. You just imagine if this was that 315 and that centaur just ran straight over
Oh
here.
my
He
god.
might have been able to deny this, but
You kidding?
that's the difference with timings, man. And that's the small little things can be so huge.
Where is
But
Theseus actually, come to think of it? Has Mosca not produced a Theseus? No.
looks like the answer is no, not just yet. So
Maybe on
we're gonna be
purpose,
seeing
just because he
the
doesn't.
stables.
I think maybe on purpose, just so he can get fast units out. That Theseus is just going to slow down your army, right? So why even bother getting
Yeah.
him, her,
Yeah,
whatever
you want
is.
it. You want it just in case, and it's pretty rare to see the Thor player going for this. But you want it just in case in your main base to deal with the potential Valkyrie.
Yeah,
You don't have to pull your Atalanta back. So not building it does make some sense here, and we do see after all the Berserk gets sniped.
that's a really
The
good
wall
snipe.
doesn't get finished up, and now Magic is basically forced off of this gold mine.
Oh, this is huge for Mosca. He's getting so much done here. Dude, even just killing the Berserk may not sound like much, but it's going to delay magic significantly here. He won't have the Berserk to build houses, long houses, great halls, whatever it is he needs to do. He's not got it for this purpose, and it's going to slow him down. This Centaur honestly should be denying these dwarfs continually. There's no reason for magic to be able to mining this gold mine. Once again, he is forced to retreat here.
Yeah,
Great
the
start for
Atalanta to
Mosca.
come onto the top side as well. He's going to be pushing off so much idle time here. Sure, there's 4 villager-ish advantage that Magic's going to be having once this Hammer of Thunder completes, but the temple getting taken down on the front here. Magic manages to finish the walls. I kind of wish that Mosca bashed away at that a little bit with the Atalanta. If he could have denied that wall, then this base is so open for huge damage, but with the troll to come through, got to be a little bit careful. Nice micro from Mosca, but I don't know how long he can keep that up for.
Such a good healing spring here. Like, it's healing those dwarves back up to full. Obviously, some of them had been hurt, damaged by the Centaur special attacks coming in, but they're back to full HP, and this is just going to be such a good utility to have the healing spring on this location for Magic throughout this game. Big deny on that longhouse here.
Yeah, that's huge, and it's going to keep this gold mine open for harass. Mosca just needs to keep putting the pressure on here. The hardest part about playing Norse is being on the defense and not having your base set up. As he's moving back over onto this temple, cleaning the temple up is even more important because it stops those Hersha from getting built.
Oh yeah, and it's a super defensive temple as well. It opens up this location. You cannot build walls there because the gold mine is blocking it. So if he takes down this temple, it really opens up the gold mine. Magic surely has to invest into Sentry Tower now.
He's going to be getting himself some Herbman out, and he's just repairing this up, trying to utilize that troll to get damage done. But we do have the technology Lord of Horses in, which will give a tiny bit of health back or regen back for those cavalry units.
Remember the repairing done by magic here? It actually costs him resources. Sure, he's using it.
It's almost a villager kill.
Yeah, I was so close.
Yes. Yeah, it does cost resources, so it does hurt him.
Yeah, he's using his military, which is obviously great. He doesn't have to spend idle villager times on it, argument seconds on it, but still, it does cost him resources. So I don't know.
And also,
Magic is ahead by 4 vills. That's something to keep in mind while all this is happening. So yeah,
yeah. The thing I think I'm worried about for Magic, while he is getting a very powerful army out, the thing I'm worried about for Magic is his gold mine. It's almost gone. I'm sure he's got Dwarven Mine,
Yeah.
but he's gonna have to leave his base at some point, right?
Yeah. And Mosca seems to be, I don't know, he lost 2 hippies in that fight. I don't know if that was a one fight for him or not. There's Herdman in the mix for Magic, and I'm not sure if Mosca was quite aware of it.
Yeah, you've got to have those Centaur out to
Yeah.
deal with the Herdman. They are very, very strong against Hippias. You realistically can't fight them with the Hippias. In fact, you probably want to just poke and pull back, sort of treat them like Egyptian spearmen, but Egyptian spearmen on steroids.
They're good, and with the Forseti upgrades, you know, they fare so incredibly well against Hippias, and they're speedy too. But then they don't have they don't have any additional armor that helps them against the Centaurs. So it's definitely an issue of just getting. I don't know the math. Do you know? Is it 4 or 5? How many do you need to instantly kill a Herdman with that special attack? Maybe 5.
I'm looking at it, and it looks like it's going to be 5. That was 3, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So my guess is definitely 5.
Yeah. And obviously, then you get the upgrades, and that changes as well. But Magic almost out with Spirited Charge to come through. That is to boost up the Centaur speed as well as the Hippias speed, because he knows that those Hursa are going to get a little bit quick.
Spirited Charge helps out a lot in the hit and run situations that we're seeing attempted here. Doesn't even manage to get the special attack off, maybe partly because the Centaur speed isn't quite there. So it's going to help in that department. But then on the other end, 25 favor. That's 25 favor to not spend on 2 additional Centaurs, which would give him to that magic number of 5, where he can instantly take down a Herdman.
Yeah, and I'm loving this as well from Mosca behind all this. He sees the Herdman, and he goes, all right, time to make hoplites.
Yeah, it's beautiful. There's a lot of Herdmen here for Magic, actually. 2 Trolls, what is it, 12 Herdmen, a bunch of Hearses. Oh my god, Magic going for the TC?
I mean, he sees he sees his army, he sees how powerful it is, and he says, hang on, if I get this town center, how are you going to get around and hurt me here?
Yeah, it's true.
It's just something that pretty much just Norse can get away with early on, because they can just put so many units to get the town center up. But Mosca here, almost forced to take a fight. He's charging in underneath those Herdmen. Those Herdmen are going to get so much damage here.
Yeah, he can't take those fights. He can't take those fights where the Herdmen are directly on top of the Hippias, because the counter damage is just too brutal, and now Magic is going to get that town center up.
Now, the town center, while it does prevent like a straight line attack in onto this position, he can still move around the left side. It's obviously going to be spotted by Magic, but he doesn't have to. If he wants to keep pressuring and pestering that back gold line, he can get around into that. But looking into the main base, there's wood to raid. There's other places to attack here. He doesn't have to fully focus on that gold mine, though. The simple solution, it seems, as Mosca is going to go for it, is a bronze all-in.
Yeah, I love the bronze play here from Mosca, to be honest. I do think Magic has secured himself gold for the next many minutes. And so just seeing the brute force option, the bronze, maybe even adding in 2 additional Hydras or something like that, adding Hiphaspis as well to take down the Hearses. I think that's the kind of play that Mosca needs here.
Yeah. Anyways, the timing is now in Magic's hands. He's got, well, the defensive timing is in Magic's hands. He can go for Skadi here if he wants. He can go for Bragi and get himself Swine Array and Call of Valhalla. Start going into some Berserks if he wants as well. He's got a lot of different. He's got a lot of different options to try and hold the big push. But we have already seen 1 or 2 instances this tournament of bronze being a very difficult thing to break.
Yeah, what do you
to
think?
defend.
What do you think? Don't you like Skadi better than Bragi here? Because you can just say, I'm not going to use Frost ever unless you use Bronze, and then I'm just going to Frost that. I mean, that's if I was in Magic situation, that's what I would do. There's Ceasefire available, obviously, against the flaming
Yeah,
weapons.
yeah, I'm with you. I think. Well, the question is, how do the Herdmen do against fully upgraded Hippias?
They do well.
I imagine they still do good. I
Yeah.
imagine they still do good. So if that's the case, you don't need to get yourself Swineray. So yeah, let's just go Skadi and just take away a little bit of a lose condition or a win condition from my opponent. I've got Frost, I've got everything I need, and we're all good. The thing is here though for Magic, he's got to be careful. Like we've seen it time and time again. This Greek army gets so powerful, the pacifists on the way.
Yeah.
For Moscow.
And the second Hydra and Dionysia as well for good measure, even heavy infantry. I think about the time when that second Hydra is coming out, I think Moscow is just going to go for it. The more he waits around, the longer he's just falling behind in economy. And I don't think he can afford it. Bit of a weird goldmine here for Magic, isn't it?
I mean, the dwarves will automatically move there when it finishes, but if I don't, it's weird because he doesn't jump onto it straight away.
Yeah,
because like the dwarf mine getting onto it and mining it, you get bonus gold.
Yeah, you get plus 25% gather rate in the heroic age.
It's actually quite a bit. Like it's a huge amount, to be honest.
It's plus 25% in heroic age.
Yeah. So, but he is doing it. He does have some dudes on there, so it makes sense.
All right.
And Magic is going for that huge infantry thing now. He's got
for sure
Swineray, he's got Call of Valhalla, he's got Champion.
He's got 190 pop versus
infantry.
150. Hello?
Yeah.
Moscow's gonna find this incredibly difficult to find an opening to even use bronze. And he's sitting on 1 TC still. This is kind of crazy. It's just a Thor economy. The things that you can get away with when you get those additional 4 or 5 dwarves early on, it allows you to grab a second TC while still having the military control. How crazy is it when you think about it?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. Like he just had what he needed. I mean, maybe there would have been a better angle to go into getting some Toxotes out, and then that would have been able to poke the town center and prevent it from going up. But I mean, he just didn't have the stuff there to deny it, and then that just allows Magic to just literally just be in front here. And Moscow now has to take a fight underneath a hill fort and a town center. There's going to be bronze, but there's going to be flaming weapons as well.
Moscow's full population finally, and he says no more waiting around. No point waiting around anymore, and he just go for it. If you can take down this hill fort,
the army for Magic's not that good here.
No.
Herdman versus Sepaspist, that's not great. The Hippias are the real warrior unit, and you can just send those Hippias elsewhere. As the bronze comes through, flaming weapons for Magic as well. We'll see exactly how this is all going to turn out. There's a whole bunch of berserkers coming in from the back here.
Why was Magic having so few military units there? And yeah, there we see the reason why. There's like 20 berserks coming. Hello?
He just baits. That's a big bait. He just had them sitting in the back outside of line of sight going, Oscar's going, surely my army wins this, right? And then he's like, no, hello, I've got an extra 30, 40 population of berserks here. I just want to just introduce them to you.
That's the third town center in for Magic as well. We see Petropolis being trained for Moscow, still sitting on one town center. I think he's realizing that he's not winning the long game here. So he's trying his darndest to find an opening to get a siege working here. The bronze attack didn't work out. Now he's trying with some more, I don't know, finicky Petropolis attack here. See if that'll work out for him instead. Magic, is he grabbing a 4th TC? Surely not.
Yeah, he will. This is what he does. He knows. He knows this is, like, why not? This is what he does. The thing is here for Moscow, and the thing for Magic is, Magic, he's got an extra 25 favor, and it's going to come through. It's another Dwarven Mine.
Oh, yeah.
And he's already used, he doesn't have to worry about any other gold mines. He's got one on the left-hand side of the map, but he doesn't need to go over there. No problems. Why worry about it?
Yeah,
Just get all the town centers, get all the pop, and we'll call it a day.
so you get the additional plus 25% gather rate, but another big benefit of it is you don't have to move your dwarves from one side to the other.
Yeah.
It's actually, sometimes it's like 500, 600 gold that accumulates too. And the fourth TC is up. Now the Berserks are there, ready with a pincer movement if needed. Otherwise, Magic
Yeah.
perfectly happy just sitting here repairing with his entire army.
There will be Artemis to come through. And, I mean, if there's some sort of transition into archers, I don't see it just yet, but there's some sort of transition into archers. I've seen shafts of plague archers do some very nasty things to the Norse armies, but Magic is going to have all the time in the world to set up many he's going for 5
Dude,
thousand. Why not?
Magic is flexing now. This has got to be flexing. He's sitting on 260 population, 4 fortified town centers. He's about to hit, how much is it? 290 total population versus 175.
Yep.
Yes. And the Petropolis poking at the throwing X-Men. I don't think that's going to cut it.
Yeah, now he just has to go and kill the main town center of Moscow, claim that, and then he wins in 2 minutes with the town center.
Yeah. Would be the first TC victory condition, I think, in competitive Retold gameplay, if that happens.
He's going to find some raids in here as the villagers on this wood line have been left alone, and I think Moscow is beginning to see exactly what sort of a situation it's in. Another dwarven mine to come down, because why not?
I'm calling it right now. I think Magic's going to win this game.
Yeah. I think Magic's got a pretty commanding position here.
We'll see, though. Right?
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. He could accidentally delete his entire army. Seen that happen before.
Well, even then, right? Even then. What was that? Artemis in with the earthquake. Lots of Hephaespists on top of the throwing X-Men. Magic doing some nice shoot and scoot. There's a Hydra falling down to the hearses right now, but Magic does get to utilize that TC for garrisoning in and garrisoning out. And now, Magic sitting on only 4 town centers, ladies and gentlemen. Only 4 town centers for Magic.
Only 4, but the villager numbers of Moscow are having some trouble staying solid here, as the berserks in the main base of Moscow they're not being dealt with.
They're not. And Tyr incoming for Magic now as well. So...
Oh, this is a really nice angle to take this fight as well, even though there's Hephaespists. There's just so many throwing axemen. All of Moscow's army getting cleaned.
There's no archer transition going on either. Moscow's getting Hippias. He's got his Hephaespists here. And yeah, obviously, Hephaespists are a great choice, and you can use the Hippias to take down the throwing X-Men. The idea is there, but the economy is not quite there, though. 35 villages for Moscow. Maybe a second lure will give him back into this game. No.
He could have gone for the lure. No, but just an insanely powerful, well played game by Magic. He just said, "Fine, we'll take the damage. It's all good, and then we'll build the dudes." I think Moscow probably overbuilt Hippias a little bit there. When you see those Herdmen coming out, you almost have to say, no worries, go for the Herdmen. Invite the Herdmen to be built while you immediately go into Hoplite or Toxotes. I know that the consensus is that we shouldn't be building Toxotes in the classical age, but I do think that they're an option against that specific comp.
I think the Centaurs. What do you think? Just 3 Centaurs out early, and then I think
maybe more Centaurs as well could have been a big help.
Yeah, I think that would have made a big difference.
Stable, maybe instead of going 2 stables, you go 1 stable to build Hippias, and you go for a barracks as well, or you go for Hippias Toxotes as another idea, and with the Centaur as well. You know, there's you just kind of give the matchup to Thor if you're just going to give him those Hippias. He did so much good damage here early with the Centaur, picking off the Berserk, getting it onto the Dwarves, getting idle time done. But there just wasn't any real reaction to what Magic was doing.
I think once we started actually getting real skirmishes, not just Mosca hitting at buildings and using a centaur special here and there, like this, we see even, I think it's just two herdmen, but they're dealing so much damage. And in this process, we
Yeah,
see one of Magic's hearses dying, but you also see two Hippias dying. And when you're playing Poseidon versus Thor in an early skirmish like this, you want to win these skirmishes big time.
yeah. You can't be losing anything realistically here. You've
No.
got the speed advantage. That's what you need to be using. You got 5.9 speed, 6.5 speed, Hippias. You've got the Centaur with the speed. There's no need to be taking a melee fight against any Herdman. But yeah, this fight here was the real only chance for Moscow. But Magic at this point, 198, 205 population. Like, doesn't matter how good Bronze is. If you've got more units than your opponent does, it's not going to go well for you.
It looked all right up until 30 berserks occurred out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But that was part of. I think that was part of Magic's plan. That's credit where credit's due. He was hiding them. He had them off on the side, and he says, "Please come and fight me." And once they came in, okay, I'll bring my dudes in, and we're good to go.
I think they were building a town center, to be honest, and then just returned from that
Yeah,
duty.
but maybe it wasn't intentional. But did he convert? I don't think he converted villages. Did
No,
he?
no.
No.
He wouldn't.
Maybe he did. He might. It's not a bad idea. The villager, the Berserk Narok, it's a thing. I'm still waiting to see the real Berserk Narok.
Ooh, I think you gotta wait for a Loki player to do that with that.
Yeah, you do.
That reduced price of doing so.
You really do. One day, I'll keep holding out.
Dude, Magic was building farms around that bottom town center. Did you see?
He's just full of confidence.
Yeah.
And he knows the position he's in. He knows how far he is in front, and he's
Exactly.
just having fun, I think.
I think that's it too. Okay, so 2-0 for Magic. Looking to go. Wait, Mosca's looking to go into Alfheim with his Isis. Magic picking a tried and true pick for Alfheim as well. It's going to be Frey. I think this is probably the most common matchup on Alfheim, don't you think?
I mean, we've seen a lot of Frey played here. Magic normally likes to play Kronos, but he didn't even. He has it. He has the Kronos, and he says, "I don't want to play Kronos against Gaia. Potentially, I wouldn't mind playing Kronos versus Isis. I wouldn't mind playing it versus Ra. I wouldn't mind playing it versus Odin. But because there's a Gaia on the table there, maybe that's why he didn't pick."
He lost that matchup already, right? Versus
yeah.
Mini Yeti.
Yeah. So, well, the Frey makes sense here nonetheless against everything in Mosca's sort of pool, with the exception of Odin.
Yeah.
Odin, in my opinion, does well into Frey, but on Alfheim, it's not as simple.
No, for sure not.
A couple of risks, maybe, but yeah, I think a good solid pick here for Magic, but also a good pick for Mosca as well. I don't think it's a bad matchup for Isis in the slightest.
No, and I think it's a good matchup too, because someone in chat mentioned this is the battle of the boomers, and it is. Like, it's very normal that you're going to see these two gods going for either 2 TC or even a 3 TC boom into a fast mythic. But seeing just how this matchup plays out, Isis can do so many things, as we talked about earlier, right? She can do the Plague of Serpents on top of the second town center. She can go for an Ancestors Eclipse attack. And even if she goes for a fast mythic, that does... she still has to then utilize that for a big meteor into Valley of the Kings attack. She cannot just sit there and boom and do nothing.
I do have in the back of my mind a game that I believe is on Magic's YouTube channel. For those who don't know, he does have a fantastic YouTube channel making great Age of Mythology content. Same for a whole bunch of other players, but there was a specific game he played, and I think it was I can't remember who he played against, but it was Frey versus Isis on Alfheim, and I think it was versus Chemo. It was versus Chemo, and Chemo did go for that fast mythic play. I'm not sure how long ago it was, but maybe it was before the cost increase on the mythic age. But he was saying that it was very, very hard for Frey to win that situation. So maybe things have changed since then. Like, meta's changed, units have been buffed, units have been nerfed. what do you think? If this is going to be a fast mythic angle from the Isis, does the Frey have an angle themselves, or what?
I think it's a coin toss for me. I don't know which way this one goes.
Yeah,
I think honestly, yeah, a coin toss, and a big part of that is because it's yeah, these two gods just excel at many of the same things, and yeah, I just don't see it. We have a question in chat, by the way. Why can't I find these games on in the when you browse the games? It's because
the
it's
lobby.
playing.
Yeah,
It's because it's played on the previous patch. So you cannot see it in the current patch, unfortunately. There's a lot of issue with the current patch, so the tournament is being played on the previous one.
yeah.
Kimo says, stop
Anyways,
exposing his strategies. The 2 TC Isis Fast Mythic strategy that Kimo came up with.
true.
No,
Good
but
strat. It's a good strat. I recommend it. Check it out.
I want to see I would love to see Mosca go for a 2 TC Boom himself, and then use uh, some form of aggressive play with Anubis, and see if she cannot make an advantage that way. I would like to see that.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to me to go for something like that if you're going that angle. Uh, Obviously, the fast mythic angle is there, but it's so telegraphed. I just, I just don't believe in it anymore. We've seen it so much that these players have to have come up with some answers. You know, like you know what's coming for you. You can't be like, oh, what? He's suddenly in the mythic age at 12 minutes. Like, no, that's not. It's not a surprise anymore. There's no like nothing hidden there. There's angles to take to
People
find
pull the
clear
villagers away
advantages.
from the hometown center. People
Yeah.
don't put all of their production in one place, and people just, you can make herdmen to counter the camels. You want to see which unit on the building, and then you can make the perfect counter to it. It's very telegraphed, and yeah, I do hope we're going to see something different from Mosca.
Well, we're about to see it going into game number 3. This is tournament life on the line for Mosca here. He's got to win this one. Otherwise, he's going home. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Magic on the Frey. And in the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Mosca playing Isis.
And this is a good Alfheim map, and the reason I say it's good is because it's wide open in the middle. So I don't necessarily think this is going to be a big 3TC boom map from both of these pairs. I think building stuff in the middle is definitely an option. Although the more I look at this map, we also see a lot of safe resources hidden behind cliffs and forest, as per tradition on Alfheim.
Yeah, you're going to be able to get walls up. Raiding here is going to be difficult, I think, for both players, and especially knowing these players. Like I know Mosca, if Magic is just going to sit back and play hyper defensive, take that very back town center, I wouldn't be surprised if Mosca is just like sending villagers into corners and walling him in and getting random walls, if just making like life really really difficult. Same too for Magic. He's got the Norse, much easier to do out on Norse by just sending some berserks around the map. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see any of that stuff happening in this game.
I know that Magic practices a lot with Keto, and
Yeah,
Keto is a really, really good Frey player. And something he does that is super annoying is he values the wall upgrade a lot when he's playing Frey.
yeah,
So
yeah,
he's going to make those early walls. He's going to get the early stone wall, which only costs 200 resources because you get a 50% discount being Frey, of course. And then, yeah, it's just ridiculously annoying to play against. So I kind of think maybe we're going to see that from Magic.
yeah. The big quote unquote counter for walls and wall upgrades is the siege. If you get some siege towers out, they have this special ability which gets an explosion effect when it actually kills the wall and actually takes a lot more of the wall out. And then beyond that, you want to be getting those buildings or extra walls yourself to kind of block up the position so that your opponent can't just wall it back up easily. So
Yeah.
you got to kill the position and then take it for yourself as well. That's very, very important on maps like this.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I think it's actually a really cool layout of this Alfheim. I haven't seen an Alfheim like this. It's like the center, there's barely anything there, and then the rest of the map, plenty of cliffs, plenty of forests. So The walling will definitely help out a ton in securing the resources around the map. And yeah, it's just, you see the nooks and crannies, the infamous nooks and crannies are everywhere to be seen here.
Oh, we've got a little bit of a
This is like
a pause here.
an in-game thing. But
all right.
What I wanted to say, because you look at the middle, there's just this big wide open space. And it does leave open the option for... All right, let's go back to the lobby.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem. Not happy with the map. I'm not happy with the map either. I wanted a completely open map with no hills, no nooks and crannies, and just straight fighting the whole entire time.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll figure out what's going on here. It may just have to be an issue of us reconnecting to the game, and then we can just fast forward to the point where we left these two players. Gonna have to see where it goes. But either way, the way that map layout was leads me to think that it could probably be some early booming in the early stages, of course, and then some big fireworks in the middle. I would love to see Valley of the Kings Mixel in the middle there, for example. There's so much room to build for. Or even for Norse. You can build like 10 longhouses, 10 great halls.
Or 3-4 hill forts with Feast of Renown. Just get that food coming back in. It's way back into the game here.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties defeated.
We're back, baby. And it's it's a game 3. Everything on the line for Mosca. He's gonna have to come up with something good here. He's got himself.
I mean,
sorry.
Let's talk about the history of Mosca. Like, he is a Poseidon player at heart. You know, Poseidon does lend itself over to playing gods like Odin, Gaia, Oranos, those sorts of like radish gods. You know, getting cavalry out and playing for that sort of a position. Isis isn't that style at all, and we are seeing Mosca playing something that does sort of have some sort of reminiscence to playing Poseidon, playing playing Gaia. He's going for Anubis, so I wouldn't be surprised to see those Anubites. I wouldn't be surprised to see him trying to get in and get value with them while taking map behind it and all the good stuff.
He's only got one monument, though. Usually, when you go up through Anubis, you're gonna see 2 monuments at the very least. We'll see. Is he building a second one? Not yet. So
yeah, this is the super build from Rappel we saw earlier today. Obviously, Mosca not aware of it. He wants to get the town center up, so he's not going to be able to afford that monument, it seems.
Right.
But priest going down is huge here.
That's a good priest kill.
Yeah, and now Mosca has to decide what to do, and he is going for the Ford town center. I love this. I think this is you need to do this if you're going to be going for any sort of aggressive ISIS play. Never, if you can avoid it, don't take back town centers as Egyptian. You want to take the fourth one, because this is giving you a launching pad to attack your opponent.
Interesting. Yeah, and that back town center is actually quite bad. Sure, it's got 2 forts around it, a gold mine kind of nearby, but that gold mine is not, gold is not going to be an issue on Alfheim. So what you're saying, absolutely true. Good raid for the Anubite here too.
And he's just going to sit on this back town center with the Anubite. I just run it around and just create problems, because I'm going to be dropping Plague of Serpents. You might even be worth it to just drop Plague of Serpents down onto it, just
sort of preemptively
to some degree.
Just so you have those 16 there ready and available whenever Magic decides to go for it.
It does take a while for them to spawn, right?
Yeah, otherwise they're going to be spawning 2 by 2 every 3 seconds or so. It takes a while.
Yeah, nice little raid here as Magic turns around, gets the shanks. He's trying to catch this Anubite out, but it is a lot of lost resources here.
Yeah, it's a big raid.
Magic.
It's a big raid. It's so annoying for Magic to deal with this. He's trying to get the resources for that second TC, and that raid delayed him, I don't know significantly, but definitely noticeable amount.
Yeah, and he's looking to put the town center down. He's actually throwing Axeman out here. There's the town center. And are we going to see Plague of Serpents? I don't think there's another good usage of it at the moment.
No, that's true.
I think you just drop Yeah.
At the same time, there's going to be like a bunch of units there, so I don't even know if it's going to be that high value anymore. This Anubite is getting so much value, it's absurd. Also, just
Yeah.
these 4 units chasing it around means that the second TC for Magic is going up a lot slower than it would have otherwise.
Yeah. The one thing here for Moscow is he did invest into barracks and things like that. I mean, you want to be building Axemen at some point in this
Oh,
game, so it's not a
third
bad thing.
TC,
Going
that's
for a third town center.
ridiculously good call. I love that. I love it so much. I don't think Magic
I would
is...
have loved it more if he took the forward
Oh,
one.
yeah, that's
But
true.
this is not a terrible idea at all.
He's getting a wall there,
Now
though.
we see, yeah. Now we see this is what I was talking about. This is the stuff that Mosca does, which is just beautiful. Like he's early walls, early annoying walls, get them up and get going. But I imagine Magic here as well is just going to go time for 3 town centers himself.
Look at the Berserk here. Is it going to catch the villager in the process? It looks like it's not going to. Oh, really unlucky for Magic. Mosca will be able to get that wall up, and that's a really good wall to have for sure.
Yeah, yeah. He's going to be scouting the town center going up, and he's going to react and drop his own 3rd town center. Most likely. I mean, there are some timings here for Magic. He doesn't need to grab the town center. He can go for a nice heroic age, get the center of the map secured, get, like you were talking about, maybe get a whole bunch of hill forts there and look for an attack. But realistically here, Magic is playing into his ability to win with powerful Norse play and good decision making. He doesn't want to take any risks here.
Yeah, but Magic taking his 3rd TC now. Dude, you're absolutely right. Had he grabbed this town center instead of the back one, man, Mosca would have been in a perfect spot right now.
Yeah, he had the snakes as well. He could have dropped them on there, and he did have the barracks. So he could have brought a couple of axemen up there as well to hold on with the pharaoh.
You know what else?
Nonetheless, it's close, and it's not like it's bad. It's a close town center. He didn't have to walk very far, so some good resources for him.
I'm just thinking,
resources for him.
Had Mosca done that, you know what would have been the response from Magic? It would be to get Idalier and start producing Rams in the classical age. Would have been
go for it.
Would have been so much cooler. Ah well. Sobek is in for Mosca now. A bit of an unorthodox pick, but seeing as he went through Anubis, maybe not that unorthodox actually.
Yeah, do you really ever need Nephthys in this matchup? Like you talk about Nephthys as a god path or a major god, minor god, excuse me, that gives more powerful priests. That's basically it. Whereas Sobek gives cheaper Migdols, gives really, really good Petsubek, which can potentially counter some rock giants. They do some divine damage. That's nice. And also super camel riders, which while they might not be
true.
They might not be like what we're gonna see early in this game. Later in the game, maybe getting the raids in, running around, break down a wall, super speed with Desert Wind plus Dark Waters. Maybe it's an angle.
Yeah, we'll see what the Sobek amounts to here. Certainly, you're absolutely right. A lot of the technologies that he provides will be useful in a boomy game like this. You've got the economy to get the technologies, and the building technology is going to come in really handy. You're going to have to build a ton of buildings as this game progresses, so the Sun-Dried Mud Brick going to come in really clutch.
Yeah, and we see one hill fort. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second hill fort, a third hill fort, a fourth hill fort. There is a locust getting dropped down.
It's a big one.
As he picks off a huge jump in onto those dwarves there as well. It'd be so well worth it to sack the Cenobite and just keep sniping those low HP dwarves. But he's just going to run around, doesn't have to worry about much here. He's back in, jumps away. Taking too much damage though, unfortunately. Just snipe those low HP dwarves. Gets 2 more. Beautiful play from Mosca. Magic trying to finish this off. We see Thoth pre-queued here for Mosca. He is going to be going for a huge timing as the Anubite finally falls. But it's going to be... He's going to go for Thoth. Do you like this? Or do you think when you're going for the 3 town center play it might be a better idea to just go for the death ball comp rather than the economic sort of economic timing of get out Osiris, go Son of Osiris, and all that other good stuff.
I like Thoth here. And the reason for it is because Magic is still sitting at 54 villagers. It's going to take quite a while before he actually gets online. So I think there's going to be a 2-minute, 3-minute window where Magic is still trying to establish himself, where Mosca will be able to pump out either camels, chariot archers, or elephants, or all three. And Magic is going to really struggle to actually fend it off. So
yeah, but this is that thing that I was talking about. If you're gonna go, he does decide to turn into Osiris here, actually. But if you're, this is that thing I'm talking about. If you're just gonna go for fast mythics, this is where players are starting to work this stuff out. There's already a portable ramp. Magic is like, I know there's a mythic age coming in. I'm going to take the town center down. I'm going full send. There's only a handful of chariot archers. I don't need to care about this. Let him stop. Let me get some damage while he can. I think he thinks that Osiris is like already like researched at this point. He's so aggressive, but there's going to be damage, and this is good for Magic.
This portable ram is such a good unit to get here for Magic. And even if Mosca was fighting in the heroic age, I think these portable rams are kind of underrated because they can soak up so much pierce damage just by being a siege weapon. So yeah, the risk reward for building 1 or 2 of these so big for Magic. And see over here, is the Plague of Serpents actually going to be able to defend this location? Portable ram is still quite healthy.
It's actually almost able to take the town center down here. Is he going to get it? One more smack? Oh my, that's so close. How unlucky there for Magic. I don't think he gets anything realistically for killing the town center. It's just going to get put back up, but it's got to feel frustrating to not finish it off there.
One portable ram doing so much here. I think it's actually a bit of an underrated unit. Because as Frey, you got the Asgardian hill fort anyways. You want to be pumping out those hill forts, like you're saying. This is the 3rd hill fort that's probably going to be even more as the game progresses.
Yeah. Well, Osiris about to hit. We see Vidar now queued up for Magic. He's got another hill fort. Realistically here, I just want to see Magic throw down like, let's just call it like 10 hill forts, because there's never, you can never build enough hill forts as Frey.
Well,
never.
10 hill forts, what is that, 5,000 resources?
It's a lot. I'm just saying, like, there's no limit. Just keep putting them down as this game goes on. Never stop.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see what Magic decides to do here. A lot of pressure, I think, on Mosca to make something happen now. He's got his Son of Osiris. He should know that Vidar is surely inbound. So yeah, he needs to get a nice forward monument, I think, and then he needs catapults out, and he really needs to start getting this snowball rolling.
I haven't seen that one before. That Osiris having some problems holding a relic.
Yeah,
maybe Pharaoh was holding it, and then he's clearly holding something.
He's pretending. He's pretending like. The relic over on the left side there is just
big raid.
Well, it's there. He's got
big raid in the right hand side. There's a huge amount of units in the main base right now of Mosca.
Tempest in.
See Tempest
just to kill villagers.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, he has to play around all of the monuments, so this does make some sense.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount of kills here. And this does kind of level something in terms of economy. Like we didn't see thoughts, so there's no economic advantage right now for Mosca. But Mosca's town center here on the top side is going to be going down. The Huskarls charging forward. Those chariot archers are not there to fight against Huskarls. Huskarls absolutely dominate them. But the Axemen, however, those are going to be good.
Inferno, where is this being cast? Over here. On top of the Son of Osiris, very, very classical. We've seen that tons and time again. But the Son of Osiris now against the portable rams, it excels against these units. But that TC was already low HP from that earlier skirmish.
Yeah, these top units aren't going to be able to finish off that town center. But Mosca has just lost the position. Magic is running away with this game. He's at full population. Mosca's at 136 of 200. Portable Ram's going to be cleaning up this big dog stronghold here.
I don't think the Son of Osiris is bringing enough value here. Like, I think he needed the unit pump that you get with the Valley of the Kings. But even then,
Yeah,
I don't know. Magic, he's got so many units here. He's made some really nice moves across the map. And even with Valley of the Kings, that's going to be very hard to react to properly. I love the Axeman here from Mosca, though.
Jack's going to be able to deal with all those infantry, but magically immediately back up the full pop. He does have to be careful in some degree. Maybe he doesn't, but he's got to be somewhat careful about going mass infantry into mass axemen. But I mean, right now, Magic's got full map control. He's about to have another town center. He's got four hill forts, and 3 or 4 town centers. Well, going to be 4 town centers. That's a huge amount of extra food and healing.
Oh, yeah.
You can't break through these positions anymore for Moscow. This is, and he's going to lose all these villages on this front position as well.
Oh, yeah. And once again, the portable ramp is doing a tremendous job. Magic really utilizing them to its full effect. And Mosca does even have, he does a 1 or 2 gold mines over on the right side still, but he's gonna struggle. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. And Mosca's going to have to tap out there. And Magic claims a very, very quick 3-0 here. It's some incredibly powerful Norse play in this series, wouldn't you say, Soup?
Yeah, for sure. This Frey gameplay here looked so dominant. To be fair, I think maybe Mosca was playing a bit too defensively, needed something more to happen. He had that amazing Anubite raid. We're going to see some of that in the replays, I'm sure. But yeah, this was Magic just got his economy up and running, and then he steamrolled his opponent. Very, very cool to see.
Yeah, it did kind of look like Mosca was maybe just a little bit lost in this matchup. Like you can't be giving the map over to the Frey player. Like that's not allowed. If you're if the Frey player has the map, the game's basically over. He is defensive in nature. He is powerful because he doesn't have to spend as many resources on upgrades. So if he has the map, there's nothing to worry about, and he's just going to get further and further and further in front as the game goes on. But yeah, Mosca kind of saying, I'll take my half, you take your half, and we'll call it square. And it was not square at all.
Yeah, even with the nice Anubite action going on, maybe that's what Mosca needed. More of that Anubite action. It seemed to work out so well for him with the nice Locust Swarm as well. Like everything that Mosca wanted to happen kind of did, but then it's just he was sitting defensively on his 3 town centers. He just got steamrolled anyways, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then this big timing that Magic hit, like he's only up, I don't know, 20-ish population, but considering the units that he's got and the units that Mosca's got, Mosca kind of needs to have, I don't know, some axemen out here rather than the chariot archers at this point. In fact, I don't even know if the chariot archers are the unit you want to be going here.
No, I don't think so. I think what he needs is camels and axemen.
Yeah, camels and axemen make a lot of sense against what Magic was going for,
Yeah.
or elephant and axemen as well. Like if you're going to go for Thoth, you can get those out in a big quick numbers.
Yeah, but Magic had so many Hostiles, and he got so many
yeah,
armor upgrades for that matter, so the Chariot Archers just takes way too long to kill their designated targets.
exactly. This was a nice little play. I haven't seen it much before using Tempest on running villages, but a nice play to get a couple more kills.
Tempest also deals a bit more damage to buildings now, as you can see here, the town centers. Yeah.
I think if he just stayed on the town center and dropped Tempest and stayed on the town center, it would have died.
Maybe.
He didn't have to chase the villages.
Maybe, but he did kill some villagers in the process, so can't even blame him for that.
You can't be mad.
See the big Inferno here? Not even that big. It does hit.
If you land it right on villages, do they survive if they've got survival equipment, or are they just...
I think I saw most of them surviving there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see them here as well, actually. These were the remnants. Yeah, portable rams, berserks, hostiles throwing axemen. Didn't even have to invest into the cavalry upgrades. Typical Frey gameplay.
Well, yeah, Magic's just kind of surgical with it with the Norse here. I think it just maybe just like knew what he was doing a little bit more than what Mosca did. You saw it in the Thor versus Poseidon game. We saw it here in the Frey versus Isis game. Just really, really solid gameplay, but we're gonna have to leave that one behind. It's over. Magic is now through to the next weekend. Gonna big congratulations to him. I'm sure he's gonna be very happy with that. We're gonna be taking a short 3-minute break before we move on to watching El Matador against the Rapple. It's gonna be a really good series. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. All right, we are back and we've got a matchup for you. I'm really, really excited about this one. We've got El Matador against Rapple. Before we get into it, so there's a draft in front of you. There's
Oh
some
yeah,
big gods getting snatched up for both players. What are you seeing?
double Kronos ban. We've gotten to the point where we see a double Kronos ban. This god has been immensely popular these past series. Isis banned out for the Rebel and Thor banned out for El Matador. So I know that Rebel has been looking really, really strong on Isis. Maybe that's why Matador wants to lock that pick away from Rebel. And we do see the first pick Ra as well. So yeah, for some reason, I think Rebel is the only player remaining that really still values Ra and Isis highly. And then on the other end of things, Matador with Frey, Rebel with Thor and Loki. I think that's the other thing I wanted to say.
You say I think Mister is also valuing Ra, maybe not quite as a first picky as Rapple, but I've definitely seen him grabbing him in like the second round.
Okay.
I guess it might just be because Rapple is I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're going to be watching Isis versus Noir on Bamboo Grove. Oh baby, this is going to be a fun one. This is going to be a very fun one. I'm a fan of this matchup from both sides. This is just a nice, exciting fireworks, defensive, offensive, timing attack, Bamboo Grove nonsense here. But what I'm more excited about, Soup, is both these guys are mechanical gods in RTS. They've got the like multitasking down. They've got their raids down. They've got their micro down. There's going to be a lot of good stuff here. But Soup, let's get into it. Game number 1, El Matador, Rapple. Who's going to be the victor?
That's not quite right. We'll get there, I'm sure. There we go.
Hell, and we're into the game on the map. Bamboo Grove. On the bottom of the map, we have ourselves the Rapple playing as Noir. And on the top of the map, already casting his creation as well. But on the top of the map, we have El Matador playing as Isis.
That creation by Rebel, I don't necessarily hate it. I don't know the math behind it. What is it that he's actually accomplishing, getting 2 clay peasants out here on the arcade gauge? What do you think? Is it just going to be for a faster advance into a faster second town center, or what do you think is the idea here?
Well, I mean, I can tell you the math. 120 seconds with 2 villages, gathering roughly 240 resources. No, that's not right. Yes, it is. Roughly 240 resources, give or take. Probably take more than give.
Right.
What can you realistically get from that early game? An extra upgrade?
An extra upgrade? I think it's just a slightly faster advance into a slightly faster TC. And also, I gotta correct you. These clay peasants have a 0.8 gather rate versus a Greek villager with 1 gather rate. So it's not 2.4. In fact, it's probably more like, it's not 240, it's more like 175 or something like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't do that math. 0.8 times 2 times... Nah, we're just going with 1. We'll it's too hard for me.
Either way...
4:30 a.m.
Yeah, you're excused. The point is, it's not going to be that much, and I'm excited to see the Rebel. What does he actually accomplish here?
This isn't the first time I've seen this. I saw this from Kavoth as well. Both of these guys valuing the early clay peasants. I think you're right. A faster advance time. I actually don't think it's a faster advance time. Like it's just a 2:30. This is very possible to get without the clay peasants. But it's going to be a faster second town center. Maybe. Actually, I don't even think it is. The more I think about it, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, you're going to have the resources. What else is he? I don't want to analyze it too much. He's going to get a second town center very quickly, I'm sure.
Well, this is, we're just observing now, so we don't even have to do the math. That's all on Rebel. All we need to look for is the timing. When does Rebel start building the second TC? And then we can make the conclusion ourselves. Is it worth it? Is it not? And we saw that earlier today, right? Recon using creation in the classical age immediately, right? Oh, was that
Recon
yesterday?
today, not today. Must have been yesterday.
I'm sorry, I'm mixing things up. I was casting yesterday. So Recon used creation as soon as he had classical age, giving him 4 clay peasants. I'm
Mm,
personally kind of inclined to like that approach a bit more than this archaic approach.
yeah. Nonetheless, how to comes through. Rapple getting the resources he needs. He hasn't really built anything. He's got his Cheong-Chi here, and he's going to be looking for some raids with that one. While uh, the Pioneer, he did actually get the I can't remember what the text called, but it allows your Pioneers to pick up relics. So that's one big thing that he does manage to get there.
Oh yeah, and he's forcing the Pharaoh to come over here just to heal his friend, and this is good because this is not what you want to use your Pharaoh on, and
No. Oh, and he's
yeah.
getting harassed in the gold mine as well. All those villagers getting pushed off. Like
Oh,
Rapple doesn't need a kill here. He's just no alt S. The villagers here just kind of a mind of their own. And El Matador not prepared for this at all. I almost think it's 100% necessary for the ISIS player to just go for a 4-minute advance time. But El Matador has gone full greed, and he is suffering for it.
he could have easily actually walled off that location with his own houses in the temple had he just built a bit more securely. But I think he could go for this type of advance if he wanted to. But if he just decide to do that, he needs to wall it up with houses and potentially even a large wall as well. But this is such a good attack. 4 of these pioneers, that's enough to assert some serious dominance on this position. Oh
Yeah,
my god,
he
almost
almost
taking down a
loses a
mill.
villager there as well. This is not going well for El Matador at the start of this game at all. And he's also brought his Pharaoh off to the side here. He's got to bring that Pharaoh back over and actually take a fight. That's these pioneers are getting too much value, way too much value here.
For sure. And it's not like pioneers are trash units that fall off over time. Not at all. Rebel is going to need these units later on, anyways, to either defend against myth unit raids or against Ancestors Clips, whatever it is. These units are necessary. So it's not even much of an investment that he's making.
I do see a. Oh, oh,
My
oh.
god, no, no. Good micro there from Matador.
Big bad Qualfu here who says, "Get out of there, Mr. Anubite." Says he can't be attacking that guy with an Anubite.
It's a huge plague.
Serpents.
It's a huge plague of servants, to be fair, though. Although I don't know, for some reason those snakes are not dealing damage to that hero Koafu.
So Plague of Serpents has a multiplier of like 0.01 or it's like no damage against
Versus villagers, of course, and
and
Koafu are villagers. I forgot that in the moment
right.
because of the immense damage this guy was dishing out.
It's true. He's a big hero, and he's got a big boulder he's throwing,
and he's got many of them, and this hero Koafu has got more range than regular ones. Plus, obviously, as we saw, he's got bonus damage against the myth units. He can even take down the obelisk. He's got a small amount of crush damage, so even though his regular attack deals mostly pierce armor or pierce damage, he does have crush damage to take down obelisks, for example.
Yeah, and now Matador has got himself 1,100 food in the bank. Like, I think he is just completely thrown off in this game. His build order is whatever he's going for is just not worked out in the slightest. He didn't lose any villagers, but he's behind. He's well and truly behind. It looks like he's going for a fast heroic here, which when you go through Anubis, you don't have access to ancestors at Clips.
No,
so that Nephthys isn't going to be very strong. You can go for, I don't know, you can go for like Hathor here, I guess. As we see Abundance to finish up, and Golmang has got a choice here for the Rapple, but he's not going to be able to afford that for quite some time.
Yeah, I think Matador is just improvising here. He never intended on going one town center Anubis into Sobek. This was never the plan. But just because he got disrupted so much in the early game, this is the best that he can come up with in the current situation.
Yeah, I don't think you can't get a gold star on this specific map. You're gonna have to break through these walls on the side, and even if you do, there's a gold mine behind his base. There's a gold mine to the left of his base. And there's also Earth Wall to add insult to injury here. Rappel is consistently scouting with that Cheong Chi as well, so you can't there's not gonna be any sort of Rappel knows what's coming for him at this point, yeah, or at least he must assume he knows, as we do see one snipe on a peasant there, as the Anubites will run around dodging arrows and then jump out.
The Anubites can jump in and out. That's obviously really good, but it still does hinder their movement around the main base here by a lot. And we did see the Pioneers managing to get some damage dealt to them up until they had that jump back on cooldown. Metador finally getting a second TC for himself. He's almost up through Sobek. Doesn't have gold for Amygdal, which, I don't know, it's kind of sketchy.
It is. There is one angle here for ISIS to bring this game back. I mean, he's not out of the game. There's a huge villager differential here, but the one angle here that I see for El Matador is that late game mass elephant sort of Thoth, just a crazy army that is very difficult for China to deal with. But getting there is going to be a mission in of itself.
And even then, Rebel does have those halberdiers, which are good against cavalry. And even if the approach is chariot archers, he's got Wuzu javeliniers, he's got white horse cavalry as well, which are actually really, really good cavalry units, even though you can only trim them from the Baule. Once again, a peasant pick here from those two Anubites, and there's a big locust swarm. 3 additional peasants going down. Even the Pioneers taking good damage.
Back over there to snipe another Qual. You're not going to kill off the Qualfu on there, unfortunately. These Qualfu kind of roleplay a little bit like the citizens of Atlantean, in that you generally don't get those picks with a Locust. But a nice little bit of damage for him nonetheless. It's all good for him, and he'll take whatever he can.
Yeah, for sure. And Matador staying in the heroic age for now. He's producing chariot archers and camels. And yeah, Rebel, he's going heroic age now. I don't think he's quite ready for this attack, save for obviously having this wall up. But once it's down, I think he's being forced to retreat from here.
Yeah, I don't think he can stay here, but he's not in no rush to leave at the moment either. Once the wall goes, obviously it's just time to run, but he's got so many resources behind him that I don't think there's any problems here.
He's got a tremendous gold mine in the back, as well as on the left side here, as we see. So yeah, there's
just so many resources. This is the minor god with forest protection from memory, right?
Yeah, it is.
This makes it even harder to get any sort of timing attacks. It's not a timing attack from Matador because he did decide to grab himself that second talent, and if not delayed, he's just looking for as many little raids as he can, picking off villages and trying to equalize villager count and bring himself back into the game. He's doing a good job of it.
That was a great raid. He killed a Kuafu and 3 additional peasants there. And on top of that, he already dealt a lot of damage with the Anubites. He is slowly putting himself into a nice position here. Rebel, he's gone through Gomang. He's already pre-queued. I forgot the name. It's Gong Gong.
Gong Gong. Yeah,
Gong Gong.
And he's got this is a lot of fun. He's also got that vibrant something, which boosts his wood income into the stratosphere.
Yeah. It makes his face prettier, very importantly.
Vibrant man, there you go.
So yeah, it's just heroic age aggression from El Matador. Do you like this approach? I don't think he's going to be able to do much more now.
I don't know. I think, like you've already said, this is feeling very improvised from El Matador. He's gotten a lot of value. I don't think that this Great Flood is going to do a whole lot against ISIS. He's probably got the monuments in his main base to protect anything there. His army getting swept away here. He can heal it back up with the priests. We are now seeing some of those halberdiers to come through, which do counter the camel riders. But yeah, Matador needs to open this base up. So killing off these Earthwalls while he's got this chance is quite nice.
We all know by now that Chinese in the Mythic Age is extremely potent. But what is Rebel going for here? Is it the Tiger Cavalry?
Yeah, Tiger Cavalry are insane. They're very expensive. Very expensive. They beat out Camel Riders. They beat out Elephants. They beat out Chariot Archers. The only unit that really has a chance against them in the Egyptian sort of roster is the Spearmen. And
Horus Spearman.
Horus Spearman, yeah. You do have Anubis Spears here, which
True.
will be performing a little bit better. But yeah, El Matador is definitely going to be having to face those. But the hard part for China is getting the food for them. They cost so much food. And like, is you think 30 farms is enough? It's not. You think 40 farms is enough? It's not. You think 50 farms is enough? We're getting closer. You need to have a lot of food income to support those.
You also need a bunch of Baolays, probably realistically 3 at the least, if you want to make like a majority army consisting of Tiger Cavalry. So yeah, you need the technologies as well. You need champion cavalry. You need both of the minor god technologies. You probably need the levy upgrades too. So it's definitely not a cheap unit to get by. There's the Qinglong.
There is one thing I haven't considered, which is I don't know exactly how well Desert Winds Dark Waters Cavalry do against those Deuterinos.
Yeah, interesting.
Might be closer. These are like new Wa super upgraded with Gong Gong as well. Tiger Cavalry. So.
What is it? Nuwa has the innate bonus of, is it plus 10% cavalry
plus
HP?
10% HP. Yeah, HP.
It's not a big bonus by any means, but on top of everything else that you get from the minor gods and the big conversion onto the Petsukos. No, but on top of everything else, Nuwa players will definitely take that.
And Rappel's still holding on to this Great Flood. Like, he's like, I don't need to use it, he says. I'm just going to hold. We see Thoth actually coming in, so it's not going to be any sort of Osiris shenanigans. And we are indeed seeing those Tiger Cavalry slowly trickle out as the upgrades to come through for the heroes as well.
Rebel is getting another he's getting a hero upgrade from the Imperial Academy. That means he won't get that last stand hero cavalry upgrade. This is gotta be a mistake from Rebel. He should not be getting that upgrade.
Last stand is really, really big for those Tiger Cavalry as well. But I mean, is there really any rush here for Apple? Can he just sit back and get all of his things and then call it a day? There's going to be a meteor coming for him, though.
I think there's a rush. He needs, because you see Thoth is coming in. There's going to be, it's a really sick stun there. But he needs as good Tiger Cavalry as he can get, because there's, look at the army composition here: siege towers, camels, chariot archers. Tiger Cavalry is exactly what he needs here. So just wasting all your favor on hero upgrades when you need that last stand upgrade is not a good thing.
Yeah, and behind all of this, like the villager differential is now equal. We are seeing a town center getting snuck by Rappel on the left-hand corner. A little bit of a no-no from El Matador to not be spotting that, but nonetheless, Rappel doing his best to try and break through here as El Matador slowly but surely. I think he's holding, and he's going to have this Thoth, and he's going to have a huge amount of units to come through. But does it matter when Rappel gets the full population Tiger Cav and El Matador's got no spearmen? This is going to be a big question mark. I don't know.
The last stand upgrade is in now, so now Rebel, all he needs is the heavy cavalry as well as the champion cavalry. And then...
Well, and one thing here for El Matador is this town center, farms on top of it. Now the meteor hurts even more.
Yeah, there's even army nearby. Maybe they will be able to go back to safety. But yeah, taking down maybe that town center, certainly taking down a bunch of farms, even towers nearby. 2 towers getting
and the villagers getting smashed there as well as the chariot archers going to town on them. But now Gong Gong comes through and he's sending the chariots forward. Oh, and the stun on top of it. I've never seen that, but that's going to be all of those units there getting cleaned up for. But even the villagers still getting chased down as El Matador's not done there.
What an interaction. The Great Flood into stun. I never expected it like that. But, dude, that meteor was so big. I think Rebel, he's still in a good spot, obviously, but he did not prepare for that to happen. I don't think he's happy to see that at all.
Not at all. But here's the thing: that Valley of the Kings tech, that's coming through. El Matador, once it's in, the fact that he's been behind on economy this entire game is not going to really matter. He's all of a sudden he gets a huge income influx. His population is going to shoot up to 220 very, very quickly. He's going to get all of his dudes in. But the big question is, can El Matador continue to win fights against these cavalry as they're going to get more and more powerful as this game goes on? They're only at medium, which is why they seem to be not doing so well. Sooner or later, heavy is going to come through, then champion, then what does El Matador do?
Kind of crazy that the heavy cavalry upgrade is not in yet. I think maybe a bit of a blunder from Rebel continually producing them before getting that very, very important heavy cavalry upgrade. That said, though, there's so many units here, so many heroes in the back as well. And I do think Rebel has got the Gong Gong hero upgrades to boot. So not only are the Tiger Cavalry very effective here, so are the heroes.
Yeah, and oh man, this Pharaoh right in the center of the map, I'm loving it. Like forward Valley of the Kings Migdal, beautiful. We finally see a little bit of a ghost building to come in there as Rappel wasn't paying attention. His cavalry going to turn around the other way. I kind of actually like this idea from El Matador. Why not just get a couple mercenary infantry when needed to give a bit of a front line? They've got bonus damage versus Cav. They're actually really good. And wait, Medjai doesn't exist in this game, does it? I'm trying to remember.
No,
there's no Medjai. There's no boosted mercenary.
Unfortunately. But, you know, look at Matador's base on just the side of the map. There's so many gold mines available. So he can definitely afford sending these mercenaries into the fray. And yeah, Vodka's just finding out heavy cavalry is coming in now for Rebel. He's going to be very happy when that hits him.
Yeah, we're seeing the raids to come through as well. For breaking through that wall, can hit the gold, can hit the wood, can hit the food. Matador's controlling these chariots nicely. One other option here that Matador does have now, he's got himself that sun-dried mud brick, is massing towers. Towers plus chariot archers plus crenellations, ballistics. It's always going to be an option. Stock standard Egyptian play. Once you get to full pop, then you can just start slamming those down.
Yeah, and the Chinese siege weapons notoriously ineffective. I don't know, ineffective, but not as powerful as other civs at least.
Definitely one of their weaknesses is the problem of going full chariot archers versus these cavalry is that realistically, if the cavalry get on top of the chariots, they will be dying here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and he can keep garrisoning in and out, but eventually those Tiger Cav will get on top of their targets. And now Matador has no more buildings to garrison into, does he?
No.
The Tiger Cav is so tanky.
And the population for Rappel is staying in a nice little position here. We are seeing Mercenary to come through to help out. He is getting nice trades here. The Spearmen are starting to come through as well. A little bit too late to some degree, but if you can get those upgrades and that gives him a front line, it does force Rappel to start making some Chuko Nu.
He's got them in the back now too. I don't know, just 5 for now, but he's definitely making them, and that's gonna hurt for the Spearmen. They're only medium or they're heavy right now. Either way, chariot archers, spearmen, and a few camels in front. Versus, oh my god, the heroes and the Tiger Cav. These are just prime units. Prime units of, I think we can all agree by now, the best Mythic Age civ in the game.
Yeah, this is what you want. And now we see the Qinglong as well. This thing's even more brutal as it's going to be flying through, floating in and hit huge damage onto those chariot archers. He doesn't
go for it.
Well, he misclicks to some degree. I don't know. And then the dude dies, so it gets no value. But El Matador going to be microing his little socks off to try and keep himself alive in this game. And he's doing a nice job of it.
Yeah, and this is despite his Pharaoh actually not working this entire time. He's not utilizing the Valley of the Kings because the Pharaoh is continually pushed off of this location, forced to garrison, thus never getting that double production that I think he needs it at this stage.
Yeah.
And no. Pharaoh's gonna go down here.
Down. Pharaoh goes down means a stop to the double production completely. As the Qinglong, you got to snipe that down as the.
I think Matador needs side builds. He's clearly not able to win the head-on confrontation against this rebel army. So what you need to do
Yeah.
instead is try to make a miracle happen with a, I don't know, catapult walls or something crazy like that.
And the
Is
thing
this?
is with the chariot archers, when you're playing like this, the way that El Matador's playing, you don't have APM to get side builds down.
Nah.
You've your everything is being spent on this micro at the moment, and those Qinglong, oof, oh, the chariot archers are feeling a little bit of pain there.
Yeah. That special attack is so good. That's like the Qinglong without the special attack, not the greatest of myth units, but when that special attack hits a group of archers or a group of villagers, you really see the power of that dragon.
And Grapple gonna slowly start finding the real advantage here once this town center gets taken
Oh
down.
yeah.
He's going to move forward. He's got the resources to grab it. He's also got an ability to start spamming out towers as well, if need be. With the fact he's gone through and grabbed Vibrant Land, that would boost the tech. His wood income is through the roof. You can't really
He's got
see
Hotu,
it
so
because he's spending a ton of. He's
got advanced defenses.
as well, right?
He's got advanced defenses through Hotu, significantly nerfed, obviously, because it was broken beyond belief before. But at this point in the game, it takes 25 seconds to convert a wall chip to a tower. It's really good.
Yep. And you don't even have to convert them all. You can just set wall ships up all over the map. And then whenever you feel like it, we can go, all right, this position, let's just get a whole bunch down. And
Yes.
they'll come up later. So you can threaten it without even putting the time in. Really, it's a really strong late game way to play.
Well, we're talking about that, but the way Rebel's playing, he's just auto-queuing units into Matador, and it's working out so well for him. Rebel takes it.
Yeah.
GG, well played.
Yeah, well played there by the Rabble. I mean, this was all coming back to that early game. Like, I don't know, Soup. I don't think in a game against China you can go for these greedy builds, especially if you've got exposed gold mines, exposed food, exposed wood lines. Like, they're gonna get damage done onto you. So why take the greed when you can just say, "Hey, I'll go a bit quicker up, and we'll take a slightly different route. Maybe we're going to be a hop behind. I don't know. Let's call it 100 resources, 120 resources on where we might have otherwise been, and ensure that we have a good position so that we can actually do something that we want."
Yeah, yeah. I mean, looking at the way that this game went, you're obviously right in your assessment. We see here 4 minutes, and the Pharaoh is now pulled to heal a priest back up. But this was the least of Matador's problems. More pioneers
Yeah.
coming in, and just villagers forced to pull in and out of that tower, and priests being produced just to heal the villagers back up. This was such a brutal start for Matador.
Yeah. I mean, he could have walled like this one position, and he could have been as greedy as he wanted to. Right? Just one big fat wall up to the houses, and all of a sudden the pioneers can't do anything here.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
he didn't
So
even need a whole wall, to be honest. He could have just walled up the straggler tree.
I
And
will say,
still,
in Matador's defense, I haven't seen Nuwa played like this. I saw it yesterday with Recon doing the same, actually versus Rappel, and it worked out extremely well as well. But before that game and this one, I haven't seen Nuwa played like this. But obviously now, seeing how effective it is, it's something you gotta prepare for.
yeah. I mean, there was the pioneer nerf, but this was something I was seeing I think I was seeing quite a lot of at the start. You just like
Okay.
the early pressure with pioneers against someone who doesn't have like a cavalry unit. Like if you got Atalanta, it doesn't work. If you got Achilles, it doesn't work. But if you got, I guess if you got the Pharaoh in there, I don't think it works either. Like if Matador just brought the Pharaoh over, I think maybe he was fine as well. Maybe that's he just didn't know to bring the Pharaoh over.
Where
Once you
was
hit
the
the
Pharaoh?
classical
Because the
age,
Pharaoh
it
was
was
healing the priest. Did he just leave the
yeah,
position?
yeah. He was just sitting on the back, empowering up. But
Ah, that's
yeah,
not good.
and this this forest protection thing is so nice. It not only does it snare the opponent's units, it deals damage to all of them, and it heals your units. So
Yeah.
it makes it so hard to actually push. The only real way to break this is to have such an overwhelming force of units and siege to then actually kill the building that's been forest protected. And in this situation, the town center, that was the big building that needed to get taken down. And so you need a big force to break through there. And El Matador didn't really have that there.
Well, he did have the force eventually.
Yeah.
I think maybe right about now he found his force to break through it.
That's true. One big fat meteor and he's good to go.
Yes.
I mean, there is somewhat of a luck-based meteor. Like there wasn't really anything for the meteor to hit but the town center, so it's probably going to go down.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah. Well,
this great flood was so cool.
Was so good. Yeah. I don't even like. It's one of those ones where you're like, you can't really give. I don't know. Is this on purpose?
You mean the stun after the great flood or whatever?
Yeah,
to split it.
The stun.
There's no way,
right?
There's absolutely no way.
I credit where credit's due. It's on purpose. Hype play from the Rapple.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now,
even just using the great flood just to push the units back rather than any other random direction. I think that's a great play.
Yeah, pushing them into your army.
Yeah,
because the great flood is not like strong enough in of itself to kill off an army, but if you can displace it, which is where its power is now, into your army, that's really, really smart.
Yeah, and it works on Son of Osiris too, just for the record.
Yeah. Well, so this is well played game by Rapple. He's up 1-0, but we're moving into the next map here, and we've got a special one. We're going to be going in onto the map Arena.
Uh-oh, Frey versus Shenong on Arena. Who was it? Fushi. Is Fushi available for Rapple?
There is.
No.
Not for Rapple, but there is one for El Matador.
What? Matador has Fushi available? He doesn't go for it?
Yeah.
You saw that game too, right? With the young John.
Okay. I saw John Wick going to town, but I think that El Matador knows that Rapple knows, and there is an answer which we've already seen to some degree from the Rapple.
Yeah,
where he picked Shenong against Recon, and it was Shenong versus. I want to say it was Noir though, wasn't it? No, it was Fushi.
It was Fushi. It was exactly that matchup.
It was
Shenong
Fushi.
versus Fushi. Yeah.
And the Fushi was struggling. Like John Wick couldn't quite deal with the. Sorry, I should use the proper names. But anyways, the big fat hero from Fushi wasn't actually able to do much. Young Zhang wasn't able to do much against those Dao swordsmen from Shenong, but completely different matchup now. El Matador with Frey. I like Frey against China. I think this god is really good versus China. We've got 30 seconds. Tell me your quick thoughts.
You want to see a relatively early Bastion, not necessarily to guard any resources, but you want to get those Hostiles out. Very, very good against the Pioneers, Fire Archers, good against a lot of different units. So probably get that thing down and then get a relatively fast second TC, and you're good to go.
And you're good to go. Well, we're going to be getting into game number 2 here as we jump in, and we're going to be seeing that Shenong for the Rapple in the blue color, and we're going to be seeing El Matador playing its Frey in the red color.
I mentioned this last time I was casting Fushi here. When you're playing China on Arena, these towers that are spawning further away than they would otherwise. And this means that the towers aren't actually contributing to the favorite land, if you look over in the Chinese base, Vodka. So in the towers aren't actually contributing to the favorite land as of yet. So you need to link them. Let's see here. Yeah, see, you need to link these with houses, with granaries. With Fushi, you can use your Peach Blossom Spring. But yeah, I think you definitely need to incorporate into your build. Maybe get some extra wood early on, just so you can link these things and get that extra nice bit of favor.
Yeah, and it's actually more favor income once you actually connect them, because normally the towers are overlapping with your town center, but in this situation they're not. They've just got a full tower worth of favor income. So yeah, once they're connected, you're in a good spot, and you've also got a 5th tower to boot. So a little bit of extra something there.
Oh yeah, I think all in all, We'll see how quickly Rebel manages to link these buildings to his town center. But I think you can maybe even get a third Kuafu before you hit that classical age advance, because that favor
Yeah.
generation will be that much higher than usual.
And there's just no
And
rush to advancing, right? Like, we're probably going for a fast 3-town center here. The only time we might be scared is when we're playing against Frey.
because his boom is that much better, or
No, because
no?
there's the portable rams.
Because of the portable rams. I'm so ready
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense here. Like, your opponent's going to be wanting to boom it up. They're not going to be ready at all. They're not going to have anywhere to run to. They might even go for like double village center inside of their main base there. And man, you could even grab a forward town center behind it to have Gullimbursi to incorporate into the big push.
Oh yeah,
So
true,
I
very
don't.
easily.
I would go in so far as to say that this is pretty scary for Rappel, and I think he's got to be thinking about this. He knows he's already played against it once today, right? But this is a completely different matchup.
Yeah, I was just thinking he's playing Shinong. This means that that extra favor generation that he's getting because of playing on Arena, it also contributes to faster myth units getting produced for free. That is gonna be significant, I think, right
Yeah.
here. We don't see it on the UI, unfortunately, when that first myth unit is gonna come in. But I imagine, dude, soon enough, with 315 in, usually you'll see it around 420 or something like that. I think we're gonna see it a lot sooner here, actually.
Yeah, it just depends on which one it is, because you get your choice of
Yeah,
three, right? You could get the Yatsu, or you can get the Cheongchi, or you can get the
big
Chillin.
chillin'. Yeah.
Yeah, big fat Chillin. So if you get the Yatsu, it can come through really quickly, and you can actually be in your opponent's base super early. But yeah, I imagine Rappel is not got that one here, as it hasn't
No,
come
I
on just
imagine
yet.
it's
I could be wrong.
a chillin' that he's getting.
Yeah.
Either way, he's gone up through Hotu, so he can get that earth wall. And I don't know, what is the interaction with Stonewall already being researched and the Earth Wall?
You get more armor on or more HP.
So that's going to be of real significance here too, obviously. Hotu is
Oh,
in, the
yeah.
Cheongchi here. Nice for scouting purposes for sure. Going to be able to see if Matador is going for a forward town center, if he's establishing a forward base, or whatever it is Matador is going to go for. We see Uller halfway there, so a bit of a late advance for Matador, but then he's got a really good economy to boot. And yeah, we're going to see where he goes from here. Human soldiers dealing more damage to buildings. Very cute relic. I like that a lot. Plus 20% damage for regular soldiers against buildings.
All those relics in the middle, you've got to be somewhat prioritizing them. I like that Rappel's moving outside of his base and just grabbing these town centers. I do think it's a little bit on the memey side to drop multiple village centers.
I think so too. I don't like it. I think you got to go for the settlements.
This is also securing gold mines and securing part of the map. And the only time I would maybe say it's close to okay is if you might be playing like some sort of set timing attack, and you just don't want to. You're going to go for like a very specific build and shifting sands and just blow something up, or there could be something else that's doing something similar to that. But yeah,
I was thinking maybe Ra with his AoE empowerment. There's something there. I don't know. I personally wouldn't go for it.
Yeah. But Cheongchi here is causing some problems. Hasn't got any villager kills, but it's just a little bit of damage in. As the town center is now up for Rappel. He drops his earth wall, and he's going to be moving along in this game.
Oh, poor Berserk caught here.
You could try and break out if he's going to go for get some favor in.
Well, killing the caribou is a bit annoying, so guess that's the best you could do there in that situation. Cheongchi being really annoying here, although Matador is on the case. He's got a Hersa right there and ready. There's another Cheongchi. That's got to be one of the free ones, right?
It could be. I've definitely seen a lot of Qualfus coming through for Rappel, so that seems like he's gotten a little bit lucky. 1 in 3 chance to get the double flying tiger.
Yeah, this is looking great for Ravel if you're asking me. He's got the nice Jiangqi flying around. He's already established that second TC with the Earth Wall in. And the Jiangqi are just going to town. Very, very difficult
Yes.
for a Norse player to deal with this kind of raid.
Yeah, and especially on this map where you don't have any like towers to
Yeah,
protect your wood line. Like
yeah,
the,
true.
the towers are all on the front. So he might have to pull himself kind of elsewhere. There's a nice kind of wood line on the right hand corner of the map if he wants to get over there behind the town center that he's grabbing. But yeah, this is a lot of pain here for El
A
Matador to
single
deal with.
whack. Single whack as the Jiangqi is leaping back into the air.
But you know, this damage is almost I hate to say this damage is almost like necessary. If Rappel doesn't get this to happen, sure, it looks like he's so far in front here, but in terms of villages, he's up to 42 to 27. But you know, Frey's got the cheaper upgrades, and it doesn't really amount to a huge advantage unless you get something happening. And Rappel has been getting some stuff to happen with those Cheongchi there.
Yeah, most definitely. Getting to kill a Draugr here as well. Finally, we do see that second TC in for Matador. So 43 to 28. Always a bit difficult to assess how many villagers the Rebel actually has, because the Kuafu counts as 3 villagers in that UI, and Peasants
Yep.
counts as 1. So, like you said, it does seem like Rebel has just pretty much auto-queued those Kuafu. And that's great news for Rebel, because that means his economy will be able to sustain itself in the long run too.
And also the Rushall to come through as well for the Rappel. I think he's thinking, let's get some Fey beasts in a certain man's base and cause some problems here. So how do you defend against this god power that's going to be coming? What are the tricks you can do?
Well, usually you'll place your wood choppers around a tower, but as you mentioned just earlier, you cannot do that on this map. And
Yep.
actually, same thing with the gold mine. A bit unlucky, I don't even know, but it doesn't spawn near a gold mine either. So yeah, Fey Beast's gonna have a lot of value here. And it doesn't even have to be in the home base, right? There's also hunters on the outskirts of the wall as well. And these two Jiangqi, they've got so much value. Matador can't seem to control all of his resources at once.
Yeah, I think the actually, I mean, the hill fort there is maybe a little bit mispositioned. He could have put it in between the gold and the wood line, and then all of a sudden he would have been kind of fine to all of this.
True.
But maybe he just didn't think about it, and I didn't think about it either until then. So yeah, that's probably the angle to go for if you're playing Frey in this matchup. But nonetheless, now he's going to find even more villagers over here to start attacking.
Yep, but look at Matador, he's actually getting Edelier. So he is going for that classical age portable ram attack. But my god, the Tiongchi are getting so much value. Even though they don't...
It's just so late though, isn't it?
What? Yeah, the Edelier?
Yeah.
For sure, there'll be Fey Beast, there'll be the Rusho upgrades. Obviously, the Pierce vulnerability not going to be as much of an issue since you're against Norse, not going to be very valuable. But still, having the Fey Beast, having that +1 divine damage on your swordsman. Even, dude, Rebel's economy is so strong. He would go Wang Di here, and he could still be well off. Fey Beast, maybe?
I imagine that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to place down a ballet straight away, and because he's got so much pressure, he just goes up through that Huangdi and get himself a big fat dragon. Any sort of push that's coming, there's no Goaty. How are you going to kill off the dragon?
Oh my god, you're right. If it's a Frey stalking classical age versus the big Chinese dragon, that's gonna be a disaster. Fey Beast is in, and the wood choppers here are gonna be in a world of pain, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all taken down. You can't escape this, but you have to prevent those Fey Beasts from getting anywhere else. I actually think El Matador kind of had somewhat of a defense there. He had the Hersa, but he stopped attacking the Fey Beasts.
Yeah, now look, 23 villagers advantage for Rebel, and Matador is slowly approaching this earth wall, but it's such a chunky earth wall. And there's fire archers, there's pioneers, there's 3 myth units defending this location. Even though Matador has invested all he's got into this classical age attack, I think Rebel is going to be perfectly fine defending against it.
He's breaking through this side wall, and I don't know if this is something that I don't think this is something that Rappel is quite prepared for. There's no units in here.
Yeah,
The
true.
raiding cavalry can get in and get some kills. There is a by who, but who cares? The raiding cavalry going after villages.
By who? Who cares? The second one now.
Now,
It's like a good enough raid, but that's such an annoying wall that Rebel puts up here. Now those cavalry are stuck, and there's 3 Baihu there. There's halberdiers, there's even white horse cavalry coming in for Rebel as well. So Rebel not going directly to the Mythic Age, he's actually prioritizing getting some defense before he clicks that Mythic Age button.
so, I mean, this is the thing. The last game, Rappel had the early game advantage, and El Matador was trying to pull himself back into it. This game, Rappel's got the early game advantage as well, but it looks like he's still trying to get that Mythic Age in. The food is coming in slowly. The gold is there. The bow lay up with a nice little funky wall there as well. But yeah, I don't. El Matador just needs to be getting stuff done here. He needs to be getting villager kills while he can, because sooner or later, Huang Di comes in, and a lot of extra units are going to be following.
Yeah, I think if Rebel ever gets to the point where he gets all the minor god technologies for those Dao swordsmen, even though Frey is a late game beast, I don't even know how Frey will ever compete against that. Throwing X-Men, sure, but you know, there's counters to throwing X-Men.
Yeah.
This Earthwall is tanky. It's a lot of units hitting it, but still just slowly going down. Tempest used here. Look at the amount of myth units on the side of Rebel. There's like
There's
5 or 6 here.
and the Golem Burst is going to come in and attempt to help out with this. Trying to take out, getting some stuns and taking out the Baihu. That's always very, very nice there. But Huang Di is already clicked up. Can El Matador actually get some significant damage done while Rappel is waiting for this? He's got to be getting out Godi, which he is queuing through, so that's going to be a big help. And he's getting that big technology Feast of Renown to help with some healing. He needs to retreat back. The Golem Burst, very slow around here, but it is basically down that Tao Wu nicely there.
That's 2 very slow units in the chase here. Good attack here really good attack from Meta though. He's got a rock giant here as well. Lots of peasants chunking down those portal rams. Maybe should have retreated from that position with the rams until he got a better attack on those peasants. I don't know.
It's always so hard to attack with those rams when your opponent's got a ton of villagers there to just kill them off. You have to have your entire army on top of them just to path block.
Yeah. Oh my god, Huang Di is like 20 seconds in, or 20 seconds from coming in. So the Terracotta army out from Rebel as well, just to give him that extra bit of defense while he's waiting for the Yinglong to come soaring in. This is what Matador needs.
Good control from Matador to pull back when he needs to, but there's the Mythic Age, there's the Dragon called in, and Matador, he can't do anything but retreat here. He has to pull away.
And the retreat is going to be so slow, because there is this ability that makes rain occur around the Yinglong, and then every unit is just extremely slow, and now the lightning bolts are pouring in from that dragon as well. And there is Godi for the Matador, but there's not enough of them to seriously threaten the dragon.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the other problem here is I've already seen how good Rappel is with this unit. If you have this dragon inside of the favored land of Shennong, you get yourself access to healing. So, you know, the Son of Osiris, you can't heal that. You know, the Nidhogg can't heal that. This you call it a Yinglong.
Yes.
This thing here is gonna stay at full HP.
Yeah, and it's actually the Shennong myth unit healing has been nerfed in the most recent patch, where it used to be just 5 seconds flat, but now it's 1.5 in archaic, and then 3 in classical, and 4.5 in heroic. But in the Mythic Age, it's a slight buff from 5 to 6, so 6 HP per second on this Amazing dragon.
Good luck killing it off. This is going to be the big thing, the big problem for El Matador to deal with first. And then he's got to have to also deal with, like you already said, those really powerful Dao swordsmen. You're already seeing these upgrades come through. Shenlong has got also really powerful Tiger Cavalry here as well. Even though you might not think he does because, you know, he gets that Liju Silk, which boosts his human soldiers up by 20%, plus 10% hack armor. I think it's hack armor. So,
Oh, damn, yeah.
yeah, you can. Yeah, he's got some power for sure.
I swear these Wang Di minor god technologies are so good. I think probably the best suit of minor god technologies in the game belonging to Wang Di.
I mean, you do have something similar with Frey though. Like you've got the Frey's gift, and you have Vidar with I can't remember what the technology's called off the top of my head, but giving you a little
Fury
bit
of the Fallen, and there's Twilight of the Gods. There's a ton of them there, but Wang Di also makes everything cheaper on top of that. So I think that's just cherry on top of everything else.
Yeah, for sure. Now, right now, El Matador's got more stuff than Rappel, but can he take out this dragon? Those Godia go into town.
Doesn't seem like it.
I don't know where Rappel's population is, but
well, I think the reason why Rebel doesn't have more population is because he's investing so much into technologies. I did see he got some of those Wang Di technologies already. He's getting that divine damage on top of the swordsman now, and he's invested into getting the Chukuno out as well. These are very expensive units, so Rebel will get there, but he's in no rush.
yeah, the question here is, well, is there a way to the Mythic Age for El Matador, and is there something we can do with that?
Potentially.
Controlling his army really, really well though. Like
Yeah.
that was some nice baiting of Baihu's special abilities and the good stuff there.
Yeah, you got to treat it similar to a Bellerophon or an Anubite. You just, when the special comes, you just back off, and then you're going to negate both the effect and the damage. No, but Matador, you're absolutely right. He's actually still in this, very much so. He doesn't have any more god powers available, except for if he goes mythic, obviously, then he gets a new one. But yeah, he's still in this.
And he's controlling the left side of the map while this is all going on. Like, the big problem is coming, and that is these Gao swordsmen, and the fact that El Matador needs like a lot of Goaty to deal with this dragon. He needs Throw and Axeman to kill off the Dao swordsman. He needs the Goaty. And once the dragon's gone, he can literally just get rid of those Goaty and then start redoing his army a little bit here. But if you can get to Vidar, get Inferno in, then all of a sudden he's got an answer for this army to allow him to equalize even more so.
Yeah, Inferno on top of the Chukuno, such expensive and relatively fragile units, that would be sick. We do see Vidar now is being researched for Matador, but at the same time Rebel is sort of making an aggressive play, although he is being retreated now. Lots of Goaty here, taking care of the Jinglong, and the Yinglong has got such big range that Rebel is just placing it behind. And now I think he's going to use it to just heal back up while simultaneously boosting the farm rate over here.
Yeah, this is such a smart idea. He also defends the position.
Yeah.
Another little bit of a boost for this dragon. Maybe people might not think it's very good, but sitting him back there and letting him just say, hey, let's get some more food in so that we can get some more powerful Tiger Cavalry or something like that through. Really, really smart, really, really powerful. And he's going to, at this point, like, El Matador is going to say, all right, well, I guess I don't need Goaty anymore for a little bit, but see if he can hold on.
This is kind of sick, because Matador was looking like he actually made a big play there. He had plenty of units on top of Rebel's farms, but when that dragon struck there, then Matador was simply pushed off of there. So not only is the dragon healing back up, it's already at 600 HP. Not only that, but he also fends off the attack. Frey's gift isn't coming in for Matador now. And the dragon over here, oh my god, getting so much done. It's looking like Rebel may be struggling for gold. At least it's a risky position for him to be in. But with the dragon there, he is able to do so freely.
Now, this idea of trying to control the left-hand corner of the left-hand side of the map, which El Matador is doing really well, it's fantastic. Really, what he what he needs to have happen here is to get a really good Inferno.
Yeah, it's
Now,
gonna
the
hit.
weakness of the Chinese army is what? Very, very slow. Can you dodge this? I don't know. Maybe not.
Let's go. Let's see. It's gonna be the Inferno here, surely. It's not gonna hit any of Rebel's buildings. Let's see. Maybe even just have to not use it here. Wait for a better opportunity.
He's got the taunts to come through.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Rebels seems to have maybe overextended a bit here. There's the Inferno, and this does mean that Matador can hit the town center in the process. Look at this. Taking down
Huge damage.
a bunch of
Farm's gonna be able to
farms.
survive though.
Oh yeah. Tons of damage on the TC, taking down a lot of farms. And Matador is well in this game. 210 population versus just 164 Rebel.
Yeah, he's got full pop. He's got his upgrades coming through. You can never really count Frey out of a game, because like it doesn't matter if you've got more economy than him, because he's going to get all those Mythic Age technologies in instantly anyway. As long as he's got villages, he's good to go. As this army coming through, the dragon, Fafnir is the crawling dragon from from Frey, from Vidab, and we got Inglong here. We'll be dealing with that one nicely.
There's the disabled dragon, and then there's the flying lightning bolt striking dragon next to it.
This is very much needed gold going to be coming into the bank here for Rappel.
Oh yeah.
300 gold there for Rappel. The dragon is now taken down, absolutely huge. Well, Matador is for the first time in this game. He does take the lead in score.
And he's putting on the pressure. There's 4 rock giants. They're not even rock giants. What are they? They're greasy. And it's so difficult for Rebel to actually get heroes onto this location. He doesn't have a single hero here, despite... Wait, he's got some over on the left side, I didn't realize. But big pressure put on here by Matador. He's getting so many upgrades in no time here. Champion infantry about to hit.
And this army is just looking brutal. Like, I was seeing Rappel pulling his population back up ever so slightly here. But El Matador's pop is just, he's got, look at the queue, he's got tons of units in his queue, and his army is only going to be getting stronger here.
Yeah, this is insane. I never thought Matador would be able to pull this off, but he somehow is, although we are at the same time seeing the Dao swordsmen are pouring in from Rebel. And I think at this stage, Rebel has got all the upgrades that he wanted, so even though he's lost his dragon, even though he's lost his farm on this forward position, who knows? Maybe Rebel is not out of this at all. Maybe he's on 182 population. He just needs a bit more breathing space and he'll be fine.
Yeah, I can't believe we've gotten 24 minutes into a game on Arena and there's still just 2 town centers for these players.
Yeah, this is not the boomy map that a lot of people suspected it to be. Not necessarily.
No. Another sort of Asgardian that Bastion as well. This is going to be boosting that food income up, and we are seeing El Matador going for some basically pure infantry here. He's getting some Jarls out as well, but those Goaty still needs those for the free myth units coming from Rappel. It's going to be the, I can't remember the name of the Phoenix, the Chinese Phoenix here.
Juka.
Juka.
Jucha, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Definitely Ju something.
Jucha. Okay. Does manage to snipe that, and he's hitting the raids on the top here. Surely El Matador's just going to, he has to take these fights, I guess, but when Rappel is taking this fight, he doesn't mind losing these units, I don't think. Guess what? They cost 60 resources. They cost
so little, but even then, there's lifesteal coming in, as well as just the general durability of this generalist unit. Man, this is so strong from the Rebel. So definitely nice for him.
Yeah, the Matador control is the big one. He's never going to get super caught out with his army. Those Uzu Javelineer are very, very tough on the top, and they are also cheap to boot. But El Matador going to continue to get himself in. Those Jarls, everything else. His queue is so crazy. Just get a town, put one unit on a town center and just build it, please.
Oh yeah, he's got dwarves right next to that forward town center. He could easily convert some of those and just build the town center, or even there. Hello. Yeah, he's struggling a bit for gold.
I don't mind which one, please. Just one town center. 7 berserks in queue. We don't need that many. Let's.
Oh my God, you're right.
all the iron upgrades coming through. I think Matador's just enjoying himself right now.
Yeah, it could be it. I'm amazed. I told you 20 minutes ago or so that Matador does not want to go up against the late game Shenong with what's it called, Rusho and Wang Di. But Matador is showing, nah, he wants to do this. He believes in Frey late game, and it's definitely paying off for him.
There's one late game kick in town. I'm sorry, Shenong fans. This is a Frey, and it's going to be Frey forever. It looks like. I mean, there's probably the fact of the matter here is Rappel doesn't have him fully upgrades. He's not fully upgraded. He's only now just gotten bronze male. He doesn't have 3 town centers, so his economy is kind of hindering, or his population, economic population is kind of hindering the amount of units he can get out.
Oh my god, he's at 130 pop. He's just struggling so hard.
Yeah, the economy is just in pain. And he's been getting raided non-stop. He's raiding cavalry up here as well. Great play from El Matador. He's now getting his 3rd town center up. Yes!
And Matador has secured himself a gold mine in the middle between 2 hill forts. If you go a little to the right here. Matador. What a performance. What a performance from Matador. I never expected this game to go like this.
You were looking at it and you go, yeah, Rappel's going to get the dragon, this attack's going to get busted, and it did, but it didn't as well. Like, Matador was getting villages, he was getting kills, and he was trading okay, and Rappel was losing HP on the dragon. The control with El Matador was really, really good here, and Rappel just couldn't really get into that situation where he's got a ton of resources, taking full advantage of those very cheap barracks units, those almost quote-unquote trash units that aren't trash at all when you have all those Wang Di upgrades. And yeah, El Matador gets through it, and he's leveled the series.
Yeah, what a cool game. I think maybe in hindsight, Rebel was relying too much on his late game prowess here. I think there was a few times throughout the game where Rebel actually had the advantage, but he was just sitting back, not really doing much, just waiting for his technologies to kick in. And then when they finally did kick in, it apparently didn't do all that much.
Yeah, I mean, this big first little Fey Beast thing. We didn't get to see it at the very start, but when you watch, we're not going to see it at all. One of those hearses basically 2 hits the Fey Beast. So you want to get in and just start attacking. And I probably wouldn't even run with the villagers because they're just going to get chased down and die. So turn around and start shanking. At the very least, you can get some HP taken off them if you don't have a garrison point. The other way to sort of play around it, as funny as it sounds, is to put a tower up on all of your resources.
Oh my god, it's such a big investment though.
Yeah.
Dude, the early game went so well for Rebel with the Cheongchi and with the Phaebes, as we just saw. And then the big attack here with the Gulian Bursty and the Tempest on top of all these myth units. Rebel seemed like he defended it quite well, but it seemed from this point onwards, it's a bit of a downhill slope for Rebel.
Yeah, I love this little play. Always Tempest plus Gulian Bursty. It's always going to be one of those combos. You're always looking for combos in a game of Age of Mythology. Like, you know, China's also got them as well. You've got things like what's the new bars technology? The drought plus Great Flood, and you know, there used to be a little bug with Vanish plus Fey Beasts, but I don't think that one works anymore.
Oh, thank God.
So yeah, there's some fun stuff that can be done from everyone. But yeah, nice little attack there from El Matador. Great defense here from Rappel with the dragon. He lost his town center, but gets it back up immediately. And the problem, as is always the case here with China, as you already mentioned, is their siege, while not terrible, just isn't amazing. So if you're going to be making big pushes, you got to be ready to have very nice defenses around those siege weapons like towers, ballet, etc. And I think maybe the better play here, maybe you can chime in, is instead of going for a big kill here, grabbing that 3rd town center, grabbing that 4th town center, securing those gold mines, and just
for sure. Now that you mention it, look over on the left side, secure that area, get rid of those production buildings there, grab that 3rd TC, and then maybe even build a few walls here and there. Would have definitely been the better play for Rebel. He overextended here, and this is where we thought maybe Matador would be forced to use Inferno, but he holds it, and then Rebel forced to retreat because he overextends, and then the Inferno hits big time on top of that forward town center and the forward farms. I think we're going to see that relatively soon. Not just yet, yo. Not just yet, though. as this is the point where Rabble is overextending. He's sending his Chukunu, his Fire Archers, Pioneers a bit too forward, and there's 3 Bergrisi using their taunt ability right here as Rabble's forces are retreating. The Banish ability from the Potato. Did you see that on
Yeah,
the Rock Giant? Yeah.
Hundun, right? Yeah, this thing is so much fun. I'm a big fan of that unit. It looks so funny. He's cute.
It's hard to micro.
Yeah.
I never really have success with it, but the Banish ability looked really strong there.
Yeah, and that snipe on the dragon. Once that dragon is down, it's kind of like Son of Osiris in a way, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like you're feeling like $1,000,000 while he's out there, but as soon as he dies, it's like, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Now I have to rely on my regular units. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, and this is exciting. Soup.
Ooh, the Odin versus Thor on Ghost Lake. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm gonna pull it out. Well, you tell me what you think's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you how the matchup actually should go.
Well,
my modern theory.
I've seen Rebel play Thor versus Loki on Ghost Lake already, and what he did was just go for steady full infantry, raiding with berserks, and then winning the big fights with berserks and throwing X-Men. So I expect that's what Rebel's going to do again, and then from Matador, what is he going to do? Could even be a 2 TC boom. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. So it's Ghost Lake. So you do have. We're going back into my early favor bag of tricks here.
Oh no, it's a double Valk.
The thing which Thor struggles with is getting huge pressure early on. And that's what Odin wants to do. For Temple, put pressure. You could go for a town center behind that as well. But we're already going to be jumping into the game. We're not going to... I'm so unhappy.
Why? What is
Rappel steals my strategies all the time, and he hasn't stolen this one just yet. So the strat for Thor here is to do a 3:15 advance time.
Oh no!
Be the one to be on the aggressive.
No. Rebel's not.
No, listen. I tell you, listen. Big Thor, and you win. Okay, and you get yourself out the 2 Valkyries in your opponent's base because the Odin player is going to want to have their temple out forward. And they're not going to have any defenses, and you are just going to ravage that, and they can't do anything to hold. And then you can pull back and kill off the Valkyries that your opponent has. That's the best idea.
Boy, you're out of your mind if you think Rebel's going to pull that out now.
Matrius knows. I believe.
I think maybe yourself or who else would do that. I don't even think I would, to be honest. Who else? I think it's only you, Boyd, who would do that in a tournament play like this.
I would do it. 100%.
The thing is, Thor excels on 2 gold mine Ghost Lake in the Norse mirror. Thor is so strong here.
Oh, it is a 2 gold. Okay, it is a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. I take it all back.
Yeah.
So it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. It's a different story.
Maybe one gold mine Ghost Lake with the forward gold mine. That would be brutal, yeah. But no, this is so good for the Thor player. He can go for the big dwarf economy, and he's going to have gold mines for ages. So even though he won't be able to hunt as much of the outside as probably Odin will, even then he will still be able to sustain himself economically with those 2 gold mines. And in no time, he'll build up an army of berserks, throwing axemen, even trolls in the mix. And that's going to be very, very difficult for Matador to deal with.
Yeah, kind of. He does have to go for aggressive play, though. I think the big advantage, or the only real advantage that Odin has in this matchup, is that he has the initiative. Kind of like, Poseidon against Thor. It's like if you don't use that initiative really well, then all of a sudden things become very difficult very, very quickly. So I do expect to see El Matador get a little bit aggressive here, or go for the immediate second town center and try and find the advantage that way. So either way, he has to make some very clear, precise decision early on and make something happen. It looks like he might be putting a temple into his main base, though. So it's looking like maybe he's going for a more safe option. Did he? Am I wrong? Maybe the temple's going into the middle of the map.
I think it's just a bit of a delayed advance here from El Matador. I don't know what that means, if that means extended classical age fighting or if he's going for his 2 TC boom. But man, it's so hard. I'm sitting here thinking, what can El Matador even do? Because as we speak, Rabble is pulling ahead in economy. He's ahead by 2 villages right now. He's getting that Pierce armor upgrade, copper shields coming in. He's already pre-queued the Hammer of Thunder. So it's just a ticking time bomb for El Matador. And not only is he losing in economy, he's not playing Loki either. So even if he amasses a good army, that's not necessarily a guarantee that he'll be able to win a big fight either. So
Mm.
it's rough for El Matador out here. With the 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, it's gonna be super rough.
Well, we'll see. Temple in the main base, Freya versus Forseti. You called it. This is what these players want to play. It's gonna be a difficult little map actually for Rappel to defend. Now, one of
Yeah,
the big kind of advantages, the things that people don't think about with what comes with Freya is the forest fire. While you can use it to try and snipe villages, I actually don't think that's the usage that you want for it at all. It's actually more about opening up your opponent's base. So dropping a forest fire on this back trees, I don't like that at all. I think you just harass this to no end. And then when the villagers move elsewhere, now we're burning that forest.
yeah, that's a good play. I kind of like that idea. But you see El Matador with the forward Berserk already as he's about to hit the Freya, so we might be able to see a really fast forest fire here. Will we? I think it's risky because it's not guaranteed to take down the entire forest.
Oop, oop.
Oh,
Yeah, it's so even if you get a villager kill here, I don't think this is. I don't think this is even that. I don't know. I don't even think it's that big of a deal.
it's putting Rebel behind ever so slightly, but
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's not much more than that.
What you want is you want to be making weaknesses in your opponent's position as much as you can from this forest fire.
Yeah,
So just like if you now there's two separate positions on both sides of the map that the villagers can go to. This Valkyrie gonna be a little bit of a nuisance here, but dodging around, looking for
it's a
somewhere to go.
lot
The
of
villagers were low HP
yeah,
now, so he
exactly. I was
can
about to
snipe
say.
something.
Oh, big
He
reaction there
doesn't.
from Rebel,
Yeah,
pulling that
really
low HP
nice.
villager just in time.
And El Matador.
Yo,
I
look at
mean,
El
you
Matador. He's
can't.
getting the second TC.
Yeah, it is going to be. I don't mind this play. I think this is a good play because, the town center is going to be up way before Rapples. So the advantage which Rappel gets from the early armory is going to be nullified. And unless the only thing that El Matador has to worry about right now is Rappel going very, very aggressive at him.
Yeah, you mentioned it's going to be up way before Rebels. I'm not so sure Rebel is going to get a town center of his own. I think he's just going to be totally content sitting on one town center, spamming out those infantry, and then if needed, he'll hit a Bragi timing and just hopefully for Rebel overrun Matador with flaming weapons and that big infantry army. I think that's probably going to be Rebel's game plan here.
Yeah, I mean, it almost has to be, right? I mean, you got to take the advantage you've got and run with it. And the advantage he's got is that he's in front of villagers right now, and if he decides to go into the town center, you're just kind of playing into the Odin game plan to some degree.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So, yeah, there's always this concept I think about when you, especially when you're playing the same civs, of if you're just mirroring what your opponent is doing, but you're doing it later on, you're doing it worse than your opponent, then you're in a bad spot. So you see your opponent doing one thing, it's never, in my view, a good idea to just do the same thing but worse in a mirror
Yeah,
matchup.
yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's
And
the case, like if you're playing Norse versus Egyptian, or Norse versus
mm,
Greek is a good example, and you see the Greek player going for a 2TC, then you say, all right, I'm going to quickly switch my strategy to a 2TC boom as well. And that'll be the right call. But that's not a mirror matchup, right? It's a
no,
very asymmetric
completely,
matchup.
yeah, completely different. We are going to be seeing raiding cavalry here against these infantry units. We did see this a little bit earlier today. Obviously, the Odin gets a little bit more of a bonus from using those Great Hall units because you get extra favor from them. But Rappel is going for this mass infantry approach you're talking about. If El Matador gets a huge amount of thrown axemen out, all of a sudden the one town center play here becomes quite difficult to actually break through when the thrown axeman can do that garrison shenanigans.
Yeah, you know what's good is El Matador being on 2 TCs. Sometimes it can be difficult to get to food on the map, and gold for that matter. But seeing how he's against full infantry here, it's really easy on that second town center, just auto queue gathers on wood. And that wood is going to be super useful for producing a ton of longhouses and a ton of houses and throwing axemen.
Yeah. I'm loving this as well. He's sniping these. You might think he's just being annoying here. He's sniping that hunt. You see a bit of a fight. Those raiding cavalry are sort of caught in the main base. You've got to be so careful here to not overdo it. But El Matador sniping the animals on the front, that actually gets him a huge amount of favor. So
Oh yeah, true.
he's already gotten himself Thundering Hooves. I don't think he's got 2 Valkyries yet, but he can very, very shortly go for another one.
I think he
he's got
killed all the
resources
hunt over
for
on
it.
the right side as well.
Yeah. He's grabbing every single little bit of advantage he possibly can in this game.
He's killed some of it. He should probably kill the rest as well, because it's a good play. Maybe that's what he's doing now. Nah, not yet.
Any amount of delay right now, he's just keeping the threat alive of these raiding cavalry coming in and just getting damage done while he's on 2 town centers. Like, the longer this goes on, the further in front, or the closer the difference in total resources is going to get into, the more in front El Matador is going to get here.
I'm not even sure. Does Rebel know that Matador is on 2 TCs? Because the way that Rebel is playing is so defensive and so hesitant to do something. Like you see
he
here,
hasn't seen anything.
It's not necessarily. Maybe he smells it because of the way that those buildings are placed, but only now, 10 minutes into the game, is he confident enough to actually leave his base. He's getting Hall of Thanes, so it's going to be a nice infantry army here. But
in a way, there's no real rush for him, right? Like, what's he gonna? He has to basically kill off the town center and get kills here. He's going for a big attack. El Matador's got his army on this side. Now the army's out of position. He might just run for the main base here. We'll see where he's going to go for. Got to figure out how to defend this. He's behind on population ever so slightly. El Matador needs just a little bit more time here.
Yeah, he does. It's a good timing here for Rebel. He even manages to take down a bunch of dwarves in the process. These berserks deal so much damage, and a lot of the villager discrepancy is being negated in that process.
It's a good little choke point here for El Matador with those throwing axemen. He's cleaning up a good amount of units here. Still very, very close in terms of military. I think it's Rappel advantage, though. Those throwing axemen are going to clean up. The throwing axemen from El Matador will clean up the berserks nicely. He's still got to really micro this. I don't know why El Matador's insisting on this fight, but he's going to lose a ton of units here.
The berserks, once they're on top of the throwing axemen, they're actually doing really well against them. The issue is getting on top of them. But you see what happened here? Rebel, he won that fight convincingly. He's almost 4,000 army resource value versus just 1,000 for Matador. Yeah, this was
buildings, and when you're on the back foot in the Norse Mirror, it's even worse.
Yeah, the timing was just right there for Rebel. I think had he waited 30, 60 seconds more, I think Matador would have been so much more prepared for that. But now it's
realistically here, your opponent's on 1 town center as well. If you see this army coming forward, you can just run. Just run all your villages. Don't sit there. Just run. Keep everyone alive. You can even sack the town center. Take the advantage. Pull into your main base. You got gold there. You got food. You got the goats and everything. You're totally fine. But right now, Rappel, if he wants, he can just take down that town center and he can kill off all the villages there, and he's gonna have a huge lead. But he hasn't yet got that huge lead. He did kill off a lot of guys, a lot of El Matador's stuff, but it's not fully converted just yet. El Matador is actually, in my opinion, fine here.
You think? I'm looking at Rebel's army. There's almost 5,000 resource value, and he's going Scotty now as well. Matador, he's sitting on 3,400 army. He's not going heroic anytime soon. And yes, Matador has got how many? 15 more villagers. He's still producing villagers from 2 town centers, so he's probably got the better economy. Yeah. But with Skadi coming in and Rebels getting his second town center as well now, It's a big uphill battle for Matador, is what I think.
Yeah, you're right. It's an uphill battle, but what I mean by he's fine is it's like Rappel still has to make some stuff happen here. It's not a simple conversion by any stretch, I don't think.
Yeah, maybe not. There's actually 20 villagers ahead for Matador, and he's doing a nice little bit of...
Those trolls are a very simple amount of conversion as he gets a huge amount of damage onto the raiding cavalry. El Matador's going to be very, very respectful of those bad boys.
Yeah, and the second TC does go up for Rebel. But yeah, Matador, 21 villagers ahead. You're absolutely right. This does amount to something unless Rebel manages to make something happen. Skadi is in for Rebel. Skadi is being researched for Matador, though, so there'll be a 1-minute window from here on out where Rebel probably has a big advantage over Matador, but the question is, can he make something happen out of it just now? I'm not sure. Big fight happening here. I think Matador's gonna...
Because he's got those Valkyries, but once the Hursa come in, it's not going to be good anymore, and he does realize that, pulls back, but so too, in the same breath, we see these units pulling into the middle. What does El Matador do to kill off these trolls at the moment? He's got Valkyrie. Valkyrie are good against them, but he has to be very careful to dodge those big fat boulders.
He's going to need Godi. And Godi are good because they pretty much counter myth units, obviously. But other than that, they're also quite decent against Berserk, throwing X-Men, Hearses even. So if you can get a bunch of Great Halls out, set up his economy for a bunch of Godi. I think maybe that's what Matador needs here.
He's definitely going to be going for them. He's at full population, though, so he's got no way to get them out just yet. But if there's no Hursa around the trolls at the moment, so he can just charge in with his Valks and try and get a good snipe here. Sacrifice a couple of buildings is completely fine for El Matador at the moment. He can just rebuild them. What's 40 wood at this stage of the game?
True. Rebel getting that third TC. I don't think Matador is anywhere near his third, but he's also sitting on 80 villagers, so it's actually not that important unless you are at full population and you really need that population, not for villager production, but for military population in a big fight.
Yeah. And a fortified town center as well. Rappel is going to be... I think the thing is he's got the stronger death ball army right now with all of those trolls. And then if you add in that he's got more population as well, then that's where it's very, very scary. I love this. He's sacrificing a thrown axeman, gets rid of that special ability. Oh, no, he's not. Never mind. I thought that was
I saw where you were going, though. And yeah, I think we may actually get there still. Matador quite hesitant to actually engage this army. Rebel sitting on a 200 population versus just 194 Matador, so maybe that's part of the reason why. Matador also got plus 14 bills, so the military discrepancy is actually favoring Rebel quite heavily here.
Yeah, this is a really, really nice fight here from El Matador. He's controlling it beautifully. Same too for Rappel to kind of prevent the engagement in there. Very, very standoffish. Those trolls, scary. Not if it's just one unit, though. He doesn't care losing one throw-in axeman. As the Godi are queued up as well. I'm sure those are going to come through very, very shortly.
Is Matador getting those Godi in because he really needs them at the beginning of this fight to target down the trolls, even the Frost Giant in the process? Doesn't quite look like it. He's got... he is sitting at full population. Rebel, 235 population space. I don't think Rebel should be taking this fight. He's so close to getting such a bigger army than this, but the fight is here. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about... There's defender's advantage for Matador, which is the big thing, but it's all about these trolls and if they're going to get taken down. It looks like all the Valkyries are falling, but now there's a couple of Godi in to start getting some good damage done, and Rappel here, it looks like he's actually pulling back.
Bit of a draw here. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's honestly just a bit of a draw.
Yep. And no one's really won the fight or lost the fight just yet. Those Godi are going to town on this as well. It's a great little split here in a movement from El Matador as Rappel has to pull back. The thing is, though, now what do? You need to get that town center up for El Matador. Rappel does have... He's getting closer to having the villager lead. I think El Matador is well and truly in the lead in terms of like total resources now, but he's got to convert still on this. There's not really an advantage anywhere. El Matador's got all the units queued up in the world.
Yeah, but
in his bank, and it doesn't do anything for him.
no, he's sitting on 2 town centers, and it's not a fortified town center either.
Yeah.
So, yeah, dude, so many resources queued into the production here, but he doesn't have that third TC, which is a bit ridiculous when you think about it. Just convert some
Yeah.
of those farmers on your town center or something. You need that third TC up. You cannot
Sure.
continue to sit on 2 TCs at this
Does
stage.
El Matador have a hill fort as well? Like, he's got so much gold in the bank.
Oh my god, yeah.
Is there a
I don't
hill
think he
fort? I don't
does.
think there is.
No. No, so Matador, he's fought these fights incredibly well, but flip side of the coin, he's probably forwent fixing his economy, getting that third
Yeah.
TC up, getting the hill fort up, and it's now biting him a bit in the ass, I think.
Yeah, and the thing is that maybe it doesn't matter. Like, this matchup just seems to, at this point, just seems to be all about control. Make sure your army doesn't get caught out of position. Make sure you control it really well. So far,
Oh my
both
god, look at this
players
gold
playing
operation.
really well, but I think El Matador's control is just that little bit more pristine. Maybe thus far, but I mean, maybe it doesn't matter if Rappel's just got more population.
It's
Is
hard
tier
to...
coming in first for El Matador though?
Oh, sick. That's really sick for Matador. I didn't expect that. I saw that tier being procured by Rebel a long while ago, so I thought his economy was up to par, but apparently not quite. It is in now, so he's not far behind at all. Matador also finally grabbing that third town center. Does he have fortified TC vodka if you go to his home TC?
I don't think he
Oh,
does
he
quite
doesn't.
just yet. But this is so wild. Like, he's got so many resources in the bank. I don't know what he's helped. There he goes. Now he's getting them. He's also getting everything else. The big problem, right, is, and it's always a problem against Thor for everyone, not just Odin, but once all the gold mines dry up, Rappel is going to have infinite, well, not infinite. He's going to have a 50 favor gold mine. He's going to have a 100 favor gold mine, 150 favor gold mine. That's a lot of extra gold on top of what El Matador's going to have. So El Matador's got to really make some good trades and be very careful here. Make sure he gets his trade route set up nice and early.
For
This
sure.
game might be going very, very long.
Thor also has access to that last bit of armory upgrades, so he can invest into that dragon scale armor very early, seeing how obviously he's against a Norse player, so he's going to be relying heavily on hack armor, so that's a good investment to make. Really nice move by Rebel over here. I don't think Matador's quite ready for it. Matador's army is stuck on the right side here, and he's moving his army. Seems like he wants to go over on the left side too, but he's so delayed. And the damage is definitely dealt here.
It's a significant amount of damage here. However, when the fight happens, if he can time this with Fimbulwinter, it's going to be really, really nice, because then Rappel has to focus on his army and can't really go ahead and make sure he gets a very efficient defense from the Fimbulwinter.
See it. There it is. By the looks of things, a really good Fimbulwinter spawn over on the right side in particular. There's a gold mine operation there, and that's 20 gold mines that are being attacked right there. Over here, we do see Rebel's army. It's kind of stuck, isn't it? It's getting...
It is.
Oh my god, a new Fimbulwinter.
But there's an even better Fimbulwinter for the Rappel, as the Fimbulwinter wolf's right on top of these throwing axemen, and he's got to retreat.
And the trade route too. Matador is trying to establish a trade route, and Fimbulwinter is so good at disrupting a trade route.
And the good thing here is for El Matador, which isn't really good for the Rappel. El Matador's got resources in the bank. He's got quite a lot of resources in the bank here. Not actually, no, he doesn't. He's got a hefty amount in queue, but I mean, Rappel's got more military. I don't even know how to call this one at the moment, Soup.
Oh, there we go with the Dwarven gold mines. These are 6,000 gold mines with a plus 50% gather rate. And at this stage of the game, when both players are so ridiculously close to each other, that Dwarven gold mine is going to be immensely valuable for the Rappel.
Okay, but there's one angle here, maybe, for El Matador, which is he's got 50 villagers on food. I don't know how he's got 50 villagers on food. He's got 50 on food. He's got 186 favor. What else are you going to use it on? Why not go into a whole bunch of Fenris Wolves here?
Yeah,
they recently got
sure.
buffed.
Yeah, they did. And they're quite good now. I think they get to something like 7.3 speed or something ridiculous like that. He doesn't
Yeah.
have access to Bragi, meaning he doesn't have that myth unit movement speed buff that you get from the minor god technology there. But still, if you have 6 of these out, they're very, very strong. Ooh.
And El Matador's trade route going right through the middle of the map. He needs to put the market in the bottom or in the very east corner there. He is losing so many of these trade caravans, and they're not working
Dude, Matador
well for
messed
him
up
at all.
with these. Dude,
Yeah.
Matador, he really messed up with those markets. They should have been down the bottom and then up on the far right town center. Would have been such an immensely good trade route. But instead, yeah, he's really struggling to establish this trade route. The caravans are not. They cannot be safe when they're walking this route here.
No. No. And we're not going to be seeing this favor spend anytime soon. It looks like for El Matador.
Whew,
I mean, it's
212.
it's kind of difficult to do it, right? You need to have the food in there, and you also have the temples up as well. Losing all these villages is a really big blow to El
Yeah,
Matador's economy as well. He needed that gold mine.
he
He's not
did.
going to be able to. He's not going to be able to have it.
And the fact that the trade route is so poor is really gonna be a struggle for Matador. He's forced to have his army there on the ice just to protect the trade route. And that also means that these throwing axemen have no buildings to hide nearby. Now the raiding cavalry are surrounding them. It's going to be a terrible fight for Matador.
Yeah, and he's just not able to get units out at this point. He's dropping the frost, so he will be able to hit what looks like the vast majority of Rappel's army here. Gives him a little bit more time, but there's going to be another frost now for. Well, there's still a huge amount of raiding cavalry just sitting at the back.
Oh, yeah.
Rappel is in a fantastic position.
Rebel getting champion infantry, champion cavalry, and even the, what's it called, the market upgrade with the coinage. He doesn't even have that much of a trade route to speak of, but he's getting that one too. That just means Rebel's economy is really, really good. He doesn't even want to use Frost here because he's perfectly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it all really just comes down to this market positioning for El Matador. I mean, it's not ideal to have the market trade route versus a dwarven mine, mythic age dwarven mine with a boosted gather rate, but at the very least you're still able to keep building units and taking good trades. But this just seems like Rappel gets the dub, and a really well played game from both, but one mistake can be the difference here in these sorts of high level games.
Yeah, we saw the Rebel with the sick timing when he finally left his base. I think it was around the 10-minute mark. The timing was just perfect. Matador was looking like he was in a really good position. He had that villager lead. He's got the 2 town center versus 1 town center advantage for a long while. But I think, dude, Rebel, 73 villagers killed, 20 buildings razed. This is the
Yeah.
story of this game. Rebel just managing to really put on the pressure, and Matador struggling, trying to play defensive, but in the end, not managing to defend his trade route.
Yeah, a really, really solid, well played game by the Rappel. And that, I mean, this is just it's just kind of like just solid all around. You don't get this advantage here unless you play a very specific way. I think this specific moment here for El Matador, I feel like he knew the army was here, right? He just can't engage. And he needed to be reacting a little bit earlier, keeping the villagers alive, retreating back, not really taking this fight. I think this fight that he took right now is where things went south for him. And not that they
Yeah,
went fully south, like he was still in the game, but he was well and truly winning the game before this fight. He did not need to take it. Could have sacked some more buildings, pulled back, waited a little bit longer for him to have a solid army, and he probably would have been completely fine here.
he didn't have those throwing axemen. I just noticed that now. He didn't have the TA in the right spot to defend against the Berserks as they were
Mm.
targeting down the Great Halls and the Long Houses. That would have helped out immensely as well. I think they were mispositioned back in his home base or something. But yeah, small skirmish here with the Valkyries on top of the Berserks. Another big fight here, and it's just a lot. We had a lot of these skirmishes that didn't amount to much in the end. Kind of just a bit of a trade-off. No, neither player really winning or losing here.
Yeah, and once the Goaty come through this troll threat, which was really big, Matador was dealing with it nicely, but this troll threat starts to become not a threat at all, and you get into this weird position where really like neither player can do a whole lot. This Fimbulwinter here from El Matador was great, but with Rappel on the offense here, funnily enough, the Fimbulwinter actually from Rappel was the better one.
I wonder how this would have went if Matador had placed his markets down the bottom instead of on the top right. Because that trade route would have been extremely safe. And there's no way that
Yeah.
Rebel would have been able to disrupt that unless he could penetrate through all of the defenses that Matador has set up. I
Yeah,
think
and there was
still,
also a huge amount of food in the bank right now for El Matador, and I almost guarantee you that he sold it all moving up into
uh,
this point.
yeah,
Maybe not
true.
sold it all. He's spending 400 food every 15 seconds, so maybe that's not accurate at all. Uh,
Yeah.
but but nonetheless, yeah, if he had the safer trade route, I wanted to see Fenris Wolves. I really think they would have done amazingly at this in this specific moment, but you have to be prepared to set up for it. I think there was time for El Matador to do that, but like get 2 temples, span them out, have the food, get rid of that favor.
Well, this is the final battle that we see here. Wow, we don't even get to see it. Fine, we knew how it
No,
ended. So
well,
what are we
it's
going into now? Steppe
that's right.
Oranos versus Ra. And this could be the
Ooh,
last step for the Rebel to clinch victory.
it could be, but guess what? So we've already seen El Matador played this matchup once, and he played it against the GOAT. He played it against three-time winner, S tier Age of Mythology Retold winner, the Mister.
And he came
And
close, didn't he?
I actually feel like he had I think he played it as well as he could up until the point where he was not decisive. And I think he'll have learned from that position. I think he would have studied that recorded game really hard and probably come up with, oh, yeah, this is what I need to do. So Rappel is a different player than the Mister. Yes, they played each other quite a bit in practice. They're going to have a similar playbook, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rappel go a very different way in this game. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see Rappel go the exact same way. That might be a bit of a mistake.
Hmm. Yeah, I wonder what even did. Can you remind me what did Matador do? Was it Prometheus, and he built more Chirobellista than what you would usually see, or something?
No, it was Prometheus. Yeah, I don't think it was anything about Cryoballister. He
Okay.
won. He had a great early game fight, and he just couldn't get through the Wadgets. And then
Hmm.
he was considering going heroic age, and then he started fighting in the classical age. And he had like I want to say 1,300-ish resources in the bank, and Mister had 0 resources in the bank. And obviously,
Okay.
if that's the position and you're taking a fight at 10 minutes into the game, then that's just it's not going to go well for you.
Who do you favor here? If you had to pick a god on this matchup, who would you rather play as?
Well, I'm biased. I think Oranos is the. I think Atlantean is very difficult for Egyptian to beat, but that's from my side where I play Egyptian and I lose to the Atlantean players all the time. But
We've seen.
I also beat the Egyptian players when I play Atlantean, so I feel like there's bias here a little bit, but
Okay.
I think I prefer the Oranos. But
I,
maybe other
we've
people will disagree.
we've seen the top players, so I'm thinking primarily of Recon and Mister here. Whenever they play
Mm,
this Egyptian versus Atlantean matchup, they always just spam out units in the classical age, and then they add to it a bunch of wedges. And somehow they always just manage to win every single bit of skirmish there is. And then you've got that
yeah.
shifting sands ability. You can really just sit on that second gold mine, and you can use the shifting sands to have the mobility if your opponent ever goes for a sneaky gold mine somewhere else on the map. It seems to just work out really well whenever they do it.
Well, I mean, it's two chances for El Matador in this tournament to play against Ra on Steppe. Um,
Yeah.
This is something that I think a lot of the top players talk about when they're talking about this draft format. That oftentimes you see the drafts going a certain way. You start seeing certain matchups popping up quite a bit inside of this draft format, and I imagine that everyone is well versed in Oranos versus Ra, or Ra versus Oranos, because it seems like it's just one of those matchups that pops up. So
I
I
think
guess we'll
Shockwave
see.
is going to be important to look at. So
Yeah.
a good Shockwave into heroes targeting down the wedges. I think that's going to be important if Matador can make that happen. See how this game goes.
Alrighty, as this is tournament life on the line right now for El Matador. He is going up against the Rappel's Ra here. As Rappel does spawn in the blue color at the bottom of the map, and El Matador gets the top of the map here. I guess it's time to look at how the map spawns. El Matador, I would say, a little bit unlucky here. Both players unlucky to some degree for gold mines.
Was it Matador who built a granary immediately, or what was I think of another game?
I believe that was Tunison against the
Hmm.
Misters Fushi. And
Okay.
I think, yeah, it made a lot of sense in that one for sure.
I wonder if it would make sense here because I don't see any early aggression working out on such a big, wide map here.
I'll tell you what I prefer. I prefer the oracles, not the
Ah,
economic upgrades. But economic upgrades are also a great option for sure.
yeah, yeah.
You can get like a 420 or something with both hand axe and pickaxe with Oranos, no problems.
I don't know if you can. I don't know. Haven't practiced with that, but I do know you can easily get a 350 advance, and then if you put a bunch of villagers on gold early on, it's very easy to fit in 3 oracles, and then from there
Yeah.
you just manage your economy so that you can get a counter barracks and a military barracks early on, and you're really, really well set for the next many minutes with that economy that you set yourself up with there.
Yeah, and it's nice because you get the favor for Shockwave, the favor for Valor, the favor for Prometheans, and all of these things are things that you really, really need. So, especially against Wadgets and stuff like that, you know how the Wadgets work. They're doing damage, but they got a lot of back end damage with the poison. When the
Yeah.
Prometheans die, all of a sudden that poison is cut. So they have to start again on the mini Promethean offsprings, and they can be really good to actually take out those Wadgets.
And dude, you have 5 wedges in the back, let's just say, and you're facing 20 baby Prometheans and 10 big Prometheans. How are you
Yeah.
ever gonna micro your way out of that? It's
It's a tough one.
low-key impossible.
Well, we are seeing Prometheus come in. It is a pretty quick advance time from El Matador, which I'm somewhat surprised to see. You're playing against Ra. There's really no threat early game, but he's going to be wanting to just get those units going. Sometimes this fast advance isn't about getting any damage done. It's more about I just want to get my military going, so we're just going to keep pumping units out. But yeah, I don't know if it matters that much in this matchup. I think a later advance makes a lot more sense to me. But
Yeah,
we're seeing Val coming through for Rappel. Yes, go on.
the more I think about this, like 330, I think that's way too early. The more I think about, I would prefer what you said, 420, or dude, even what is it? What even are we up to then? 455 with both eco upgrades, and then on top of that, you add 3 oracles as well. I don't think it's
Oh
early
yeah.
aggression. What is it going to amount to? We'll see. Matador, he might make something happen here. He's building. He's got himself the Promethean here. He's getting the alluvial clay. He's building the two counter barracks. So
Okay. And this is a little bit different. He might be going into like mass Terma, which I do. It used to be. It absolutely counted this early game strategy, and you can put tons of pressure onto your opponent. But now, as the Terma move at 5.0 speed, it's a little bit more difficult to make it work. It's still possible though. We'll see how El Matador is going to control it.
I think if he was versus China, this would be sort of like a meta play to make because the Termas count as priests. Sorry, the Termas count as pioneers, but they don't count as priests. So that's the big difference here. Is that the Termas will be decent, all right, versus priests. They're not going to be amazing.
And Rappel trying to build up his little defense here. He's going to take a little bit of damage. The Terma ball starting to amass. A couple of Wadgets already in. As the Valors will slowly start to come down on these Terma. He needs those. to be heroized to actually take out these Wadgets. And when you get 3, 4, 5, 6 Terma heroes, all of a sudden the Wadgets become a lot less scary.
Oh yeah, yeah. And Matador is just deciding to use his valor for military value, which means that he will be definitely able to. He doesn't have to fear the wedges as much as he would otherwise. You see players like Chemo really valuing the valor on citizens, so he can get the theft of fire. But Matador, he's going for the 330 advance, double Terma. He's valorizing the Terma rather than the citizens. Big aggressive play here from Matador.
Yeah, and now we are actually seeing Rappel moving away from away from the Spearman and actually away from the mass Wadgets. He actually says, let's get some slingers in here, as mass slingers do indeed beat the mass Terma. However, if you can bait out mass slingers, then there's the Contarius angle to go for.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. And something that you can easily get baited into is ending up in a situation where you have X-Men and Slingers, and then, yeah, like you said, the Contarius is just going to overrun you with that unit composition.
Also, Chaos as well is a scary thing to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah. No units going down here. No Oracles killed, no Spearmen killed, but some damage.
We do have a very scary unit now, Soup, right? Caraballister in. There are Slingers, but it's Caraballister hero. And this guy can just kind of sit here and just poke, pull back, snipe off the Slinger.
Ooh, look at the micro here.
Pull back. And this is El Matador at his best right now. Nice snipe. He's gonna make... Oop, doesn't quite lose a Terma, but yeah, this is what he needs to be doing. And Rappel has to figure out how to defend this.
Yeah, Rebel is investing heavily into Spearmen, so I do like the Caraballas coming in from El Matador. Only 4 Slingers here at the moment, and how many? 7 Woodchoppers for Rebel. So that's definitely really good for him. Doesn't have that adds of web since he went through Tar, but still 6 on wood at the moment. With that Ra empowerment, obviously, it's going to amount to a lot. He will have many Slingers out before long.
Yeah, and this is very, very difficult to control. I find the Caraballister so hard to use against these Slingers. You make one misstep, you can lose them, and they are a lot of resources. With the Valor, they're less resources, but still, it's very, very difficult to make it work. But one thing I do like from what El Matador's doing is he's containing Rappel in his base, and he's grabbing this Sky Passage on this right-hand corner. And this effectively means normally, if you're going to be sitting in your place playing defensively or whatever, the Ra player is going to get out onto the map. There's going to be obelisks everywhere, and it's going to be really, really challenging for you to get these sneaky Sky Passages. But in this situation, Matador's got the initiative, so he can take that gold mine and he can start mining it, leaving gold in his main base for later. Absolutely love it. This is exactly what you're supposed to do with this god, Oranos.
Beautiful play. I wonder if that'll ever come into play as the game progresses. 2,000 gold mines sitting there very, very safely for El Matador. We certainly are seeing Rebel getting a very, very big military out now. And I think we're reaching the point now where Rebel will win a big skirmish if there is one.
There is still Shockwave to keep in the back of your mind in any sort of a fight, which can turn everything on its head. If a good Shockwave comes in, there are a ton of Prometheans as well. There's basically 0 favor in the bank for El Matador, so he's been spending it all on Valors and Prometheans to go through this. Also making himself those Murmillos. But yeah, these fights, it's going to be very, very difficult.
He's only got 3 Oracles, so I think potentially that's going to be a bit of an issue. He has invested into Alluvial Clay, so if he got those Oracles out, they would pay for it themselves in no time.
Yeah. Oh, there's the obelisk spam starting to come through. I don't think El Matador needs to worry about anything here. He's like he could just push back into his Sky Passage, be outside of his base for the time being. This slow army of the Rappel going to get some pressure on, but really El Matador going to get snipes with his Caraballas. He's got to be careful with the positioning. He's got
my god,
his control is so good.
Yeah, but the Terma's just missing everything. He had like 20 Termas shooting 60 spears, and he couldn't take down a single spearman. Hello?
This is ballistics control.
Yeah,
got to get the units attacking the right way.
Kyribelis is huge here. 3 hero Kyribelis. He will be able to fend off any spearman that overextends. Rebels, good job sending slingers there just to defend the spearmen if they ever get near.
But just losing some houses on the front, that's never nice. It's never good. The army is stunned. I think that El Matador just needs to sit in his main base, even just jump into the sky passage to some degree so he doesn't lose any units, and just get to full population here.
Is that what he's waiting for? 175 pop, because he's there now, isn't he? Almost, anyways.
Rapple is. El Matador is very far behind.
Oh my god, you're right. I didn't see that. Ah, okay. This is actually crazy military discrepancy. That's like almost 50 in favor for Rapple of military population. Oh wait, of total population, I should say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's nothing here for Rapple to really do. So this is the thing. El Matador's not defending anything. He's defending his military barracks and his manor, but all the economy is on the right-hand corner of the map. In fact, there's Hunt over there. He could be on that as well if he wanted to be.
Rabble's scouting it now. It seems like, yeah, he's sending spearmen over there, so he's gonna know it. But you know,
now you can just jump into the sky passage, defend, and then Rapple has to shifting sands over there, and then you're in the middle of the map.
Even shifting sands, it seems like a big waste because
you can just run away. It's not a good way to go.
No. These back and forths are so micro intensive. So even though we don't see any big battles, even though we don't even see any units dying, this is requiring a lot of awareness by both of these players. Finally, we do see a unit going down, 2 units going down in total. Not much.
Literally just a trade of 1 for 1 there.
Yeah. 2 higher Caravellas.
Be careful of those Caravellas. Oh my, one misstep and you lose a huge amount of power there.
Yep. Yeah, the slingers.
I've seen the heroic age for Rapple as well.
Ooh, and the segment. So he's going for that Slings of the Sun upgrade, allowing the slingers to beat not only archers, not just only Kyriballistas, but also the Mamillos, the Fanatics. Probably exaggerating if I said they also beat destroyers, but they're very versatile unit when you get that upgrade.
Yeah. One thing that I've just seen in the chat by Clanmate, one weakness of getting to this full population here is that you're not able to build villages. So El Matador's economy here is getting bigger. Rapple's isn't. And now El Matador all of a sudden is at full population. He is ready to take a fight. And Rapple, he's going to have to retreat back. Rapple's actually going for a second town center as well. Yes, he is.
Dude, the big issue with Segment is you spend 1,200 resources and you don't get a power spike. There's no power spike. Rebel hits heroic, and there's just nothing he can do about it. This is a good fight, I think, for Matador.
On the back. There doesn't look like there's that many slingers here, which will mean that the army of Rapple is just going to get brutalized.
Oh my god, that's
shifting sands. Where is he? What is he doing when he loses? Okay.
Rebel had his spread formation on there, so I don't know. In the end, it actually worked out for him because the Matador's unit stopped chasing. So all in all, quite all right. But it looked a bit sketchy there.
Yeah, 58 and now to El Matador, he can just start saying, "All right, we'll go heroic age. We can start moving out onto the map. We've kind of got, we've asserted that we're ready and we're completely fine to take fights now. A lot of those Wadgets have fallen, and any villager losses here for the Rapple are gonna hurt."
He's got 2 town centers now, though. He is not producing any military at the moment, except for 1 slinger, just so he can start pumping out those villagers. So I think he is aware of the situation that sitting on full population without any villagers getting out from your town center is not a good place to be in. He's getting a lot now.
Yeah, those villagers
what is this?
Spotted by an oracle. He spots those villagers nicely here.
What even is Rebel building here? It's like a barrack market. It's a huge raid. Hello.
The army is coming up here, though. I mean, can he actually fight, though? He's going to have Slings of the Sun.
Hyperion is coming in.
Yeah, there's going to be a chaos, which is brutal. These units are in a great position. El Matador has been controlling this army so precisely for so long here.
That raid came seemingly out of nowhere. Was it even necessary for Rebel to lose that many villagers at that point?
Well, he was on the other gold mine, and he made a move to the top for some reason. I think maybe he felt like a raid was coming. But the Oracle was sitting there and spotted it. So El Matador just kind of is like, hello? What are you doing here?
Well, Matador, he's getting himself heavy infantry. He's pre-queued heavy archers. Probably looking for those two upgrades to kick in before looking for a real engagement, because we see Rebel's army very well teched at the moment. Only missing that heavy slinger upgrade.
And Heart of the Titan's also coming. I love this technology personally. It allows you to convert heroes basically in the battlefield with no problems, because they'll take nearly zero time to convert. So if you ever find yourself needing some heroes in a pinch, you just go, great, we're in, let's go. As we do see there's chaos, a nice little spread formation here from the Rapple, but Matador spots it, and he's going to be engaging in. There's going to be a shockwave as well after the chaos is done.
Oh my
Dropping
God.
that one in. The Caraballs are cleaning up a ton of those spearmen here. Rapple's population is dropped down to 140 already here, as this looks like an incredibly good fight for El Matador.
What an engagement. The chaos onto the shockwave, and while that's going on, the micro on the Terma is pitch perfect. The slingers are going down to the counter units of the Termas. Beautiful engagement by Matador, and now Rebel's in trouble, has to retreat on his gold mine there.
Yeah, there is a perfectly safe gold mine up near his citadel, sends it to the top, but now El Matador can do whatever he wants. He can grab 3 town centers here, he can put a palace down and go mythic age. He could just grab all these technologies, whatever he wants, he can do it. But like, he's breaking the citadel is going to be hard. He needs fire siphon or a ton of destroyers. He does have a whole bunch of Prometheans, which could work to break through the Migdol. We'll see.
It's not going to break through the citadel like you're saying, but yeah, the Migdol, that's definitely an option. And dude, if you can do that, there's a gold mine right next to it, and that's the only one that Rebel's sitting on right now. You can force Rebel to react to this, and I'm not sure if Rebel is in a position to beat this kind of army. It's huge.
Yeah, it is absolutely gigantic. The villagers, however, if you can get those onto those Caraballas,
that's good for Rebel.
Very, very scary. It's a great little engagement. They're also Skin of the Rhino villagers, most likely there, so super powered. As the Caraballas are going to go down, the Prometheans, on the other hand, there's really not that many priests here to deal with all of those. But El Matador's population has fallen, and now he has to transition into some units that are not from the counter barracks. He's going to be going into Contarius, he's going to be going into Manillos and Arcus, and it looks like even after all is said and done, Rapple's the one who loses all of his army.
Well, he loses his army and his villager army too.
Exactly.
He's sitting on 46 villagers now, despite being on 2 TCs for quite a while. He's struggling to keep up in economy. Matador is only 64. I don't know. He could have potentially been more, but I don't know. He's been focusing so much on economy. And very vital to recognize here too, Rebel didn't get any gold during that entire struggle. And even now, he's only got 9 gold miners.
Yeah, it's just very, very difficult position. We see some units running into the main base. Going to be throwing those away, unfortunately. Those villagers most likely going to get 1 or 2 kills, but losing a little bit there. What really is the problem is the gold situation. Where can Rapple get gold?
Well, not there, because there's so many heavy Contarius here. He doesn't have Thea. He doesn't have the cheaper Contarius with that very nice slow ability, but still, these Contarius are really, really good units, especially if there's not that many spearmen in the mix for Rebel. And dude, Rebel, he cannot go to these farms anymore. He'll have such a hard time getting enough food for spearmen, let alone getting the gold for the remaining army that he has to make.
Yeah, and at the moment, I mean, El Matador, he is respecting this Citadel. It is so hard to crack the Citadel. I think he probably can kill it here with the current 100 population he's got, but he's being very respectful of it here.
Yeah, there's no reason.
A little bit lucky.
I think he's realized. I think Matador is realizing he's so far ahead in economy. Not only that, Rebel doesn't have access to a gold mine, so why bother? Well, at this stage, when you've got such a big army versus literally nil, of course you want to do it. But before that, yeah, there's no reason to risk it.
Yeah, the army is coming in for the Rapple again, and we'll see if this is going to be any sort of a pull-off. There's just not that many units, though. No. And El Matador, he says, no worries, I'll come over here and fire you. This is fine. All good. And remember, he's got that Heart of the Titan, so all of those Arcus in one breath can turn into Hero Arcus and kill any sort of myth units that get created.
Well, it's not even needed. Seems like
No,
the
it's not.
satyr and the rest of the army is enough for Matador. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a game number 5.
That's what we're all about here. Two of the most fierce competitors I think we've seen thus far. That is an incredibly well played game from El Matador. These guys trading blows as we grind down to the fifth game. What a game that one was. It was just so well controlled, executed, and everything. It just looked, I don't know, like compared to what we saw El Matador play against the Mister, which did feel a little bit out of control. This game, El Matador was just like, this is my strat, this is my control, and I'm just going to be playing into it. And Rappel just couldn't get an inch in this game.
It looked like he was in a good position. I'm excited to see the replay here as we get along. I think for a long time, I thought Rebel was doing just fine. But at some point, there comes a big, yeah, see, like this, Rebel's putting on the pressure here.
Yeah.
Vitally, obviously, over on the right side, Matador is on a sky passage with the gold mine nearby. I think here's a nice little skirmish. I don't think it was the big one, was it? Oh, no, it's one of the big
This
ones.
this was a nice fight here for El Matador, where it wasn't like an outright victory for him. He gets like enough to force with the Caraballister coming in. He gets enough to force Rappel back, and I mean,
Right.
population wise, it's pretty close here. He's shifting sands away. It's still, I would say, relatively equal here, but the big one was catching these villagers out, and then also once the chaos comes in, this little movement here from Rappel bringing all his units into one little pocket, and El Matador pounces, and then the shockwave right after it all ends, and it's just like there's so much idle time for so much population there. And by the time his actual army starts attacking, he's already down by like 40 population.
Brutal. Yeah, dude, that chaos into shockwave, and sometimes you can even add into it a carnivore too.
Yeah,
It's so sick. Yeah, it's a bit of a comeback here from Rebel. The villagers on top of the Kyrie Ballaster, whenever you can manage a fight like this, always good to take it.
Yeah, those Caraballister, they're so potent, but they're so tricky. You have to keep them away from garrisonable buildings. You have to keep them away from slingers. You have to keep them away from siege. You have to keep them away from crush damage dealing god powers. There's so many weaknesses to this unit. And I mean, I credit where credit's due. El Matador controlled them amazingly for 17 minutes in this game before Rappel sacked like 20% of his economy to take them out.
Yeah, exactly. So even though it looked like Rebel did a lot of damage, which he did, he also took a lot of damage himself, and he was not getting any gold himself during the process. So all in all, it led to this point where Matador was sitting at 175 population, Rebel struggling to get past 110, and forced to take a fight like this. Nah, it's not going to work.
Well, there's one more game to come. Soup, one more map for today. You win this one, you go on to the next round, get another little bit of a chance here. You lose this one, there's no more games for you. You're out. It's going to be Zeus, it's going to be Loki, it's going to be on Elysium. Yeah.
It's going to be a banger matchup, this Loki versus Zeus on Elysium. This has gone either way, this particular matchup. We definitely saw Mr. yesterday just making this look incredibly easy on Zeus. But who was it earlier today that lost with Zeus versus Loki? I forget. Because so many games.
Too many games.
Either way, it's a matchup which I'm not sure which god this exactly favors.
I think this is a skill matchup, and it's been a skill matchup for the longest time. And it's just, if you've got to know the way through it, and you got to know all the weaknesses, and having an in-depth knowledge of exactly where your problems are. And even then, there's going to be problems coming your way.
Oh yeah, and that both of these gods have so many options available to them. I think most local players pretty much looking to go for Seti Bragi into a big power spike. That doesn't mean that's all that Loki can do, but I do believe someone like Rebel probably playing that quite standard. But then on the Zeus side of things, we can see all kinds of things. We can see, obviously, the big bronze restoration attack into a gold mine control or something like that. or we can see the underworld passage, or you can see a fast mythic, you can see a 2 TC boom, you can see 1 TC boom. There's so many options for Zeus, so many things you have to be there ready and prepared to react to if you're the Loki player.
I just want to ask, because I know you probably played a little bit more of the Chinese than I have so far. El Matador does have this Fuxi god in reserves here. I think you can pretty well say that Rappel is going to pick Loki on Elysium 9 times out of 10. That Hades there, it doesn't come onto Elysium very often.
Yeah.
Do you think Fuxi versus Loki is something that went through El Matador's mind? Or is it just not, it's not there, and maybe he was just using that as a little bit of a ban to keep it away from the Rappel?
I think Fuxi is amazing into Loki. I see no way that a well-played Fuxi is ever going to lose to Loki on Elysium. I wonder if Matador just doesn't play that god.
Yeah, you've got the Pioneers with divine damage. You've got the what are they called? Fire Archers. You've got
Halberdiers.
Chukonu, Halberdiers. It's just got everything that you need. And you've got Vanish as well. Say a Flaming Weapons comes your way. Don't worry, I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess Matador just hasn't played much China. That's my guess.
I think you're probably right. And when it comes down to it, comfort pick, game 5, Zeus. He knows Zeus. He has played this matchup and lost against the Mister again. So he's already had some practice with it and knows exactly what not to do. And
so see if he made it work on Steppe. So will he make it work on Elysium? Zeus versus Loki. Let's get this started.
Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. For all the marbles, well, at least for the marbles to get into the next round. In the right-hand corner, Rappel playing as Loki. In the left-hand corner, El Matador playing as Zeus. An incredibly well-played series up to this point. Soup, talk me through this one. It's been a long day, but we've got one more game and one more exciting story to tell.
All right, so we're starting here from Rebel's point of view. I like that. We're seeing the immediate spy on this gold mine of Matador, seemingly not really caring to try to fake anything here. He's just saying, I'm spying your gold miner, and that's it. I'm out of here. And I do like that we're seeing this from the Loki perspective, because I think what we want to see from the Loki player here is something like a maybe 415 advance. You want to build your temple at home, and then you need to react to what the Zeus player is doing. So having that spy on the gold miner allows you to see, are we getting a 2 TC boom? Is it going to be Athena, Hoplite Toxotes? Is it going to be Minotaur spam? Whatever it is, the Loki player will be able to react to it properly. And what it requires is, I think, 415 advance, and then just having the units nearby ready to do whatever is the right choice. For Matador, he's got his Catescopus right on the Hunters as we speak, and he's going to be able to scout the gold mine down the bottom, realizing that I don't think the initial gold mine is going to be much of an issue for Rebel to defend.
No, I mean, we've seen the matchup already. Like, we don't, like, what was it, the Oasis game? It was Loki versus the Rappel, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And it finally came back to me. And it's just, it's impractical to be putting pressure on super early, right?
Yeah. It's too long a walk, basically, to get there.
Yeah. The only real thing that El Matador could do is go for Bull Minotaur.
Yes.
If he wants to.
And actually, good time now to look at the gold mines for Rebel. He's got gold mine left, right, and center, but at the same time, they're quite exposed. Neither of them are really safe and secure. Grabbing a town center is not going to do too much, unless you maybe get a hold of that on one over on the left side, which I very much doubt he will. So definitely see that as an option. Goes for both sides, actually. Getting to that secondary gold mine will be contested, and it's going to be a struggle for both of these players to keeping up in production, having enough of an army out, and that's going to be a big issue this game.
Yeah, this second gold mine for Loki is always one of those big, scary things. El Matador is going to have restoration. He can just mass units, and if you can put a little bit of pressure on somewhere, just not taking any fights, but just massing up, you can just go ahead and get in onto that spot, claim it, and then when Rappel wants to move out of his base and go into a gold mine, it's just restoration, and it's going to be lights out. We're going to do a quick little pop out here to fix up a little bit of some in-game problems happening in the playback. So we'll get back straight into the game as fast as humanly possible.
We
Just
can
having
talk
some
about
technical difficulties.
we can talk about the advance times. Rebel going for a 4-minute advance, Matador going for a 4-minute and 15. And it was indeed Frazzetti for the Rebel and Athena from Matador. So nothing out of the ordinary there. I will say though, 4-minute advance from the Rebel, I love playing Loki. I always, if I do a 4-minute advance, I struggle a bit with getting the production buildings up. I usually don't have the wood for it. So I've come to the conclusion, I go for a 4:15, and that allows me to have that extra bit of wood so that I can get 2 great halls, 2 long houses. That's always what I go for when I play Loki. It's so versatile. You can easily react to what your opponent is doing. So we'll see if Rebel gets there still.
It's nice to have the options up, right? Not only do you go, like if I see a Norse player go double great hall, I say, oh, he's either going for raiding cavalry or he's going for Hersa. That's all I have to worry about. But if I see a Norse player go double great hall, double longhouse, I go, oh bugger, now I actually have to scout and turn my brain on. So yeah, it's quite nice if you can go that route.
Yeah,
at least for the early game.
If you're against 2 great halls, all you need is hoplites on your important positions, whether you're hunting outside, whether you're maybe chopping wood at a difficult spot. You know that all you need is hoplites on those positions, and then eventually you get enough of an army and you'll be able to eventually overcome the Norse army. But yeah, if there's throwing Axemen in the mix as well, you need not only units on your prime positions, on your gold mine, your wood chopping operation, your hunting position, whatever. You also need to be able to have a big army in case Loki goes for a big push with a varied army. So yeah, versatility is key for Loki.
Well, anyways, we're back into the game. You're right. We are seeing that faster advance time from the Rappel. So no versatility to kick it off, but he does have the very clear vision into the main base of El Matador. He goes, hang on, you got 2 villages on favor? You got 3 villages on gold? What are you doing? I mean, there's not really many different things you can be doing with 2 villages on favor. It's either going to be Centaur or it's going to be Minotaur. And we know because we can see that it's going to be a very quick Labyrinth of Minos, and this very well might be a cheeky little bit of an homage to the Mister. Matador sees the strat and says, hey man, I like it. Let's go for it.
See that relic? That's the Zeus relic, if there ever was one. Already now, hoplites deal 1.5 multiplier versus buildings. With this, it's going to be 1.7. I don't know how much of a difference it makes, but it's just cool. There's some synergy here, right?
I mean, anytime you stack bonus on bonus, it's always really good, right? Like you see it with, you see it with Loki when you get the Hersa movement speed. You see it with like Poseidon when you get the cavalry movement speed, or you see it with Ra when you get the cavalry movement speed. It can only mean good things.
For sure, it's fun either way. If he does actually manage to get the hoplites on top of buildings, I'm sure we'll see the effect is going to be very noticeable.
Yeah, there is a sneaky red dot at the very bottom of the map right now. I'm very interested in. That's a Minotaur, and that's going straight in. There's already a wall up.
And the house
Matador's going to be so careful with how he enters this base. But Rappel is fully walled up. Rappel knows this opening. I'm sure it's not a surprise. This isn't anything super new, even though you see Mr. doing something, you're like, it's super new. Mr. actually had this strategy done to him in, I believe, Genesis with Recon. Recon actually did it to him on the main stage, Zeus versus Hades on a Blue Lagoon map. So everyone knows everything.
Incredibly, can we see that Rebel base down the bottom once again? Just see that for all players to see. This is how you defend your base. One gate like this, a long house, a temple, and there's a tower and a new house, and you have free wood chopping operation, free gold mining operation, and your enemy cannot go through there with this Minotaur. And it's barely any investment from Rebel in doing so. Really beautiful job.
Yeah. But now, but here on out, right? The threat is a distraction somewhere, say with a hoplite, just hitting, I don't know, random house, and the Minotaur sneaking in. You can get the Minotaur onto a gold mine, if you can get the Minotaur onto a wood line or onto the food out of the base. Very, very scary.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And with even just 5 hoplites here, with that
Yeah, with
relic,
this,
we're seeing the
yeah, that's
damage,
going
right?
down quick.
He's forcing a reaction, and like you said, this opens up the possibility for this Minotaur to really get some damage dealt. I think Rebel is on the case over here, but the special attack does go off.
Yeah, it gets a little bit of damage. Doesn't really do anything. It's still fine, but you know, a couple of little bits of damage here and there, it can be a very big problem. As the temple goes down, and that's actually kind of big. Now this base is open, and Rappel needs to get over here and do something. As El Matador probably needs to retreat back. He's overstayed his welcome a little bit too long here.
Yeah, and losing a hoplite, maybe even 2. Ooh, doesn't manage to pull those units away.
He runs in with the Minotaur. It's going to be bolting a troll there. As he can run up to the top side of the map, there's probably not a whole lot of units, maybe 1 or 2 Hersa there to try and hit that other hunt, but looks like El Matador, he killed the temple, he lost some units, he has to pull back. I think Rappel is well and truly defended this stage of the harassment, but it's never going to be finished. These Minotaur just keep running around, and this really gives El Matador all of the breathing room. He's going to get the walls up and sort everything out really nicely.
It's a good wall that he's got for himself there. He's also got pickaxe now, so I do think Matador was planning on just backing off there anyways. You know, getting that economic upgrade basically means you're letting the foot off the speed pedal there for a bit.
Yep.
So yeah, Rebel will be. Is Rebel on the forward hunt over there? He's on the berries, but is he up top as well?
He's had to pull back into his base. He's getting a little bit of favor in. Every little bit of favor counts. Especially, maybe you know this. Does that favor contribute? Can you get a myth unit spawn from killing hunt?
Can you? I should know this. This is embarrassing. You're putting me on the spot.
I'm sorry, because I don't know.
You're making a fool of me in front of everyone. I should know this.
You definitely get favor for killing off the animals, but I think maybe you do need to get actual damage to human units.
I
think it also does build.
I'm thinking back to like a marsh game of Watering Hole, and I think maybe I've actually spawned myth units like that.
Yeah, okay.
That's my answer, maybe. Is that good enough?
I like that. I think it's good enough.
Okay.
Right now, so far, Rappel has basically caught El Matador's Minotaur out several times over here, but a nice little defense there keeps his Minotaur alive. He still can't really take any fights here, though. The army of both players is pretty scary, but it's all about positioning, as is always the case.
Rebel doing a good job with this Herser, killing the Catascopos, and he's going to get even more favor on top of these deer here. It's going to help him out a ton. Haven't seen any myth unit spawns just yet, so it remains to be seen. Nothing known just yet. Matador doing a good job on this secondary gold. He's built himself 3 very good walls there.
I love it. This is you have to do this when you're playing against Loki. These units move really quickly. Sure, Zeus can move quickly with the Minotaur and the hoplites as well, but yeah, you got to give yourself the time here. And now he can move over, react, and then probably rebuild the wall, as Rappel will have to retreat away.
Is Matador going for the bronze play like we saw Mista doing? Because you look at his economy, and Heroic Age doesn't look too far at the moment.
It's kind of, it's such a different map and match. It's not the same matchup, but it's a different map. Like, you're going to see all the walls coming up on this gold mine. It's very defensible. I think Matador, I mean, maybe it just makes more sense to get the bronze in, so then you don't have to worry about any sort of flaming weapons.
Oh, this is really bad for Rebel.
Huge
one Herser
catch,
down.
2 Herser maybe. Yes.
It's not what Rebel wants here. He's already struggling for food. We saw him going on berries and chicken. It's not something you like doing when you're playing as Loki. 3rd Herser down. It's 240 food in total. And he's also looking to go heroic, so really bad timing for Rebel to lose his units there.
Yeah, we are seeing the Olympian parentage
Parentage.
coming through for the heroes. This gotta be so careful not to. Nice dodge onto those special attacks from the trolls. Trying to take down the walls over here as he will be looking for a bit of a fight. Restoration is on the cards here. There's only a handful of Hersa on the front. There he goes on that restoration as one Minotaur to get a huge buck onto those thrown axemen. As the hoplites have been distracted off from the army,
Yeah,
though, this might be good for Rappel.
Rebel is taking the fight now, and he's got a bunch of hearses on top of these 3 Minotaurs, down to 2 now. And yeah, like you said, the hoplites were distracted. There's so many units in the back, 2 trolls as well. Valkyrie has been spawned, and it's looking like a really good fight for Rebel here, I think.
It's very, very close, but a
Oh,
close
it's close,
fight
yeah.
can never be good when you're playing against Norse because you're just giving them favor. Look at the favor in the bank for the Rappel right now. He's got 84.
Oh my god. Yeah, and the new Valkyrie spawn to boot. Bolt costs 55 favor. Matador is nowhere near. But it is actually Matador who actually manages to come out on top. Doesn't mean that he necessarily won the fight, but it just means that he's got the military presence as we speak.
Yeah. The big question is, look at the resources in the bank for the Rappel. He hasn't been spending.
Ooh,
He can
that's
go.
bad.
No, wow, he really hasn't been spending. He now decides to full go on something here. Says, okay, get all my raiding cavalry, get all my throwing axemen. The wall's going to get broken down, and El Matador looking for something. The villagers have snuck up to the top gold mine, though, Soup.
How did they get there? Did they walk back and then up onto the gold mine? No, these are gatherers. He's actually looking for hunt, not gold. Interesting.
I think he's going for the very top gold mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Next level. Very good.
Minotaur taken out. Brutal. And at the moment, El Matador needs to be getting like Pegasus, scouting all around the map. This is the thing where, this is where I've lost to Loki players many times. They do the sneaky. You go, I've got the gold staff going, right? And all of a sudden you go, hang on, they've had a gold mine for the entirety of the game and I just didn't know about it.
And then on top of it, they'll actually start buying food just so they can go mythic as well.
That's right.
It's infuriating. This is so, dude, what Rebel is doing here is so incredibly risky. If Matador has the Pegasus flying around looking for this, it's so easy for him to take those 3 Minotaurs on top, and he can kill the entirety of that operation.
Yeah, killing off this temple though is going to be a big help. If he can kill it off quick enough, he denies Cave Troll. Oh, he doesn't quite get there.
Well,
it's not a big deal, but like that time matters because he's going to be wanting to use this 105 favor. Has to rebuild the temple. I mean, what do you go for? Do you go for trolls again, or you go for battle boars?
He's not okay. He's going heroic now. So what do you do? He's gonna. I think he's gonna have to go for trolls because he's got 8 gold miners up. Well, the gatherers up on that top gold mine, so it's ineffective. And dude, he's not getting to any other gold other than that. Matador has located something on the other gold mine, so Matador thinks he's got the gold control right now. It's just a hoplite, but he doesn't know about the operation with the 8 gatherers up here.
And I've seen so many tournament games just like games thrown by just not putting the effort into checking every single position. These players are so sneaky and they're going to be sneaky forever. But it looks like El Matador says, hang on, you don't have any answer for my Minotaur here. Where are your Hersa? I can just fight. He is charging under here. Bragi is about to come through.
Oh my god, Flaming Weapon's going to hit hard.
All the units are going to die before the Flaming Weapons even comes through, Sue.
Oh my god, that's the play here. He's getting all the unit kills before Flaming Weapons is even there. And now he's making the big retreat. Rebel utilizing the town center to catch up. But the Minotaurs are using the headbutt. I don't know, this is so clutch.
Matador is not losing any units here. We will be seeing Goaty to come through. There's still huge amounts of favor. There's no temple, though, at the moment for Rappel to use that. And he does have the kind of garrison maneuvers into that temple town center. So maybe Matador's not going to be able to finish the game here. But alarm bells have got to be somewhat ringing at the moment. You can't keep getting these units out. This shouldn't be happening. There's got to be gold coming in somewhere. El Matador has to get the Pegasus and start scouting. I mean,
Greek
maybe he
Greek
doesn't. He
player.
doesn't. He's full population. He might just kill all the buildings. It's fine.
Sure, but Greek players out there, please, won't you please spend 50 food to favor on this quasi-omniscience unit? Hello. Oh, it's good
And
micro there from Matador. Getting those Goldie away from their safe position, almost targeting them down with Toxotes is huge. The Goldie are so essential for Rebel right now because he has to have an answer for the Minotaurs. Without it, the Throwing Axemen are just being used as ragdolls here.
yeah, it is still scary though for El Matador. I mean, we hear a lot of players talking about it. Toxotes in the classical age without ballistics, you know, they I think they're actually okay, but they get a lot better once you get ballistics in.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, and well, I don't know, when you're targeting stuff like Goldie, Throwing Axemen, these are immobile units, and even when they do move, I think they're still likely to hit most of their arrows. So maybe versus
Yeah,
those units, it doesn't matter too much, but versus Hersers, versus Raiding Cavalry,
yeah,
Berserks, units like that, it's essential that you get that ballistics upgrade.
yeah. And now the trolls are starting to come through. There's so much favor in the bank here for the Rapple, and El Matador, he's pulling back. The Goldie are out. I think El Matador just needs to get to the next stage. He just has to, well, one, he has to realize that there's gold coming in somewhere because there's just too many units here. You can't have this
Yeah.
many units and not be getting gold.
Oh,
It
he's
looks like he
realized
does
it. Look
spot
at the
it.
top.
Yeah, he does spot it. There
Just
we
a
go.
hoplite though, but it's enough to put
Yeah.
Rebel off of this gold mine, and he's going to lose one or at least two villagers in the process, I think. But Loki managing to push here. Rebel maybe finding his way to the middle gold mine instead. Really good reaction with these 10 hoplites. They'll be able to do a lot of damage to these gatherers.
Those gatherers should all be down, all be killed off. And we've already seen one game with Rapple pulling it back from the brink to some degree. El Matador here getting to the heroic age, getting to the mythic age. He's got such huge military advantage, but can he take a fight at this stage against the trolls?
He's got
Maybe
10
he
vil-
can
he's
just.
got 10 vills in favor right now, so he's getting to that 100 favor stage. And if he gets a new restoration, yes, the answer is definitely yes, he can take a fight.
Yeah, the villagers moving up to the top position here. Rapple is going to be really searching for this, for any raids. Any villager kills here are huge, but there's a lot of villagers here. You can just turn around and shank.
Yeah, great move by Rebel nonetheless, but there's so many Minotaurs here for Matador, and that's going to be rough for Rebel to deal with.
Well, Matador going to be throwing away some hoplites here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Look at the queue. He's got so many. A bolt getting dropped down onto
55 favor.
That's going to be slowing down the restoration you were talking about, as we've got a pretty interesting technology to come through against Norse. Aegis Shield. He wants that because of the Goldie, I guess.
Yeah, it must be. Wait, so this is Matador forcing a fight without Resto, without Bronze, and he's just so confident in his ability to just use regular units to take this victory. There's 5 Minotaurs, 4 now. It's a lot of Goldie actually targeting down the Minotaurs.
Yeah, the military differential here is just too big population-wise. 175 pop. Rapple falling down to 80 pop here, and El Matador is looking like he's running away with this. I don't think there's 12 villagers on gold somewhere on the map right now for the Rapple, so he's trying to fight his way, sneak his way back into this game. But I don't know if there's any angle anymore because he's so far behind on villagers and military mostly.
He's losing out on trolls too, and this is really bad for him because he's invested a lot into it. It's one of the saving graces of Rebel here. He had so much favor accumulated, but it seems like he's just spent it all on trolls, which is slowly dying now. So he's running out of options at this stage.
I mean, these trolls, one good throw is all you need. But El Matador, he hasn't really made a misstep in this series, like in terms of his actual army. Very, very rarely has he put his army in a position where it's going to get erased. And now fighting underneath the town center.
Dude, Matador, he's on top of his game. He sees this troll basically coming and immediately splits his army. Really well done. He has to retreat here though. But still, he's making a new Minotaur. He's still producing a ton of hoplites and Toxotes. He's getting both heroes out at the same time. And big Iron Harry spawn there. Just managed to get the special off. the classical age Saxotes, they're doing their job here.
Yeah, they're killing off those raiding cavalry.
Are they just getting a bad rep, or
I think they are. I think they're getting a bad rep. One problem here for El Matador is he doesn't have a lot of food in the bank. Running out of the actual hunt as he's running
my
all
God.
around to try and grab it.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to do the farm transition at all. He's gone to this location
There
now,
is
though.
there is one angle here, which is put everyone on wood and then put everyone on wood and then buy wood. Sorry, just put everyone on gold and buy wood, and then you can get yourself your farms out nice and quick. He's going for another town center here. It looks like.
Oh, maybe. Rebel potentially with a big raid. I think he just missed the hunting operation, unfortunately for him. But he's getting maybe a nicer round instead. These are unupgraded raiding cavalry, though. And when you versus a fully upgraded Zeus army here with the bull minotaurs and everything, they look so naked in this scenario.
Yeah, but he's coming in onto the top here. He just doesn't have population to make this to make any fight work here. We see the walls getting taken down as the army going to be finding this gold mining operation over here. But Rappel makes a quick move and he goes up onto the left-hand corner. This is going to be risky. But do you go to the left gold mine? Do you go to the south here? There has to be some sort of trickery here from Rappel. You can't just go straight to the gold mine. There's no way that El Matador doesn't just walk over and check that right now.
Well, for now, a bit of a mistake here from Matador, getting some units caught here, but at the same time, he is noticing the operation over there. I even think he saw that in the lower vision of his, what's it called, line of sight there. Although Ravel is getting it again.
yeah, he's done the tricky. I think he's got eyes in the forest. I don't know if it works on villages.
Oh, true.
Maybe you know. So he's gonna have a little bit more line of sight than otherwise.
Not only does it work on villagers, it works on ox carts too.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, I knew that one.
Don't tell me we're going to start seeing ox carts just getting thrown all around the map now.
I was toying around with that when we had that nerf on the houses.
Yeah.
I kind of just got away from it. I don't know why. I'm bringing it back.
Don't tell. Just keep that one to yourself. All right. Don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Everyone on this stream only. Okay. No one else.
Keep it up. I'll keep it for the next tournament.
All right.
Dionysus hitting in for El Matador. He's sitting on 3 town centers now. Fully popped at 205 population. Yeah, Heavy infantry coming in and another Minotaur. What do you say, boy?
I was about to say there's no rush here for El Matador. Rappel has found himself back to full population, but there's no rush in the sense that heavy infantry, heavy archers, put the effort in, get these technologies, bit of patience, and then your army is just going to be unstoppable with a bronze. And there's also potentially going to be a restoration there as well. 20 more favor. That's all he needs.
Rebel, on the other hand, 16 favor. He is full pop, like you mentioned, with a bunch of trolls there. Maybe Odysseus out before he pulls that trigger. It's going to be huge. Either way, he's probably going to make it, don't you think?
Yeah, and we see ballistics as well. This is where these Toxotes stop. These Toxotes start becoming incredibly powerful.
Indeed. Indeed, they do. And now, I think maybe Rebel getting a bit... actually forcing the bronze. 43 seconds off bronze. He's trying to run away from it, but the issue is there's a gold mine down the bottom, so sooner or later, Rebel is going to have to take a fight here. I don't think he can run for the continuous 43 minutes that this bronze lasts for.
Well, maybe he can. He's got some great walls here.
Oh yeah, there's another one too. I didn't see that.
The problem is, does it even matter? Once the army gets onto this position, no bronze or bronze, it's a full Greek army with 20 more population.
Heavy archers in.
Heavy archers, heavy infantry. Ballistics is almost finished. Rappel has to retreat.
Yeah, and once again, Rebel left without a gold income.
Yep. And there's also a restoration here as well, just to add insult to injury.
Oh, true. Minotaur's going down to the trolls and the Goldie.
Yeah, that was a nice little special attack from there. But right on the next movement here, there's the restoration. And Rappel, his army is not looking like it's going to be able to take this fight all too well. There's no heroes though for El Matador, which does make things a little bit more tricky. But heavy archers, I don't know, man. These things, they pack a punch.
We've talked about this before. Norse does not have a counter to the Toxotes at this stage, unless he's got something like 2 or 3 hill forts established. And Rebel's just been under so much pressure this game that, yeah, obviously he doesn't have that.
No, and now the villagers have to make a run for it, but they're all going to go down. And El Matador, he is not going to be letting them get out of here. Chasing him down. Great control, great micro. Apple with not much left in the tank. 3 villagers on gold. He's trying to sneak a gold mine in the front, right in front of El Matador's eyes here. All the villagers going down, and I think it's just Rapple and his thoughts to kind of accept what's happened here. He taps out. El Matador claims the win, and an incredibly well-played series for both here, Soup.
Yeah, for sure.
Slightly
Really,
better for El Matador in the end there.
this has been a really cool series and a good comeback from Matador. He was down 2-1, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, just generally Matador, what a run he's had. Did he lose to Mister in round 1?
Yeah, he had the pleasure of playing the Mister, and yeah, he got a taste of it. And I think after watching El Matador in this game, I think he learned a ton from that series against the Mist. I'm seeing him use those units in ways that I don't think I've normally seen him use the units. I always knew he's had like the fundamentals, the mechanics, but now he's starting to split armies and he's starting to control things in a different way, and it's really, really fun to see. I think he's looking very powerful, very strong, and he's going to be a man to watch moving on in this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's so interesting what you said. Before both this and last game, he's played this matchup before, he's lost it. Will he be able to use the knowledge that he gained from those losses and transfer it into a win? And that's exactly what he did here.
Yeah, and there was just so many like little parts here that just went so well. This fight, you looked at it and you're like, yeah, this is an okay fight. It's kind of equal, but you're taking an equal fight. Generally speaking, you don't want to do that versus Loki. But it seemed to have just I don't know what happened towards the end of it, but it seemed like the Rapple, while he probably could have just pulled back once some things had stopped going his way, and he would have been really good, but he maybe overstayed it a little bit towards the very end, trying to outright win a fight. I don't know. What do you
I'm
think?
not even I don't even sure. I don't think Rebel necessarily misplayed here. It's just he got under so much pressure by these bull minotaurs. He tried getting things to work. Dude, I actually know it. He was sitting on, do you remember? He was sitting on like
Ah,
1100 food
yeah. A
and
classic.
400 gold, and he didn't get to the heroic age. He didn't produce hearses, nothing. I think that's the
Yeah,
big mistake insofar as Rebel.
yeah.
Yeah, could have improved on something this game.
Yeah, there's that whole decisiveness factor. You've got to make a decision, and you just got to go with it. Are we going to the heroic age, or are we fighting? Like, if you're
Yeah.
fighting, let's get those units out. If we're not, okay, well, we're gonna pull back, and we're just gonna go to the heroic age. It's fine. But
Yeah, and if you
he's,
don't know, then that's an issue too, because that means
yeah,
that you don't have a good grasp of the game. You don't know what's going on, what your opponent
yeah.
is doing, so you're not scouting well enough, or there's something wrong. So, yeah, never a good sign to sit on that many resources early on.
But you got to say after the 5 games
Bruh.
plus the series before that they had to play, there's a lot of Age of Mythology being played here, and the level absolutely through the roof. You can really tell when you're watching these games that, man, there is a place where Age of Mythology goes where it's just going to keep on getting better. And these games are absolutely awesome to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And it's only getting better from here on out. So, what even are we entering into the next week? And can you remind me? It's going to be winners semifinals to begin
Yeah.
with.
And winners
Show
semifinals, we're going to have the Mister versus Kavoth. Pretty
we'll get the brackets,
crazy
won't we?
matchup. We will be
Sure, we can
watching the
find the brackets
brackets.
after this as we see
All
the
right, we'll go.
replays. We can just wrap everything
Sure.
up. I'm sure we'll get the brackets there.
Oh, man, there's so many games. I just want to. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. There's gonna be so many good games to come. But man, that's like this is the thing, right? Like I mentioned it a couple of times. It's like when you're playing Norse versus Egyptian, you find an advantage and you have to kind of be really careful about it. When you're playing Greek versus Norse, it's the same thing. You've just got to be really careful about it. And I think El Matador, he probably felt like he was a little bit further in front than he was because he didn't realize there was a gold mine getting snuck.
Yeah.
But even so, he still was decisive, but carefully decisive in his movements. He realized there was a heroic age coming. He pushed in and he forced the defensive flaming weapons and all that good stuff. This bronze here, I mean, this just forces Rappel to run away, giving time to the El Matador to get that restoration and get him sort of choked up here. And this final fight here was, I mean, Rappel just has to somehow win this fight. He gets
It's too hard.
a brutal throw from the trolls here. But realistically, he needs to kill like 20 Toxotes with one foul swoop with those trolls to win this, because those thrown axemen don't counter anything that's left here. Those Godu don't counter anything that's left here. It's just the trolls doing damage.
I was
And
looking at the
it's too
villages and I'm
much.
thinking, convert those to berserks. But then I'm thinking, he's doing that and they're just dying immediately to the Toxotes.
Yeah.
They're no
Yeah.
use.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Matador, 3-2. What a good series.
Yeah, and actually, so El Matador goes on to the lower bracket quarterfinals. He doesn't actually meet Magic, who won his lower bracket round 3. They're going to be actually facing up against the losers of the Mr. and Kavoth, as we see here. This is going to be a bit of a blockbuster weekend. Mr. and Kavoth, Recon and Chemo, and then all of the action that unfolds after that.
Yeah, so it's going to be some rough matches, not only in the winner's bracket, we're getting to the nitty gritty in the loser bracket too. And yeah, so that's actually these matches that we're seeing here. This is surely going to, yeah, it's going to be on Saturday, and then this will probably be Saturday too, won't it? I'm not sure.
We'll probably see this Saturday with six games being played, most likely, right? We see the Mr. and Kavoth, we'll see Recon and Chemo, and then Matador versus the loser, Magic versus the loser. I actually see 4 games there, most likely, and then we'll see the 4 games the next day, I guess.
6 players remaining. 6 players remaining only. Mr. Kavoth,
Yeah.
Recon, Chemo, Magic, Matador. I think if insofar as there's a surprise here, it's got to be Matador. He's never fared this well in a tournament before. He's always been up there among the top players, but never this high.
Yeah, I definitely think he's leveled up. Not necessarily leveled up to say like he wasn't already really, really strong, but he's been doing things like playing some team games, which has really been pushing the like boundaries of what you can kind of do. I also note that Mister also did this same thing. You get a lot of knowledge from playing team games about really random things that you wouldn't really think about in 1v1. So both of those guys going in onto that angle, plus a whole bunch of those, you know, custom games has been training with and obviously playing with some of the really, really strong players throughout. But absolutely awesome series, Day of Age of Mythology. It was a lot of fun hanging out with you, Soup.
Yes, a lot of fun hanging out with you, Boyd. I was looking forward to this. It's been a blast. It's getting late in Denmark. It's getting early in Australia. I want to thank you for a good evening. Thank you to all the viewers. Thank you to the ETC team. And we'll see you next time.
Bye.